Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the opening round of the Hankook 24-hour series in the European continent. We've had our Middle East Championship and kicked off the year, of course, with two fabulous events at Dubai and at Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi. Now for the major part of the season, which will take in 5 classic circuits, kicking off here in Italy at this challenging serpentine up and down circuit here this weekend, from where we will move to a challenging serpentine up and down circuit in another beautiful area up in the Ardennes at 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps on the 6th and 7th of May. Then to Monza, the flat-out blast around the Autodrome. That's the second weekend in June. A brand new event on the coast at Estoril, just up from the coast at Estoril, with a 12-hour race there and 6 hours of a qualifying race, which also carries points for the championships. That's the 7th and the 8th of July. And then from the 15th to the 17th of September, we'll head again just off the coast to the circuit of Catalonia, Barcelona, for the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona, the end of the European Championship season. Hello everybody, I'm John Hindorf, and along with Ben Constanduris in the booth, Joe Bradley and Nick Damon down on the pit lane, we'll take you through today's race, part 1. This a 12-hour race effectively separated by, if you will, a long red flag. We put the cars in Parc Fermé overnight, go and have a bit of a rest, talk about what we've seen that day, then come back tomorrow to finish the final 6 hours. Rather a civilized way of going motor racing for endurance, and we'll tell you all about exactly what is going on at the end of the race when we get today's race, when we get to it. However, we cannot start any of the Hankook 24-hour series races without taking in the atmosphere from the grid. And that is created, as ever, by Nick Damon. Good morning, Nick.
John, good morning. Seb, I'm down here, Seb. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Mugello in glorious Tuscany, where luckily the overcast weather of earlier today has disappeared and things are looking rather nicer and set fair. We are running a tad late due to an overrunning support race, hence the reason there's no one sitting in the pole position spot. They are coming in a minute, and if you follow Creventic, you'll know who they are pretty well. Now, starting in the second position, it's Heart of Racing, and they did have Ian James here, but he's wandered off, which is completely against the rules. Tell you what, Seb, let's follow me down here. I'd like to point out there'll be no running due to a hamstring injury, which when I told Seb, he said, oh, thank goodness for that, or whatever the German is for thank goodness for that. So we're going to meander down to one of the big stories, the big important stories of Creventic, past these various drivers. No, I'm not going to bother them, because the important thing that's happening here is we have a happy event. We have a wedding for the 955 Willy Motors by EB Sports. Fabrizio Broghi got married last week. I got sort of Fabrizio's actually around at the moment, which is terribly against the rules. And the car, where is Fabrizio? Honestly, the rest of his team are there to celebrate. He actually got married here in Mugello on Monday. I believe there are supposed to be some cans at the back of the car. Not yet, haven't stuck on there. Look at this, they're all sitting down there with Silva Castro. That's a... Oh, this is a different thing about Sabino of Arabia and his team winning the Middle East Trophy. Ah, Fabrizio! Congratulations!
Thank you very much, friends.
So it's a combination of an Arab celebration and a wedding.
Well, because watch out, because in the Middle East Trophy, we came back, and of course the town newspaper of Sabino wrote, Sabino and his team, we thought he had to pay this year as well. Last year he was world champion, only Sabino. They don't consider us, so he has to pay for the entire season. He's Sabinos of Arabia and his camel troops.
And a big week for you as well.
Yes, it has been a great week. Got married, I'm going to race. What combination could be better?
Well, in fairness, yes. I mean, and are you going on your honeymoon after this?
No, we have to race, so...
Well, of course, you've got 2 days, but...
honeymoon is postponed till the end of the championship.
Thanks, Matthew. Can you believe that, John? A honeymoon postponed because of motor racing. Okay, so we're going to move a bit further up, back towards the front of the grid, mainly because there's going to be a very naturalistic national anthem. Actually, I'm going to take a chance for an early chat to the runner, the owner, the organiser of the Creventic series, Gary Williams. Gary, back at Mugello and a fantastic turnout.
It's wonderful here. 40 cars on the grid. Look at the people. They're also adjusting to start the European season. It's fantastic. The people were really excited yesterday about the qualifying format. Even the AMs, they took part of that. It's fantastic here.
Let me ask you, what are you looking most forward to for the rest of the season? What's your big looking forward thing?
I hope we have good battles in our championship, and I hope that we have good grids in all the classes. GT4 looks promising, so 9 and 2 is excellent, and GT3 works around. So yeah, let's see. I'm looking really forward to the complete season.
Great stuff, thank you, Gary. Okay, now it's about to have national anthem to cover me running the wrong way. John.
No running from Nick. Thank you. Down on the grid, we'll have some more from the inimitable Nick Damon down on the grid after the formalities. Grid packed at the moment as the teams are allowed to be working on their cars, make sure they're going to start, etc. Drone cam live with IV Capital GmbH. Invest in your future. High above the paddock here at Mugello. There's 20 rows of 2 cars. So local entertainment down there with Nick Damon. Never be as entertaining as you though, Nick.
No, admittedly I haven't run round a circle waving a flag recently. I think these are Faenza people, the Florence. One of the ancient, of course, parts of Italy. Italy, only a unified country, I think, in about the 1870s. Prior to that, it was several city-states. And Seb getting right in the middle of the flags. He's always in the middle of stuff. Yes, all dressed in sort of 16th century outfits as we wait for the national anthem to get running. So I think we are going to go from, just sorry to Peter Fry. Okay. So let me pass the microphone to the lady.
Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia s'è desta dell'elmo di Scipio, s'è cinta la testa, dov'è la vittoria, le porga la chioma che schiava di Roma, Iddio la creò. Paravam, paravam, paravavavavam. Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia s'è desta, dell'elmo di Scipio s'è cinta la testa. Dov'è la vittoria, le porga la chioma, che schiava di Roma, Iddio la creò. Siamo pronti alla morte, stringiamoci a corte, l'Italia chiamò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò.
Thank you so much. That was Bernadetta Manfriani with the national anthem of Italy. Thank you. Oh, and now down to race business. Well, here we go. No surprise if you follow the championship, because in pole, well, it's her birth after a long gap. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with which Renault are you? Come on, let's start that one. It's Robert. Marvellous. Robert, it's been a while, but finally you're back at the front of the grid. What's caused this resurgence in form?
Sorry?
What's caused the uptick in form? Suddenly you're on pole.
Quite good now, back in pole. We are really happy, especially with the old car, which did all the testing with the new one, and then we decided to take the old one. Now we will see. Maybe we put Ralph for the start in the car, and then we see how it works for the first 6 hours.
You've gone into the Pro-Am class. Is that to give you and Alfred more hours in the car?
It's for Ralph and Daniel more hours in the car. They have to do at least 6 hours. So we will try to give them as much track time as we can today, and then we go all in tomorrow. Great stuff. So of course, it's 2 6-hour races, this one. We run 6 hours today, then we stop. If you're behind a whole lap, you stay behind a whole lap. But if you are 3/4 of a lap, you make it all up. Now, a very, very familiar face to endurance fans, because he's at every race every week. Ian James with the Hard to Racing by SBS Mercedes. Ian, great performance on the front row.
Yeah, to be honest, it's our first time here at Mugello, and we're just having a blast. We're in the AM class this weekend, so to be on pole for the AM is a great achievement.
I mean, you are racing every week in all parts of the world. Is that difficult or just incredibly enjoyable?
Both. It's incredibly enjoyable. It's a little tiring, but I wouldn't change it for the world, yeah.
Now, you're starting the car as the AM. Is that because you're expecting early code 60s? What's the tactics about using the hours of the various drivers?
Yeah, so obviously we have 2 AMs and a silver, so we're just going to try and get through as many of the AM hours today. The silver can only do 3 hours, so we're trying to save Roman for when it counts.
Which is tomorrow.
Hopefully.
Thanks, Ian. That's Ian James from the 27 car. I'll move back to 26, even though that's actually in 4th place. And this is Everard. Everard, do you speak English? Little bit? How excited are you by this race?
For me, it's my first race in GT3, my first start.
Well, I'll tell you what, his not speaking English is better than mine not speaking French. I'll tell you what, it's Everard Bastard from the 26 Santalot car. It's a 2-man car, actually. So interestingly there. Across into the 88, which is in 4th place. That is the Accordes ASP team. Trying to see if I can see any drivers there. They appear to be a little bit reticent to be seen, honestly. There's a surprising lack of people actually getting in cars at the moment, honestly. Back to right immediately behind, and we have our old friends at CP Racing and our old friend Shane Lewis. Shane, Mugello in a Mercedes.
Couldn't get a better place, could you? Got these mountains in the background, awesome people here, competitors, love this racetrack. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Tactics? Do you have some?
Well, right now, as you saw her interesting, exciting qualifying attempt yesterday. Got to hand it to the team for getting the car back out there. Everybody did an amazing job. We're sitting here P5R overall. You've got to play, because we're like 2 days, right? So you kind of play up to the final of today, regroup where you're at, make sure you're on the lead lap. Hopefully you've got some tires and fuel left for day 2. So that's really where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, it's a split race, 6 hours, 6 hours. When we have the uneven splits, it's all about staying on that lead lap. It's been quite hard in 6 hours, isn't it?
It's tough. And also, with only code 60s, where you don't have like a full course yellow where you bring everybody together, staying on that lead lap is critical, absolutely critical. You can't make any mistakes and think you're gonna, catch back up here. So playing those code 60s right, playing the strategy right, and being all out fast for 6 hours of the first day.
Great stuff, thank you, Shane. That's Shane from the CP Racing number 85 Mercedes, qualifying in 5th. In 6th, it's the 55 Audi of Land Motorsport, quite a well-known team. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with Tim Muller. Tim, very, very stealth, this car. It's almost camouflage colours, isn't it? Is that so the opposition can't see you?
Yeah, we are incognito here,
There's a lot of Audis in this race. Is the Audi particularly well suited to Mugello?
I don't know, honestly, but the car fits well here, and we have a good setup. I'm first time driving with this team, Land Motorsport, very experienced people, and we are looking forward.
You're not starting the car. Are you next in, or are they saving you for tomorrow?
No, I will be third. Now it's Chris. We will try to make meters now in the first stint, and then Stefan comes, and I will be the third.
Great stuff, 18. Chris is Chris Meese, of course, the Audi Works driver, who was exceptionally quick in qualifying yesterday. So it's an interesting kind of mix of strategies here. Some people are starting their gentleman drivers, some people are starting their pros. The pros, hopefully to keep them out of the trouble, the gentlemen to burn some of that time. Okay, next up we have the 21 car, which is the Haas RT team. And they are in 8th. This is a word. Oh yeah, so it's Matthews and Trey. Oh, these are this is the Red Ant team. It's the wrong team. Oh, you're around here. Oh, it's front of the. Oh, how many of you are there? There's about 73 Red Ant drivers. Let's have a word with one of them. I'm not sure which Red Ant you are, because you haven't got your first name there. I'm amusing the rest of the team. So how's it going?
Very good, very good. The race will be very long. It's a long race, but now, you know, I'm not the driver.
No, I realise. I looked at your shoes. Look at the shoes. Seb, look at his shoes. That's the giveaway. So he's got that on, which is a bit of a surprise, but I've now realised it's all of them, hence they're all laughing. But anyway, so what do you do for the team?
I am a tanker. Fueling.
Oh, that's why you got the fire suit. So what are your fueling tactics? Just plug it in and hope for the best?
I'm not going to say the tactics because that's not smart, eh?
That's true. That's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good luck with sticking the hose in. That's what really counts. Excellent work. This is not the first. I have a story about talking entirely the wrong person. It's too long for the pit walk. Perhaps if I get onto the comms at some point, I'll tell you. But it involved the Formula 1 paddock, my first race, and a major muck-up. Now, returning after many years away, it's our friends at Hoffa Racing. Seb's in the middle of a procession of 16th century Florentines, and here he comes. It's Hoffa Racing, it's the Krolls, and of course now the Princes, thanks to marriage. Michael, great to see you back with a big old Mercedes, and repaired after a slight off.
Yeah, I destroyed it on Friday completely. So with the help of our team and 3 other teams from the grid, they managed to repair it.
I think it's great team effort, and someone said to me, it's always okay when the car owner wrecks it.
Yeah, that's the problem. So I have nobody to blame. So
which were the teams who helped you? Where did you get the help down the pit lane?
Oh, it was the Acker team with the welding machine, the Land Motorsport with the welder, and CP with the new bonnet, and our team with the whole rest.
It's a great team effort. Now you've got it back in one piece again. What are your hopes for the race? I mean, where do you feel you are?
We hope that it stays together.
Thanks, Mike. Good stuff. So that is the Hoffa team with Alex and Chantal Prince. Chantal, obviously a veteran of the championship, as I drop my headphones impressively. More Red Ant people. Let's see if I can. Probably best not to. Here's the Red Camels Jordan team. They have the best tactical wizard in the entire field, but he gets upset when I talk to him. Do you know what? They're having team photos. I think it's really important for me to be in the team photo as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I am. Oh, come on, Paul. There we go. So we're with the most important person in the team. The man who knows what's going on. So, Paul, what have you advised them to do tactics-wise?
I've told them to go fast, not crash.
Oh, the Lena Gade.
Keep between the white lines. No, seriously, I mean, there's such a high level of competition here that it's going to be a close race. What we're not going to do is to get drawn into a real race today. The real race is tomorrow. This is just an extended qualifying. If we can stay at the front, then that's all we need to do today.
Now, you have all the tactics in your brain. You know what's going on, but there's been a change overnight because now the 3 all-AM teams are allowed to fulfill at code 60s. Is that going to be factored into your calculations?
No, because we don't know when the code 60s are going to be. It's a funny way to put an advantage in my view, because you don't know how much of an advantage it's going to be. For the guys who are in the all-AMs, they're going to say, well, what if we've just refueled and we get a code 60? That advantage, that change, doesn't change the rules at all. So in some ways, I think they should give them a different advantage. If they're going to give the all-AM teams an advantage, they should give it to them in a different way. What I find more difficult to deal with is that Red Ant car up ahead of us that's got 3 silver drivers at the wheel. We've got a proper AM in it. In fact, we've got 2 proper AMs in our car.
Very good point. And they've also got a very dynamic refueler. Thank you, Paul. Great as always. What we need, I need to get down to the TCE, and I can only walk. So what I'd like to say, because I normally ask a question of a driver, and I go, oh, this track's great. But I'd like to say, personally, I think this track is fantastic. I love all the corners. But what I really, really need is for John to talk me round the lap.
I think we can probably do that, Nick. Thank you very much indeed. This is 20 corners here at Mugello, and a phenomenal challenge for any driver, particularly down that long front straight where the top speed is considerable. There's actually 2 rises on the front straight. 3 different timing areas. Well, we're only counting 15 corners, excuse me, yes, 15 corners. Where did I get 20 from? But over the first of the rises, and the second of the rises rather, into turn 1, which is Santa Nata, down to second gear for most of the cars here, under 60 miles an hour, up to third, and you hold third through the first of the chicanes, accelerate up into 4th, some cars just grabbing 5th and then back down to 4th for the second chicane, Bordiga, and up into 5th again, very quick entry into Casanova, then downhill and down towards the Arabiatas. Now you've really got to have a nicely balanced car through here. Climbing up through Arabiata 2, it's actually quite a tight chicane through 10 and 11. See 1 or 2 people making mistakes there. As you go into the 3rd sector, turn 12 is Conantau. That's a 180-degree right-hander. 13 and 14, very, very quick indeed if you get the line right there. You don't want to be hitting traffic, though, as you come through to the final corner. The long double apex machine. Long double apex left-hander that brings you back onto the start-finish straight. And that is round about 1 minute and 50 seconds or thereabouts. 5.2 kilometers, so just under 3 miles around this track, just over 3 miles, excuse me, around this track. And we'll be looking for 349 laps, which is the lap distance here. And that was on the very first year that we raced here, back in 2014, AF Corsa and their Ferrari did 349 laps. Nick has made his way down to pole position in TCE and is with a very bright Ligier.
Brighter than normal because I can't run at the moment. So we're with the pole, the 215. It's Frank Ibudari who's in the car. Frank, what are the tactics for the race?
No tactics, just finish the race.
How are you in comparison to speed with the cars directly in front of you? Will you be getting close to them, or will they get away from you?
Sorry,
have you got to worry about the cars in front in the different classes, or are they quicker and you can run your own race?
No, I have the problem is the vortex, because they are more faster in the straight, but there are some trouble in the curve. Also, I think we will fight every turn to faster in the straight line, and I will fight with them in the curve.
Well, Frank, best of luck. That's Frank in the very, very attractive Ligier. I'm not sure if anyone else can have a little chat. The pole in the other class, TCX class, which is the 251. That's Peter Larson, but his door shut. Peter, he's going to open the door. Oh, he's got the window down. Marvellous. It's like a drive-through, which is like a Big Mac, sir. Peter, you've got the more powerful M2. So what are your aims for the race?
Having some fun and getting on the podium, I hope.
What do you see as the biggest challenge in the first few laps? Are you going to take it very carefully, or?
No, actually not. I think that the first few laps will be the best because the faster cars are going. But then in 10 or 15 minutes, they will come back. So that's probably one of the easiest part of this race.
One thing I do like is it's got keyless ignition. So because everyone loses a key, even in motor racing, they've had to Velcro the key. I'm not sure if Seb can see that. They've Velcroed the key into the transmission tunnel so no one loses it, so they don't get immobilised out of the race car. Let's go back to the 332, which actually is the slower of the two cars. Now, who's taking the start for this one? I can't see any. It's Michael Bonk. Michael, you're obviously in both cars, but I think I'm right to say you're only going to drive this one today and that one tomorrow. Is that right?
Yes, it's correct. Today I drive only this car, and tomorrow I drive the other car, and Martin switched with me.
So, effectively, therefore, what you have to do is on the last lap, you need to crash this car. So,
it's as Hermann, it's with gold tires, and he give to more power, and a little broken, and
that happened in qualifying. That's right, Mark. Yeah, the car spun and broke. Thank you very much indeed. I think we're going to get slightly shoved a bit. Just to clear this up, if people who remember the two M2s, the last time they were here, they had two different brake horsepowers. One was 360, one was 420. Now, to make it even between the two of them, they're both exactly the same. And two of the drivers are driving both cars. But it actually, apart from that, if you look at this, the 331 has the Partil brothers, whereas it's Volker Piepmeier and Hermann Bock, who are separately in the 332. This is going to be the battle of the race, John. Nothing's bigger than two people in the same team racing two BMWs, which are exactly the same, and two of the drivers being the same as before. John, take us through the race.
Well, effectively, they're racing themselves as well, aren't they? Because they're swapping between the cars, so they've got a collective responsibility against themselves. I'm not sure I would like to take that, to be honest, if I was in either of those cars. Engines have fired, and the grid is being cleared for the first part of the Hankook 12 Hours of Mugello for 2023. If you are just joining us, nice to have your company. Slightly worrying and threatening clouds. The clouds are waving their fists at us from pretty much all around. Now, this happened yesterday, and we stayed dry. I think we had 3 drops of rain in the whole day, and we seem to be in the middle of a weather system at the moment. Here's how they'll line up. It's Porsche and AMG on the front row, with Herbert Motorsports and Heart of Racing, the 91 and 27, separated by almost a full second, in fact just on a full second between those two cars, and the average of the 3 drivers who qualified. And race on row 2 in the race, AMG and Audi. Plenty of Audis we'll be talking about. The Acodis ASP team, the number 88, and the Santalog Junior team. CP Racing are the first of the AM cars, in 5th position with Land Motorsport, and Chris Meese starting that particular car, and was mighty yesterday. Then it's Haas RT, the Antigua and Barbuda car. Jutta Racing on row 4. That's all, the last 3, all Audis, by the way. Porsche and AMG, the first of the 992 category cars, is Ayrton Redant starting, along with Yannick, his family member, and Kobe de Bruyke. Then it's Hoffer Racing in GT3. That's the Kroll family outing. Red Camel Jordan, second in the 992 Cup class, with the bright orange 909 with the Century Porsche Ticino 912 alongside. Veely Motorsport by EMI Motorsports, the multicoloured 955 992 Cup car, has Land's second car for company, the number 34 Audi. Then it's E2P Racing with the Porsche, and that's listed as a 991.2, but I think that is a 992 now, actually. I'll check that out when I see. Excuse me, that is a 993 car, of course. And then Neuhofer Rennsport on row 8. We'll rattle through the rest of the grid with RD Signs and RPM. That's the pole sitting GTX, Jutta Racing and EB Motors, NKPP by HRT and HRT's 930 alongside each other. Red Ant second car, the 904, and the first of the Vortex, that's second in GTX on the outside of row 12. Row 13, the Porsche Baltic number 992 with 9 and 11 Racing, or 9 and 11 as they call it, one of the Gen 2 Cup cars in GTX. Bugera, ZM Racing, the best of the GT4s, has Atlas BX Motorsport alongside both AMGs on row 14. Simpson Motorsport, another GT4, that's one of the new G82 M4 BMWs. Then they've got another GT3 Cup car alongside them for Enrico Fulgenzi Racing, PB Racing and Kessel Racing on row 16. And finishing it off on row 17, HRT Performance and the second of the Vortexes in position number 34. In TCE, SK Racing on pole position for the very pretty Ligier. Then the 3 BMW M2 Club Sports, the more powerful one is the best of them. Then the 2 Hoffa Racing cars for that internecine battle. ICO Racing, the sole TCR entrant on position 5 in TCE. That is a separate race and of course will have its own podium. Those are your runners and riders for the first part of this Hankook 12 Hours of Mugello, and we're getting them side by side as they come round behind the pace car as it now is. We probably will not see that car again now because of code 60s. And Ben Constantiouris with me in the booth for the start of the race. Morning, Ben.
Morning. One thing to really look out for at the start of this one is the Ferrari of Kessel Racing. The number 8 down in 32nd position. Plenty of work to do after missing a portion of qualifying. We are getting ready to go racing here in Mugello for the first 6 hours.
Red lights are off as the cars come to the line, and it's a pretty even break from the front row. We lose them into the dip for a moment up over the top of the rise, and Herbeth are out there first from the pole position in the dark grey Porsche. They head down in the braking area of turn 1, braking improbably late with these ABS-equipped GT3 cars at full speed there. They're still only braking just before the 100 marker, which is incredible to watch if you're standing on the side of the circuit. Already through the first part of the chicane, and it's a fabulous start by Ralph Bourne. He's really done what he needed to do. Ian James, Harter Racing by SPS in the AMG. If you're an IMSA follower, not an Aston Martin for these guys. They've run this SPS fettled machine for a couple of races now, as we started with 6 hours on the clock. And this is a big gap, a very big gap at the start of the first lap. Ralph Bourne not having to defend at all here, Ben, because he's put, what, 10 car lengths into Ian James.
Great first confidence with the tyres on that car. He's obviously feeling very comfortable, and the sector time's showing that as well. Ian James just settling in. Good start from Paul Everard in the Santalok Junior team. That's up to 3rd position now, the blue and black machine. Just 2 drivers in that car. Paul Everard will share it with Owen Bastard. And CP Racing trying to make progress as well. They started in 5th, so they are actually in 5th, but they've got, they've got somebody ahead of them that should, or was not there initially. Progress from the Ferrari, but not massive progress for the semi-pro of Marco Frezza, who started the number 8 machine. That was the fastest car in practice during yesterday's running, but then missed a section of qualifying and therefore could not get themselves up through the field. Same with HRT, same with Vortex. They didn't get one of the portions in qualifying, therefore your average is shot and you end up at the tail of the field. Around the outside for Land Motorsport.
Through the Arabiata curves for the first time. Love the rise and fall of this circuit. The back of the field still trailing through the last third of the lap, whilst the leaders are already over the top of turn 1, 2 and 3 and heading into the second chicane. CP Racing sitting in a decent 5th position there. So Paul Everard for Santalok Junior team, one of the movers in the early part of that lap. First lap also keeping an eye on the battles through the other parts of the field. And Ayrton Radon for the 992 category, it was up inside the top 10 in qualifying, and it's been a great start from Felix Neuhofer for Neuhofer. Rennsport has got by Rick Breukers, now in third position, so 903, 985 and 909, in 9th, 10th and 11th in the GT part of the race, and they are battling in the 992 category. As Ben correctly predicted, another mover is that Kessel Ferrari coming through the field, having a lot of work to do, but doing it nicely. And Marco Frezza at the end of the first lap was up to 22nd. I reckon he's inside the top 20 now already. He's made at least another couple of passes. We'll get the reset on the timing and scoring as they come through again at the end of this lap. His onboard for the first 2 or 3 laps is going to be absolutely epic.
Yeah, 9 places made up on lap 1. We'll check in a second on lap 2. We've got a battle for the lead in the 992 category, and that's Red Ant versus Red Camel. It's actually for second because Felix Neuhofer has got himself up into the lead and checked out. He's well ahead. Rick Breukers aboard the 909 and at the moment holds on to that second position ahead of Ayrton Redon.
So that is a change for the position there. Effectively starting in second for Rick Breukers, dropped down to third for a moment after Felix Neuhofer went through, and then he's got by pole sitter Ayrton Radon. So Neuhofer now leads in 992 from Rick Breukers, so it's now 985, 909, 903 in the pole sitter with a very, very conservative start there.
What we're seeing from Land Motorsport, the 55, Christopher Mies, by far one of the fastest drivers out in our grid today, really showing that it's not that easy to overtake around Mugello with a car that is half as decent pace as his. Charles Espenlaub in CP Racing, also a pretty good peddler. Christopher Mies, probably faster, but for the moment, without being incredibly aggressive, unable to find a way past the CP Racing Mercedes and therefore sitting in 6th position. But some unconventional racing lines and some unconventional driving from Mies as he tries to improvise and find a way through. Plenty of action in the middle of the field though as the Vortex goes down the inside of the Krone Racing Porsche. Who started that one? I think it was Tracy Krone. It is.
Yeah. Yeah, the man with his name literally on the door. As that bright green Krone machine.
Got a bit of a queue behind him.
Green and blue, Krone Racing, 907. Coming through the 982. This is all in the Porsche class. So this is going to be a battle right the way through the next 6 hours today and the rest of the 6 hours to make up the 12 tomorrow. Interesting point that Nick was making on the grid there, and a very interesting answer as that position's just changed that Paul Truswell gave in from Red Camel, with those 3 all-AM cars getting the extra fuel allowance under the purple flags. 2 by 2 and 2 rows. This looks more like a NASCAR race than it does at GT races. We had 2 rows of 2 there, and that is a position made up for Harry Hilders in the 928 NKPP by HRT Performance, as Tracy Krone has dropped down to 4th in class. Now, he is one of the AM machines.
Yeah, 9th in at 992, 4th in the AM category of that particular class, and he's got the Porsche Baltic that's got past him. He's got Red Ant that has yet to get past him, and then there is actually a Jutta Racing GT3 Audi in there as well. So there's plenty of fast guys trying to get past. We also saw on the last lap that Christopher Mies did get past Charles Espenlaub. It was more that Espenlaub actually slightly outbraked himself going into turn 1, opened the door for Chris Mies, and Mies is now through and hassling the back end of Jerome Policon in the Acudis ASP Mercedes GT3 car.
That's the dark grey and dark red machine. Mies was mighty yesterday, and he only had 1 real attack lap because of a red flag, and bizarrely everybody was expecting to go red flag free, and when I say bizarrely, that made a big difference to how they fueled the cars. So they didn't have very much fuel to do an extra out lap, and that meant that everybody was tight on fuel. as they were qualifying. Meese side by side with that Jerome Policond Akkodis ASP team, and has made the position, so up to 4th spot. And that almost camouflage green machine on the move again. Ralph Bourne leads by nearly 3 seconds from Ian James in the Mercedes-AMG Heart of Racing. And Pearl Everard in 3rd. As usual, the start has been looked at in race control, just to make sure all is good. Not reading anything into that at the moment. Tends to be looked at once the first couple of laps, Ben, have settled down into some kind of rhythm, which is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, it's difficult to judge jump starts, for instance, when you do have a rolling start. You just need to make sure that everyone's kind of in roughly the right position and there's not too much movement or acceleration, deceleration before the lights turn green. Usually you're analysing the front row mainly is to see if they've made a big jump start. Round the outside here for the very colourful liveried Barbuda machine, and that's actually made a position up. So
that was a great pass.
That's Frederick Verviche, who is another one who is probably in the top class of driver that we've got here this weekend. Round the outside of Charles Espenlaub and up into 6th position. Verviche is on the same level as Meese, really, when it comes to driving an Audi GT3 car, so he'll be looking to try and follow through. Meese has actually got past a couple on that last lap, hasn't he? Because he's got past Jerome Policond.
And Paul Everard, he's up to 3rd. You're spot on there, Ben. So that's been another good couple of laps for me. So he's got the GT3 AM leader in the shape of Ian James. Very experienced driver, Ian James. And still plies his trade in the GT3 Aston Martin in IMSA WeatherTech competition. So it's Herbeth by about 4 seconds from Heart of Racing, and as I say that, Heart of Racing dropped down to 3rd as Chris Meese goes up into 2nd. All right, so it's 3.8 seconds between Meese in the Land Motorsport Audi and Ralph Bourne in the Herbeth car. Remember that, and let's keep an eye on that gap.
Yeah, but more than that, this is the first time Chris Meese has had clear air throughout the whole of the race, so let's see what he can do now. On the last lap, it was a 1:49.9, and that was whilst getting through traffic. This is where Verviche really needs to get a move on, because he'll see that Chris Meese has got clear track now, and he's got a couple of cars still ahead of him, and a queue of cars. It's actually easier to overtake one car on its own than having to do 2 or 3 at once with getting offline and somebody else attacking you. So Verviche right in the middle of a sandwich of 5 cars, much harder to get himself out of that than Chris Meese overtaking one with Ian James on that last lap.
Very impressed with the mutual respect that's been given by all the drivers here. Drivers of vastly differing experience, and yet no paint being traded. See, it can be done. All these cars with the same performance potential. Here comes Verviche on Policond, the multicoloured Audi on the dark red, white and grey AMG as they come to the line to complete the 6th lap.
Mercedes look not particularly good in the middle of the last corner, but off the exit of the last corner really had some serious grunt and has pulled a couple of car lengths since the exit of that final turn. Got a long straight here in Mugello down into turn 1, and the Mercedes really stretched its legs, so that's making it hard for the Audi to get past. But once we go into the main crux of the lap, a lot of mid-corner, mid-speed left and right, and it seems as though that's where the balanced Audi is much better.
Policond defending into the 2nd chicane, turns 4 and 5, and that tells me now that the race is starting to get on. Policond now deciding that he wants to hold his position. 2nd in GT3 AM and 6th in the overall, 5th in the overall standings, and that's where he wants to stay at the moment. He wants to keep an eye 2 cars up the road, make that 3 cars up the road on the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes. That's the leader in class at the moment. I'm not sure he's doing his cause that much good at the moment, because he's not really battling with Vervees at this stage of the race, is he?
It's that classic thing. The more you defend, the more you put yourself offline, the slower your ultimate lap time is. He'd be much better off just letting Vervees through and learning as well from him. Every one of these drivers is learning as we start getting into traffic now. They're learning from each other. They're learning from every lap in that car. We know Paul Everard, for instance, hasn't done any racing in a GT3 car so far, only GT4s. So this is a new thing for him, the downforce levels, how the car feels around this circuit. Ian James compromised through the last turn there.
Correct.
And now under pressure for third.
Yeah, that was the TCX BMW that got in the way of Ian James, and that's cost him. It's going to cost him at least one position, possibly two. Paul Everard goes round the outside at turn one. Can do that because you get the inside for turn two. So even though he couldn't get back on the throttle, he's got the preferred line. He'll do a bit of a block pass there and stands Ian James up in the middle of turn two. Lovely piece of driving by both of the pilots there as they head slightly downhill into the second of the chicane. And this time it's Polycond who was looking the most likely, and all of this battling has allowed Charles Espinelaub, who quite happily let 2-3 cars go by. He's back on the back of them now. That's really smart driving by Charles. Ian James again caught up behind. This time it's one of the Bonk cars that are battling in TC with the similar drivers. Indicator on to the right hand side. That means I'm to the left hand side, rather means I'm going left, not you should go left. I always worry about that in case that's misinterpreted. Vervees having a look as well, and for the lead. Well, we said it was 3.9 seconds. How long would it take Mies to catch him? The answer was about 2 laps, and goes to the lead. The Land Audi now leading halfway around lap number 8, and Audi takes over the first position from Herbert Porsche.
The only man in the under the 150 mark is Chris Mies, who hits the front now, and there's a nice big gap between Byrne and that battle that we were seeing getting through traffic with Ian James at the head of it. 6.8 back from these two as they come across the line to complete lap 8. Now, once we've said, I mean, Ralph Bond's got some experience as we've got more traffic now as we're getting into the GTX cars. Well, actually, that's a battle further back, isn't it, with the GTX leader in the midst of a 992 battle. We're very used to traffic being a big thing in these 24H series races, less so this year, or this race particularly, because we have less TCR TCXs. And they, you know, especially the TCRs, used to have wildly different racing lines to a rear-wheel drive car. Now we've just got the one front-wheel drive machine to deal with. Everything else is rear-wheel drive, and very few are much, much slower than the GT3 cars.
Yeah, it'll be the back of the 992 field. 13 992s split into the 992 and then the 992 AM class, and 13 GT3s. And again, I think we've got eight AMs in GT3. Yes, we have, including those 3 all AM teams. Just remember, if you weren't with us on Nick's grid walk and I count down to green, and by the way, why not? He will do another one tomorrow as we reset the field on Sunday morning. 3 AM teams with the all AM drivers in GT3. Got a little bit of a break. It may help them. It'll be strategic, but they could come in to the pit lane under the fuel stop, rather, under code 60, the full course purple flags, and they can take up to their full 105 litre fill with no penalty. Everyone else can only do 55 litres, 110 litres rather, for the 3AM, and 55 for the rest of them.
I'd like to shout out to the car ahead of us right now, which is the Vortex 701 machine. Second in GTX, and about a second off the lead of a Super Trofeo Lamborghini. They are,
factory built car.
Is doing a very, very good job. Yes, that is his team, it's his car, and he has plenty of years of experience in it. But you know, we usually see those Vortex in strife and not at the sharp end. And the leader is the 720 RD Science Lamborghini, but in the same queue with just 2 992 cars between them is that Vortex,
including the number 992, which is right behind the number 720, that's RD Sainz machine, driven by Andreas Butkevicius. And that's the car with the big 75 on the side. That's not the car number in the Porsche Baltic machine. That's 75 years of Porsche this year. And two huge, in fact, got a flappy bonnet as well on that
well, they all seem
green and yellow.
I noticed that a lot of them are doing that at the end of the straight.
Well, it's very, very fast here. And actually, the 992 car going past the RD Sainz machine out of 1 and into 2. We actually had one that folded up the carbon fibre at Kuwait Motor Town. I've just remembered that now that you've said that they all seem to be doing a bit of flapping around. 75 years of Porsche, and the other big anniversary as we have a battle for the lead in GTX. Side by side, the orange Vortex going down the hill, turning right and now down towards Casanova. And I think the pass has been made. It has been made. That was an opportunistic manoeuvre and taken very nicely by Lionel Amarouche. Now that Lamborghini seems to have slowed just a little bit. There's 2 or 3 cars gone past it. It had been holding its own, but quite clearly the pace is not there for the moment. I'll finish the thought about the Porsches. 75th of Porsche, and the 911 is 60 this year, believe it or not. So Ben Constantinos has never lived in a world where 911 did not exist. It's always been there for you.
Neither's Nick.
Yeah, but Joe has.
Again, that's the second day, Joe. Second day of mentioning your age. Fred Ravich is the second driver to get into the 49s. So we've now got 2 drivers out there in below the 50s. Ravich is up to 3rd position in that GT3 Audi for Haas RT. There's a story to be told from Stéphane Perrin, I think, on that. Now moving from Audi and TCR up to GT3. And a little slide. Oh, that could have been a nasty accident for one of our Audis a bit further down the field.
Is that the Sandlocker?
No, I don't think it is. It's the 34 Lant car.
Oh, it was the second Land car, yeah.
Got a bit of a swapper on. The rear end broke away through the acceleration up from turn 1, and a little bit overzealous with the opposite lock. Somebody sent him towards the barrier and saved him from going into it by the grass. But who's in that car at the moment?
34's Tim Vogler. He'd actually just passed Rick Breukers on that lap around.
So it's a bit offline
into turn 1, possibly a little offline, maybe dirty Hankook tyres. So he'd put himself between that battle for the lead in the 992 category, just on the outskirts of the top 10. Felix Neuhofer now has Rick Breukers about a second behind him and closing in. So it's Red Camel versus Neuhofer. Rennsport, Red Ant with Ayrton Red Ant in 4th position. The multicoloured 955, Sadiao Nicolet for Vili Motorsport by EB Motors. We've decided we like that car because it's multicoloured and we always know which one it is. Also, their team wear is fabulous.
Yeah.
Because the interior and the hoods of their jackets match the multicoloured splash. It looks absolutely brilliant.
RD Sainz Lamborghini still trying to get themselves back into a rhythm, get themselves back onto the racing line. The more you get past, the more you get pushed off racing line, the more you then don't feel the car underneath you because you picked up a bit of dirt as well. And it does take a while for the confidence to rebuild, as they've also got traffic to contend with again. Well, this is the first time for them to get past the TCX machines. Harry Hilders is our chauffeur at the moment in P24.
Ninth position in 992, 4th in AM at the moment. There's basically a Porsche Cup race in the middle of this event, isn't there? With 13 cars there. I've seen years in various Porsche Carrera Cups around the world that have only had 13 to 15. Most of them are very, very healthy at the moment. Well over 50, well over 40 cars rather for the, I think it was 41 cars for Sebring, and a full season entry of 40 for the Porsche Deluxe North America Carrera Cup. We'll have coverage for that on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV from Long Beach. That's going to be fun. Coming up in a couple of weeks' time. Sergio Nicolai still in 14th position for the 955 Porsche. That's 3rd place in the class, but he's got 2 cars now between him and the battling Red Camels and Neuhofer Rennsport. Exactly a second between Felix and Rick. They've just gone across the line in front of us, heading down to turn 1. Just waiting for Sergio to go through the 955. There he is, goes through in front of us. But it's traffic, traffic, traffic all the time. You've got to get the balance right here, Ben, between patience and aggression.
Yeah, and I think we saw that, didn't we, with Ian James doing a great job with clear track ahead of him early doors, but once the slower BMWs came into play, just didn't quite find the right places to do it without being compromised too much. And that's how the heart of race SPS Mercedes has dropped down to 5th. It is still the lead Mercedes because Jerome Poliquin is behind, Charles Espenlaub is behind him, and then Alexander Prince in the Hofer Racing Mercedes is behind him. So we've got a Audi leading, Porsche second, Audi, and then the 4 Mercedes all running together in GT3, and that's actually the AM category leader down to 4th position, and Marco Frezza in the Ferrari now up to 8th, and crucially not that far behind Hofer Racing. So Frezza has done a really good job in this first stint to minimise the time loss, considering how far he started down the grid and how much he was compromised in those early laps by the slower cars ahead of him.
So let's take you round the circuit in with the Heart of Racing, and Ian James crossed the line, passes us on the right-hand side. Slight left kink just as you're coming into the braking area for turn 1. Down through the gearbox, yellow flags at turn 1. Somebody's gone off, and I think there was an overtake there down the inside of Ian, and that will be being looked at. There was definitely waved yellow flags there. It's clear through 2 and 3. And I saw an AMG appear on the right-hand side. And in fact, it's a slow car. It's the Ligier. Is it the Ligier? No, it's one of the GT4 AMGs.
That's a GT4 Mercedes, yeah.
Yeah. Now, there was a white flag out there, which is the number 403. Is that the car that was off? Stephen Cho for Atlas BX Motorsport. Now down into Casanova, leading down the hill into the first part of the Arrabbiata curves. Hit the first apex, missed the middle one, hit the second one. Classic triple apex corner, or triple pressure corner, as Martin would say if he was on the bobsleigh.
I think you were right about the yellow flag, but I think it was Nine and Elf who have had a 56-second sector 1, so they've lost half a minute with an error there. They are now running again, but it was only a very brief yellow flag.
Confirmed. Well done, Ben, with a bit of detective work. Through the fast final chicane, heading towards the last corner. Ian James then, still with traffic ahead of him. He's looking at the back of the Santa Lock Junior Team Audi, Paul Lefrat. And that's the battle for 4th and 5th. Late apex for Ian, squaring off the corner. Trying to get the power down. Does look like the Mercedes is struggling in the middle of that corner, and Ian's trying not to scrub the front Hankook tyres. He's taking it very easily.
Yeah, I think there was a change, because there's another car ahead of them, which is Jerome Poliquin in the Mercedes. So he's made up 2 positions.
Right, so he went through under a yellow flag.
There we go.
He absolutely went through under a yellow flag because the Porsche was stationary. So that's going to be it was the 719 in 30th position. Ralph Irmer for 9 and Elf Racing, in the very pretty dark green and red.
Yeah, great livery that.
Yeah, I love it. It really suits the 992 as well. I thought there was a Mercedes AMG came through. There was definite waved flags there going into turn 1. Something about a waved flag that always catches my eye.
Well, it's good.
Yeah, I know. I might not be able to see anything else or read the breakfast menu, but the waved yellow flag I'm going to see. That's fine.
But the problem is, Poliquin's also in that lap past Paul Everard. So he passed Ian James under the yellow, but then later in the lap past Paul Everard as well. He can't really give the place back now.
It's going to be a penalty. Keep an eye on the penalty screen. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 across the track there for a moment. Well, actually, that was the number 11 coming through as well. Alexander Prince and Hoffa Racing had 2 right side Hankooks on the dirt here as they're carving their way through.
I do have a story for you. In the last 5 minutes, the first of our penalties issued, and it has been issued to Rick Breukers.
Right.
The 909 deemed to jump the start. So a
Right.
10-second time penalty will be served when they first make their pit stops in the penalty box.
He's got 2 hours to do that,
Yeah, he's got
so
a
he
lot of time.
doesn't have to do it. Remember, you can come in under code 60, but you double the penalty time. And everybody knows that that is worth it. So they might just hang on right till the very end until they have to take it. Kessel Ferrari, now Marco Frezza up to, I think he's up to 8th position now. As he comes across the line, no, still in 9th, right behind Alexander Prince. Ian James has dropped down to 7th as Charles Esplanad's gone through. And so that was a position for Am as well. Jérôme Policon has got to the front of the Am battle, but did so whilst passing under a yellow. Absolutely no doubt in my mind there. Went up the inside of Ian James. Ian was giving up the inside of the corner because there was a Porsche sitting facing in the wrong direction. I think race control will take a dim view of that. Love the white number roundel on the front of that Ferrari. That has historic echoes as the Kessel Ferrari does make up that position now and goes ahead of Alexander Prince up into 8th position.
Around the outside of the first part of the downhill, far sweeping right-left in the middle part of this lap. Very, very brave because the circuit itself quite dirty on the outside of those faster turns where the Hankook rubber is left over. And still lots of traffic now to contend with as the leading cars get involved with the GTX machines. So they've got the slower of the 992s cleared. They've also got the lappery of the TCX machines for a second time. And this is really where you need to keep your wits about you. CP Racing, Charles Esplanade, side by side with Paul Everard in the 26 Santalok Audi. He's got a lot of work to do over the next 2 days. Just the 2 drivers in that car. Plenty of seat time, of course, but might be a bit knackered by the end of it. And they've got a little bit of a gap before the next group of cars, James Prince and Marco Frezza. CP Racing up the inside at the last turn and moves himself back up into 5th position then, with Jérôme Policon checking out ahead. It's Christopher Mies who leads by 11.2 seconds after 16 laps. Ralph Bohn is now dropping to 3rd position behind Frédéric Verviche. And then there is a 12-second gap between Bohn and Policon.
At RSL_studio. Nice to have your company wherever you're watching and listening. Hello to Jerry Sisk, who is tuned in. Also, as ever, to Alan Prosser, as he is doing the screenshots again today. The Ferrari of Kessel in that fabulous red and white livery. Now, that car was blue earlier in the week. We suspect it wasn't that car.
Almost certainly.
Yeah, I don't think they've rewrapped it.
Livery guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Potentially testing 2 cars, honestly, with 5 drivers on the list for the Kessel Racing 8. They might have had both cars out in free practice and it just didn't notice the red and white machine. But the one that is on your spotter's guide, if you have one, the blue and white, the Vesta machine, finished free practice on the back of a low loader. Not massive amount of damage, but on the front, a little bit on the rear. But when it came to qualifying, we saw this red and white machine entered and used. Has an onboard camera, and so I speculated that perhaps the plan was always to use this car, and that just didn't get translated to the bloke who did the spotter's guide, because it's not the work of a moment to refit an onboard camera from one to the next.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
They would have only had about an hour to do so. But I do also remember the onboard system being on the roof of the
blue one.
Of the blue one too. So
maybe both of them had the fitting, and it was just a case of bolting the actual camera in.
Right, so it's just one of the stories for our pit reporters to delve into across the course of our 12-hour race. There's a few from the start of the weekend already.
So we are half an hour in, and the Kessel Ferrari up to 8th position, and The number 8 car disputing that position at the moment and having to defend from a reinvigorated Alexander Prince for Hofer Racing. Marco Frezza, what has he taken out the tyres coming through from his lowly starting position? Remember, they did not do one of the sections of qualifying. 3 15-minute qualifying sessions for each car throughout the race. 3 different drivers, unless you only had 2 drivers, that had to take place. 1 set of tyres and 1 set of fuel. So you could not change tyres, could not add fuel. All very tactical and a nice way to do it. And just ahead of that number 8 now, as Alexander Prince seems to have dropped back just a touch, is the Ian James-driven dark blue Heart of Racing by SPS AMG GT4, the number 27. He's looking not that far up the road, as he's going to have to defend in a moment from Frezza. That's Paul Everard, who's just up the road from Ian. Heart of Racing supporting the Seattle Children's Hospital cardiac unit. Raised something close to $9 million in their racing over the last few years. Here in Europe, in the States, and even when they were quarantined and unable to travel when half the team was down in New Zealand. Alex Riberas and Ian James among them.
I can think of better places to be quarantined.
The worst places.
Worst for it.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah, absolutely. They had a good time, but I mean, all right, long way from home, but they made the best of it and raised some money for some good causes down there as well. Took on one of the professional drift racers, drift champions down there, and also did some GT, some national New Zealand GT racing, and did rather well. To pick up some of the battles in 992 category behind the gold and grey. It's the 967s, that Nicola Sturzinger for HRT, Paolo Venerosi for EB Motors, and then Red Ant and Tom Van Rompuy with Tracy Cron about another 20 seconds. Oh no, check that, he's closing in. Tracy Cron, because these three are battling. Tracy Cron is closing in substantially, around about 15 seconds behind. Now the battle behind Santalock hotting up, so this is 6th on down. Great battle, and whoever's done the BOP's done a decent job here. Creventic trying their very best to give everyone a level playing field in terms of performance potential, although we've got a track here that goes up and down quite a lot, which is great.
Big switch from going GT4 to GT3 racing for Paul Everard. And one of the main things is physicality. The GT4 cars, they do move around a lot more. They don't have the downforce pushing the car to the ground, but it does mean that when you go into GT3, you have far higher cornering speeds, and that adds to the physicality, and especially around a place like Mugello, you are really going to feel doing a full stint in a GT3 car. Everyone will be used to doing half an hour in a GT4 machine, and in the European Championship, usually that's only about 3 or 4 laps because they have so many safety cars and slow zones. You rarely get half an hour of full-on running, and he's been in the battle the whole way through. Now's got a bit of traffic to contend with. Again, something that you don't really have to worry too much about when you have a single formula, but it's great. Oh, and Tracy Crone going for the apex there and shutting the door.
That's the 28th position car getting a lap down on this battle.
Yeah.
So these guys are well into the midfield, this Kessel, etc. battle. And always an opportunity to perhaps take an advantage, and I think Polycom was slowed down just a little bit on that dark grey and magenta. Hoffer, excuse me. That's the Hoffer Racing machine with Alexander Prince.
And he's got all the way around the outside. That was great work from Alexander Prince.
I thought he was slowed down there. I thought he was going to lose the position to the Ferrari. Ian James is not fighting these guys. This is not the race. Ian James losing a couple of places there, but not fighting. We haven't mentioned this, but we should. At the end of the race today, if you are 1 minute and 45 seconds behind the leader, that time disappears.
Yeah.
And you all start back on the same lap, separated by how far away you are each other on the grid. If you go a lap back, the lap gap remains. So the key thing today to stay in contention, Ben, is to stay as close as you can to the lead lap and preferably on it.
And if you've got a pro driver, that is why we're seeing those pro drivers being used, and they'll be used heavily today to make that gap. Look, Christopher Mee, 6.7 seconds up the road from Fred Vervisch, but both of those guys are pro drivers. Ralph Byrne, semi-pro driver, 22.1 back. I say semi-pro, but I'm not entirely sure. No, he's the AM Plus.
He's the AM Plus, yeah.
So a big difference there. If those two can create that kind of a gap by the end of our 6 hours, that will easily be a lap, and you know that gives them that gives their gentleman drivers into tomorrow so much more comfort and also advantage, an extra advantage. So I think we might see some of those faster drivers being used a lot more today than they will be in the second half of the race.
At RSL_studio, hello to Efficienz. He said, I recently learned that you lent your commentary and voice to Need to Speed Pro Street, John. What was it like? It was a lot of hard work, actually. Never think that those things are difficult. That's going back a few years there, Efficienz. I think that's, all in all, was about, probably about 5-6 hour sessions that we did with that great set of people to work with. The Need for Speed development team. That's taken me back a bit, that. And hello to the Sim Racing Bar Steward. Do you think it's possible to see 24H Series return to the UK? A few years ago, they did the 24 hours at Silverstone. It was fantastic. The lack of international multi-class endurance racing in the UK is disappointment. Don't disagree with you there. There's some great... I'd like to see this series at Donington. No.
Something to do with B, isn't it?
No, nothing to do with that.
Most of the motorsport not travelling to Europe is due to it being much more expensive than it once was.
It's mostly to do with getting the dates. And Silverstone are very, very busy. Same problem with the WEC. I don't think they want to go to Oulton Park, not with 50 cars. Esplanade taking an opportunistic manoeuvre, goes through. And he might get 2 places here.
It's a lap traffic.
That's the Super Trofeo car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was Charles Esplanade and Jerome Policond, and that was the AM lead in GT3. Yeah, absolutely agree with you. Be good to see some more international GT and endurance racing in the UK.
Yeah, you've got the Sprint Cup from SRO GT3s at Brands Hatch, but it's a Sprint Cup. It's not an endurance race.
Correct.
Basically two half-hour stints stuck together. They do one 1 hour race, don't they? They don't do 2 1 hour races. Great kind of...
Still got a Brit car endurance races, of course.
And GT Cup as well. If got
and British GT. British GT this year looks absolutely awesome. So many international drivers in that, and works interest and manufacturer interest. I like endurance racing at Silverstone and the Grand Prix circuit, and of course it's very close to home for me. I've actually slept in my own bed when we've been covering endurance events from there, which is a very unusual occurrence. But I would like to see perhaps other circuits being utilised, particularly with the Creventic, where you have a split race. You don't have to worry about going through the night and noise. The other thing about Silverstone is you have to be very, very careful on the noise. Although effectively, and we found this out the last time that this series was there is no noise limit at Silverstone. There's no upper noise limit. They have a voluntary noise limit, and they work with local residents to keep the complaints down. And that voluntary noise limit is quite difficult for GT3 cars, particularly at night for some reason. Cars do sound different at night. And there was a lot of issues the last time that we had endurance racing with GT3 cars there. You have to normally put a different exhaust baffle on them.
The 24-hour race that used to exist, that you guys used to cover as well, and it was taken over by 24H Series for a few years. It has now become a C1 race.
Yeah.
So there is still a 24-hour race at Silverstone, but it's a one-make Citroen C1 race.
So this battle in the sharp end of the bottom end of the top 10, should I say, Ian James, and he has dropped down from a qualifying position of second. Tim Vogler right ahead of him. Before we say goodbye to Nick Damon and Joe Bradley comes in audio only, let's nip down to Nick Damon. The weather's cleared up. Yes.
Is that well done, because I've been here for 45 minutes and no one's come to the pits, so that's incredible. I've never seen that before, and I can't think of any endurance race where we've gone 45 minutes with no pit calls. So everyone's kept it on the island enough not to have any damage. The one thing I will say is, I'm not sure, you probably can't see this, it's really blowy.
Yeah.
And it's running right down the straight, and by really blowy, I mean it's probably about 25, 30 miles an hour, so they're being absolutely pushed into turn one, so the already fast straight is even faster. So again, I want to give a round of applause to all the drivers, and then pass over to Joe.
I've been thinking about it, Nick, and I just didn't want to say it because we've seen one fluttering of a yellow flag for a spin at turn one. We've had no one come into the pits. And we are nearly, we're at the 45-minute mark, and we are nearly at the first pit stops. We've got 2 penalties now ready to be served. It has been remarkably clean and really well behaved out there on circuit.
How did Polycon escape getting...
It hasn't been analysed at all. Maybe the yellow flags hadn't come out at that point because the car was only just
Definitely
stationary.
Definitely had.
You said you saw it.
Ian James had nothing in front of him.
Yeah.
There's a yellow flag, and then up the inside, on the side where the Porsche is, Polycon went through.
It is not under investigation, and no penalty has been given.
I'm very surprised.
There has been a penalty for a 6-track offence for Franco Girolami, European touring car champion, where they don't really pay attention to track limits. They just they put tyres in the way instead.
Track limits is something hard.
Yes, exactly.
You go as far as you can until you hit something.
Whereas the old front-wheel drive understeering wide everywhere means that the 147 Soul TCR car has a 10-second time penalty.
I have photographic evidence now as well.
Oh, what has Alan Prosser done some...
He has, yeah.
You're doomed when Prosser's on the shots.
Oh, he's there.
Oh, yeah.
Yellow flag waving, no Polycon on the right-hand side, and then Polycon goes through
and
to the
we have a yellow
apex.
flag again at turn 11.
Right, so that's towards the end of the track. Joe Bradley in the pit lane.
We've got a prize winner, first pit lane caller. It's a Mercedes down towards pit in, which I'm just making my way
Buggy
down
Ra.
there. I think it's the
Buggy Ra.
The Buggy Ra car, yeah. I'm just getting to it now. Looks pretty straightforward. I say straightforward. A bit of more attention than we'd like to that left front.
Joe, we've got the Herbert Motorsport car stopped.
Yeah, the marshals are already there. This was the car that started on pole position, and Ralph Bourne, oh, well, is this good news or bad news for them? Because he's found a access point noted by the bright orange edges to the tyre barrier. That's around the back of the pits, isn't it? So that's coming down to Casanova. And he is going to be pushed back into that. He's found reverse. I think we're staying green here. So really nice driving from him, but that means that they're going to go laps down early on. This is disaster for the, gotta say it, the car that we were expecting to be disputing it, and the pole sitter bet.
And interestingly, Haas RT are in the pits with you, Joe, at the fuel bay. So whilst maybe they've seen that car parked up and trying to get in before the code 60 is thrown, even though we now see that it won't be thrown, we are seeing a slightly early stop for Haas RT and Fred Vervish. No other GT3 cars yet in the pits, but lots of traffic out on circuit, Joe.
Joe just hustling down, yeah.
to leave the pits.
Yeah.
Everyone's waiting for Nick to leave the pits, and then we've got all sorts of problems. So we've got the Boomerang car, that's still in the pits, having attention, bonnet is up, and they're looking at I'll check that out. I've come along to the Herbert team, and there's consternation. There's consternation here. The two Renauer brothers are in conversation with their crew chief. I'm going to wait my turn, and then...
Look. Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Chris Mace in the lead by a stunning 40 seconds. That is impressive, and they are absolutely trying to get a lap on the field, aren't they?
We nearly had 3 wide for the lead of 9.92 there. Rick Breukers going up the inside, deciding against it, but he's trying to find a way past Felix Neuhofer, who are both actually trying to get past Tracy Krohn. So it wasn't a 3-way battle for the lead, but it was 3 cars going into the turn 1 with the leaders involved in it. Breukers has lost out a little bit, actually, with getting past Tracy Krohn, and the Ebi Motors takes advantage. Now, is Ebi Motors part of that battle, or are they a lap down as well?
No,
they're part of that battle.
Yeah, they're very much part of that battle.
Sogu Nikolai's done a great job, considering he put the car in the gravel trap in qualifying yesterday. Up to 3rd position now and on the tail of Breukers. Let's not forget Breukers has got a 10-second penalty as well. So it is advantage Felix Neuhofer. Nikolai would be 2nd, and Ayrton Renard in 3rd position. Just a quick note on the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. It's been pushed behind the barriers, but that doesn't mean its day's over. Recover to the pits. If they can fix it, the car can go back out on circuit again. Quick look at the very late move from the Ebi Motors machine to dive down the inside of Tracy Krohn and put a lap on Tracy, who's been really roughed up on his first stint here.
Just a quick mention for Jutta Racing and the Audi number 71, Evgeny Solovsky. I think is probably how you say that. And thanks to Mick at Motor Racing UK magazine. You're a NASCAR racer. And also says that the 6-hour Brit car race this year at Silverstone is a precursor to attempting to bring back the 24-hour for Brit car, according to their organisers.
Good news.
It's Claire Headley, isn't it, who looks after that nowadays?
Somebody put the 2008 version of that on YouTube the other day, with yours truly presenting it. Yours truly did not look like he does now, that's for sure, and was not in any way as competent either.
I don't think any of us were. I enjoyed that race in its various guises when it was James and Brit car, and then we had a couple of Creventic versions of that. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Joe Bradley down in the pits.
Yeah, we've got brake changes going on the number 416. That's the Bugara Mercedes. We'll get a word with their driver, David Vasecki, who's just got out of the car, to see exactly why at this early stage. We've barely had an hour of racing, and we're changing front brake pads and discs. Well, calipers and discs. Sorry, not calipers, just pads and discs. The pads staying in there. So brake disc, maybe a judder, maybe a vibration. We'll check with the driver and confirm that.
What about, Joe, if you have the same ones on as you have in qualifying and practice, and you only need to change them once, so you do it now and then have the rest of the race?
That's a good one. We'll see. In fact, I can dive in. The driver's got his helmet off now, and we'll see exactly what the problem was. David, are you David? Yeah, you are, David. David, what's the problem? Brakes at this early stage?
Yeah, I lose the brake pedal, so we must change brakes. So too early, but
that's a bit bad luck now. But hey, you've got all of the race to come back. That's what you must be thinking.
We will pushing for be the first again.
All right, a little bit disappointment down here at Bugara, and yeah, so they lost the pedal.
So you're going to have another caller in a second. It's going to be the number 992 Porsche. That's the Porsche Baltic car. Left rear puncture, and saw him off the track. Whether that was cause or effect, hard to say. But
we've got a Lotus on fire, guys. We've got a Lotus on fire at pit in. I'm saying it's on fire because there's no smoke without fire. Now he's going to be allowed to come into the pit lane. He was stopped. Now he enters the pit lane now, just coming by. And as he does so, the smoke subsides. So the 726, that beautiful little black and gold Lotus with smoke pouring from the back end of the car, that's definitely an engine issue. Hopefully just an oil leak, and it's not going to create a conflagration. I'm going to make my way up to it. Would you believe it's at pit out and I'm at pit in? I'll make my way.
That is the V6 Toyota engine in that car. Meantime, the Porsche Baltic machine of Robertas Kupcikas is trying to stay out of everybody's way, and Robertas is doing a really good job. In fact, no damage to the left rear guard and wheel arch. He's put the four-way flashes on as well. What presence of mind that is. Perhaps now just going slightly too quickly as he comes down to the end of the lap. He's going to have to drop left-handed here, but he's on the proper side of the road to drop straight into the pits. This is the multicoloured 992, the 75th anniversary Porsche logo on the side of that 992 Cup car. He's nearly at the pit lane. He's at the pit lane now and turns in on the green part of the track. Very nicely done. That, I reckon, is at least half a lap when we first saw him, Ben, and he's got that in, and he's kept the rubber on the rim. In fact, he's going, this is really smart work by the team as well. Well, you're coming in, you might as well go and get fuel. And fuel is first here. So rather than going change the tyre and then have to come all the way back around, he's still got the tyre on the rim and he's heading for fuel. Good driving to get it back and smart thinking from the strategy team at Porsche Baltic.
Puts you on the back foot, though, because you would expect to be pitting with an hour and a half or so in the 992 category. So that would be effectively, it would still need a splash and dash before we went to the red flag period, effectively, for our night break. But it's going to put them off sequence at the very least. And they were in right in the mix of things. But as you say, no further real damage done, which is great. And they'll be able to get straight back out as soon as possible.
And don't forget, at the end of the first 6 hours, there is effectively a buffer zone before the end of the race where you are not allowed to come into the pits. The pits will close towards the end of the 6th hour.
So Stefan Perrin has taken aboard the 21 Haas Audi. We saw Vervish come in quite early. His pit stop ended up being a 3 minutes and 20 seconds in total. Difficult to know whether they took tyres or not. The timing screen says pit only is only 53 seconds, but that wouldn't allow you to do a driver change. But according to the timing screens, Perrin is now aboard that car. Vervish did the first stint. They're down in 25th position, but we've seen no other GT3 cars come in. So they have opted for that slightly earlier stop, whether it was a reaction to the Herbert Motorsport machine or whether it was on plan. At the moment, it's the only GT3 car to pit.
Battle for position in 992, where there seems to be constant battles for position coming across the line now. And as they go through, it's Red Ant and Enrico Fulgenzi racing, the 903 and the 923. The 923, a rather splendid sort of dark mustard and black colour. I thought that car was in strife this morning when we came in the Stelvio, but in fact they have a full spare car ready to go on the back of a trailer.
As so often happens at 24H Series races, there are a lot more cars in the paddock as well as the cars that are out on the racetrack.
Got that 992 into the pits now. Heads up driving there to get into the fueling area with this destroyed left rear tyre that's flung to the side there. The inside edge from the wall of the side wall of the tyre completely destroyed. That's where the damage has occurred. And we've got the car. It looks great underneath. They've barely even taken a look. They've just thrown the punctured tyre, destroyed tyre to one side and bolted the new Hankook rubber straight onto it. And the car already off the jack, so minimal time lost here, just an out-of-sequence pit stop, which I'm sure they'll recover from.
Yeah, and a slowing lap, yes, Joe. But nevertheless, trying to mitigate the issues for that car by going for a top-up of fuel. And they'll have been able to brim fill that car. Fuel fill and the amount of fuel fill, part of the balance of performance here. Not always being able to get full tank. Let's say you've got a 130-litre tank. Most of the GT cars, GT3 cars, are only allowed to fill 110 litres at any one time. But that does mean if you come in off strategy, you can get back all the way to full, rather than just taking your full allowance, if that makes sense.
One thing that we are going to have to, unfortunately, monitor quite a lot is track limits. The guys are doing a great job out there spotting cars that are exceeding track limits. We've got monitors at turn 11 and turn 15 and turn 3 and turn 5. Usually that is humans literally looking at cars going 4 wheels off, or at least having somebody in race control doing it via a TV screen, and then ticking how many cars go 4 wheels off. We've already reported that Franco Girolami had a 10-second penalty. That's now 30. He's had 10 warnings in 1 hour. In fact, his team manager...
You said it, touring car driver.
Yeah, team manager's been reported to race control as well, because he's just going to be racking up so many. Interestingly, Paul Evra has also been given his 6th warning in the 26 Santalot car, and that therefore is a 10-second.
Correct. That's his first lot of 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And that's going to cost him quite significantly in that battle for 8th position. Number 34 Kirchhofer machine, which is looking, the Kirchhofer group car, the white and light blue car, looking a little bit lively in the middle of corners at the moment for Tim Vogler. By the way, Alexander Prince for Hoffa Racing has come in for fuel. That's the number 11 car, so he'll drop down the timing and scoring. You can follow along as we're right on the hour mark. Follow along via livetiming.getraceresults.com and see the penalty screen and the tracker and all that sort of stuff as well, exactly as we have here on the screen in the studio.
This is now where we'll expect the rest of the cars to come into the pits with Joe Bradley.
Well, we've got the 726 Lotus that I've eventually made my way down to. There's so much action in the pits here. We saw the car come in, plumes of smoke coming from the engine compartment. Mid-engine car, remember, the Lotus Exige. They looks like an oil leak, and I can tell that by the amount of brand new cans of oil that have been brought to the back of the car. They are working on rectifying where the oil has come from. I'm pretty sure we're going to see big spanners going in there. They're looking a bit like Whitworth. Big spanners being brought in for the job, so that tells me that's a big oil pipe that may have come loose. They're rectifying that. Stefano D'Asti is already in the car, bolted in, suited and booted, ready to go. As soon as this car is fixed, they'll be back out there. They're pretty confident they can get this car back in the race.
And Stefano D'Asti rocking his 2014 World Touring Car race suit, which I noticed. He was always famous for the most amazing designs on his race suit. Hopefully when he gets out of the car, we'll be able to speak with him, because his race suit is a suit. It's actually a suit.
I tell you what, it is. It looks like a suit. He's in the car. He's in the car. Let's talk to him. Stefano, this is a little bit frustrating for you. I take it that's an oil leak?
Yeah, no, because now the R8 crashed in his back. And probably during the crash they broke a hose of water or oil, and now they are trying to check what it is. Yes. I'm sorry, because we were doing a very good race, but we will see.
Like Stefano says, we will see.
3.5 litre V6 in that car. And by the way, PB Motors do a road-going wide-bodied version of that car.
Oh, yes, they do.
450 horsepower.
Stefano is a crazy guy, and he brings that to his business as well. There's lots of action going on circuit here. Wow, the little BMW M2 being absolutely flooded by different categories of cars, and they were very lucky not to any contact there. But interestingly, Stefano reporting that the Lotus got rear-ended by the Ferrari to the number 8, so Marco Frenza. So have a look when we next see that Ferrari, whether it's got a little bit of nostril damage. How have they all ended up in the same part of the circuit? Absolutely incredible. Same in qualifying when there was only 8 cars. They're all in the same place, and huge amounts of Porsches. GT3 iterations. Oh, and round goes one of them.
That's the 967. That's the black or the dark grey and gold machine. And that was Nicola Sturzinger.
Just put
Did
off.
he get helped?
No.
Oh, he's lost the back end on that. He's lost that on the down change into. Is that the bottom of, no, it's not the bottom of Arrabbiata, was it? Is it coming down into the bit of the track that we can see?
Yeah.
Yeah. Towards the end of the lap.
Got his hazards on as though he's not quite up to speed yet, but really simply, as you say, just unbalancing the rear end of that car. It's so easy to do in a Porsche, and then you just don't have any traction. You just have to hold on and hope that the rear end bites again. Does look like he might be heading to the pits. He's through the final turn now, and no, carries on.
So just over the first hour completed, and here's how they stand. Chris Mees leads, having completed 34 laps, waiting for Charles Esplanade to come round, and I'll give you the gap as the Porsche Cup battle continues at the top of the hill at turns 3 and 4. Esplanade now 42 seconds behind in second place. Both of those cars on their 30 have completed 34 laps. Jérôme Policon leads is second in GT3 AM, and very lucky to escape any kind of sanction for overtaking under a clear yellow flag at turn 1. He's a minute and 1 second ahead, behind the fastest car. Then another 3 seconds further back is Marco Fletzer for Kessel Racing. Ian James, Heart of Racing, having dropped down to 8th or 9th position, has recovered to 5th position after a few pit stops around him, and therefore is 3rd in GTE AM. And those are the only 5 on the lead lap now.
Everard's just pitted for Santalot Junior Team. He's got 2 penalties for track limits to either serve now or later on. And I'm sure he'll be handing over to Owen Bastard, unless they're going to try and do a double stint. But you could see he was struggling in the second half of that stint for the Santalot Junior Team, the 26 machine in the pits. Perrin has pitted and is back out on circuit and is ahead, so that's crucial because they were on the same piece of tarmac before the pit stops. Alexander Prince has also pitted but stayed in the car, the number 11 for Hofer Racing. So come in, done the fuel stop, maybe done tyres as well, probably done tyres as well, and back out. But Prince is a decent way back behind Perrin. Remember, Perrin took over from Fred Ravish, and Ravish was quite clearly in second position when that was done.
Hello to Jerry Z over in Florida, one of our regular IMSA viewers and listeners, tuned in to us here at the Hankook 12 Hours of Mugello at RSL_studio. He says, I noticed that Creventic have the team name on the windscreen where the marker board is, whereas IMSA would have the driver name. I think it cycles between both, actually. I'll keep an eye open for them, but I definitely saw MIE for Christopher Mees earlier on. It has class position and overall position, and then it cycles through. So I think it might just depend, Jerry, and thanks for listening and watching, where we catch it through. So the problem with the car I'm looking at now is that it's got Neuhofer at the wheel, but it is the Neuhofer Rensport car in 9th position. So really need to look at Sergio Nicolai for Vili Motorsport by EB Motors in the 955, or maybe the Red Camel. So Rick Broikers on board that. He's leading that category. sitting in 8th position in the 909. Comes across the line now, didn't get a chance to have a look at it as he goes down to turn number 1. So Breukers leads from the 985 of Neuhofer in 2nd place by about 4 seconds. Then Sergio Nicolet, Vini Motorsport by EB Motors. He's another 3 seconds further back, waiting for Ayrton Radon for Red Ant Racing to come through in the 903. He'll be through, just waiting for him now, looking to my left. There he goes, and he's 17 seconds further back. That's your top 4 in the 992 category. In GTX, Lionel Amarouche continues to lead. He's 16th overall in the bright orange 701 Vortex. From the 2nd of the Vortex, Pierre Fontaine in 25th position in the 702. GT4 being led by Carl Cavers in the 438 BMW from Simpson Motorsport. He's got about 5 seconds on Atlas BX. Stephen Chow in the 403 AMG. And in TCX, SK Racing's Ligier still leading. Jerome de Costa from they're off our main page. TCR is Akoa in fuel for the moment for Franco Girolami, or curbing Girolami, as we will be calling, off-track Girolami. Michael Bonk in the pits from the 1st position in TC, Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport. He was a good 4 minutes ahead of Felix Bartel because they pitted earlier on. So that when Michael comes back out the pit lane in the 332, we'll see the gap between those two Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport M2s. Through goes Mies again.
Kessel
oh, this is too tight. Oh, there's going to be a hit. There is a hit. Well, that was bad communication from the drivers. What do I mean by that? Down at the bottom of the hill, Tracy Crone looked like he was leaving the door open, and then very late cut back in, and the Lamborghini that was going by him has hit up the inside. Now, not sure if that'll get called for a penalty. I think that's 50-50 for me, because there was a gap there, and it did look, in fact, I almost thought I saw the indicator from Crone as we head under 4 hours and 50 minutes to go. No indicator. Lamborghini coming from a long way back.
Almost in the blind spot, probably.
Yeah, left-hand drive car. It was the 720, wasn't it, that went through. And that Lamborghini of Nicolas Michelin, the RD Signs racing car, 4th in their category.
And Michelin is the more experienced in that car
GTS,
as well.
Yeah, GTX, not in the 992 class, but in the GTX class. And he's damaged the left front of that car. And whilst we keep an eye on that, let's head to the pit lane and Joe Bradley.
Well, I've got the number 91, the Herbert car, the Herbert Porsche, that was on the pole position. We saw the car grind to a halt. It's eventually made its way back to the garage, where it's bad news, I'm afraid. They've had a catastrophic gearbox failure. Now, this is the interesting bit. They have gone to speak with the organisers to see if they can bring in their spare chassis. I'm not sure the regulations allow, but we're going to find out. Now, their spare chassis, when you consider, is the brand new 992.
Yeah,
that's sitting
there's
out
no
back.
BOP for that at the moment.
And I don't think even if it was an older 10-year-old chassis, they would be allowed to bring in a new car. So they've gone off to find out the answer to that question. And I'm told, and this might change, as you know what the Herbert guys are like, if that's the case and they can't bring in a second car, then it looks like the car is retired.
Yeah.
So at the moment, and when I got here, there was little activity, just a lot of conversation going on. Always a bad sign, I think.
That's not the first time this season, even, Joe. That in the 3 races we've had, we had a couple of Porsches with gearbox, and was it Herbert, one of the Herbert cars at Dubai, as well, that had a gearbox issue?
Oh, your memory's better than mine. You know,
Collective at RSL_studio, please.
We need them.
Collective wisdom. The only thing I could say with that would be they could bring that car out and run it not in competition, just to give the car a shakedown. I don't believe they've properly run the 992, but it's not got a BOP for this championship yet.
Did they not say to Nick at the start of the event when he was interviewed on the grid that they had tested and practiced the other car, and then they were racing this car? So they had chosen a different car to race from what they were testing with on the Thursday and the Friday.
The 992 doesn't have...
Well, no, maybe they have got another car.
Right. Well, they may have. They certainly have. But I know that... I think Joe was talking about the new car, whether that's here or not. They have got another 991.2, and if you can see the spare car, and you go and have a bit of a nose around it, it's the rear wing that'll tell you what it is. If the rear wing is the reverse swan neck, is the swan neck rather, then it's the new car. Bradders?
I will check that out, but not until I've had a word with Ian James, who's just brought in the
first stint.
Racing Mercedes. Ian, that looked a really great stint from you guys from where we were.
Yeah, got off to a good start. Traffic's always difficult around here, you know. It's that's the fun of multi-class racing. But it's a long race, so we're just saving fuel and looking after the car and having fun.
It got really busy in traffic, but you looked like you were using your head a lot.
Yeah, I've done a few of these races now, these long races, so nothing's won today. So we're just trying to stay out of harm's way and keep a good pace going.
Yeah, are these split races? It's all about staying on the lead lap, maybe?
Yeah, ultimately about staying on the lead lap, but if you have any damage, you're definitely not going to stay on the lead lap. So we take a cautious approach here, and then we'll push as the race goes on.
Thanks, Ian. Great stuff.
Bit different from Sebring last time out.
Certainly cooler.
And less bumpy as well, I would think. Another quarter of an hour disappeared. We're down to 4 3/4. There'll be a cessation of racing hostilities tonight.
Leader is in the pits, by the way. That Christopher Mies has brought the Land Motorsport Audi in, so most
hour
of
and a quarter.
Yeah, not bad.
Very good.
But Espen Laub has gone longer. CP Racing guys have still not brought that car in yet.
Oh,
we've got
Heart of
car in the
Racing's
gravel.
off. Joe Bradley speaks to Heart of Racing, and immediately the car falls into the gravel and it's not getting out.
And this will be a code 60, so now this is the time to jump for those that have not pitted.
Well, taking responsibility for that, mind.
No, I'm afraid Gray Newell will have to do that. Now, don't forget, new regulations. Get into fuel, and if the fuel hose is on before the code 60 comes out, you get full fuel, and it's a pit in. So get in, it's very close to pit in, get the fuel hose on. Charles Esplanade has done that, and there's the code 60. Now, did he get the fuel hose on? Because Mies, Vogler, Breukers, Neuhofer and Sergio Nicolay were in fuel for a while. We didn't see that, but the fuel hose has got to be on to get the full 110 litres. Very interesting. Joe?
I think we can safely say the 55 leading Land Audi.
Yeah,
did
perfect.
indeed
No, they
get
were
his
fine.
Fuel. Yeah. Christopher Mies just jumping from the car now.
It's only the CP guys, by the way, that we're talking about here.
So that's worked great for the leading Audi, hasn't it? The 55 now taking its pit stop, what is now under code 60.
Correct. Everybody else.
Hankook's fuel, all done.
Yeah, and everybody else slowed down on the circuit. The leader next time around, in fact, leader already, but not scored as such, is E2P Racing in their Porsche. And Antonio Saniero will go through into the lead. He's not stopped either. And now we have a queue of cars waiting for a fuel pump. We counted them up, and there were 8 as we came in this morning.
But this is a disaster if you're queuing up. You're sitting there doing nothing.
And you're still only going to get half a tank. CP did not get to a pump. Oh, no, they did. They're on a pump. Now, did they get... I'll tell you how we'll find out. We'll know if they start rolling before the car's ahead of them. Who's out of there? So, Chris Mies is out into the pit lane, waiting for Land Motorsports' second Audi to go through.
There goes CP already moving. So I think they only were able to do half a tank.
Yeah, I agree. That might have to be a question for Joe. And if you're wondering, again, if this is your first time as the Ligier comes in, and...
See, the Porsche that's exiting shot now, that was the 909
Rick
red
Breukers.
Camel car. They came in before the Mercedes, but they have a different capacity of fuel capacity.
Well, I think they were on the pump before.
Yeah, but they would still have about 20 minutes left of fuel.
Yeah. So that's strategy from Paul Truswell, who we spoke to earlier on, using it as much as you can. Now, the other thing, expect to see people in the penalty box, Ben, and keep an eye on your penalty screen, because I think you'll see quite a few of the penalties being served. And therefore they'll clear, some of those 10-second time penalties will clear off. The Red Camel Jordan car has got a 10-second. That was a start infringement. There's still 20-second for the Santlot Junior team.
Which means they didn't serve it on that last pit stop.
No, I'm surprised at that. Gray Newell being winched out. So this is standard operational practice here. They're not towing cars out of the gravel. They're lifting them out of the gravel and then putting them gently back onto hard surface.
Almost feel like you want to just give it a shake to get rid of the gravel before it goes down the ground, but I wouldn't encourage it. Actually, look, Marshall's even helping to clear some of the gravel.
Yeah, out
before
of
the car
gravel goes all over the place into voids that you didn't even know existed. Really need a strap on the rear wheels of that car, of those cars, just to control it whilst it's rolling around to keep the tail
yesterday
down.
With the Mercedes was so front heavy.
Correct. So 85 in and out. Maybe CP have got the lead here, courtesy of the fact that they couldn't take full. And they might have been, because Antonio Saniero for E2P Racing's now waiting in the fuel queue. So I reckon CP Racing are going to be scored as the leaders next time around. Joe Bradley, did CP in the 85 AMG Mercedes, were their fuel hose on before the code 60, or could they only take half tank?
Like 5 or 6 seconds.
I was coming in, and it was close, but no, we didn't make it. Only 60 fuel.
All right, what does that mean exactly, strategically wise? Not ideal, or not as good as it could have been?
Yeah, I mean, Charlie's got some nice stickers and a half load of fuel. The guys did a good job on the stop, and, we'll keep doing what we always do.
As ever, the first stint at Mugello, very, very busy it looked.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, with this many cars here, it's a lot of competition, a lot of aggressive driving, a lot of good driving, a lot of bad driving, and that's why we do it, endurance racing.
And you're racing at Mugello, which is, we'll stop there.
I tell you, when you sit there on the grid or drive down the front straight and look at that view, there's no better, and then all that good food's right around the corner. It's my favorite place.
And you know what? It's real. It's not CGI.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Thanks, Charles. Good luck.
So the car is in the lead, but it only has half a tank of fuel, or just over potentially, depending on how much they'd saved. They were really on the limit already. So the number 1 flashes in their windscreen, and they will have a decent gap over Ivan Giacomo in the 912 Porsche. Pretty much the only car, I was about to say not to pit, but they've actually just gone in under green flag. Centri Porsche Ticino, not a regular in this series, and potentially not playing the regulations quite as they should have been, because I reckon that car being in the 992 category could have gone at least another 15 minutes longer before needing to pit. Either way, now fueling and getting the full service under green flag conditions, and that's going to hand the advantage back over to Red Camels. And Luke Breukers now aboard the 909. The timing screen does still need to do a little bit of shaking out, but we actually didn't see a pit stop from Red Ant 904, but we did from 903. So 904 was the car a bit further back.
Joe Bradley?
The 909, the Red Camels car, did not get in before the code 60. The fuel hose wasn't quite on there before, for them as well.
Okay. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, that rule is fantastic to take away the unpredictability, but it makes it our life harder. because it's easy to see when a car goes into the fuel area, because the timing screens reflect that, but they don't reflect when the pump is attached to the car. And so there's a little bit more investigation needed from our side now this year. Putman leads from Stefan Weininger in the 55 Land Motorsport car that he's taken over from Christopher Mies. He's the AM in that particular car. And then Ingo Vogler in the 34, which is the Kirchhofer liveried Land Motorsport machine, up to third, so absolutely nowhere before the Code 60. Looks like they only took half a tank of fuel because their pit stop a lot shorter than the 55 that we know had full fuel. So they really are in a great position now. Stefan just needs to do his best, keep the car facing the right direction, but with a full tank of fuel and full service and still in second position, that is not bad.
So our first full course purple, Code 60. And we are back to racing. And as it stands then, let's do the reset for you. With Charles Putman by about 1 minute and 24 seconds from Stefan Weininger. So CP from the 2 Land Audis. Weininger taking over from Chris Mies. Ingo Vogler, Land Audi number 34. That's the blue and white car. Another 28.5 seconds further back. That little miscue from Greg Newell has dropped him 4 laps, make that 3 laps off the lead. And that, Nick Damon, is absolutely not what they wanted. Oh, problem for the 702. This is the 4th place GTX now. The Vortex were running 1 and 2 before the pit stops. That's the Lucas Giuliano. Now, was there contact here? Oh, big lock up at a spin down at the bottom of the hill. 30 metres difference between the highest point and the lowest point. Now, has he, no, I was about to say, has he run the gearbox backwards and done any damage? The good news is not. And Lucas Giuliano just being passed there by his teammate. Lionel Amarouche, he's been in since the start. Lionel leading the GTX category, and that's now, that's a couple of laps now that he's got on Sugliano down in 4th.
Yeah, really good job by Lionel in the Vortex. Interesting on the 702 there. I think, as you pointed out, the gradient was what caught him out because he hit the brakes really hard. Of course, it unloaded the rear, and then the rear locked up and spun him round.
Yeah.
So, yeah, any other position, that kind of panic braking he did because he said, oh my gosh, I'm going to go in the back of the Lambo, wouldn't have been the same problem. But facing the wrong way, but no harm, no foul, because he got the car rolling back again and perhaps lost about 25 seconds. Within 12 hours, I'm sure he could make that up again.
As you've probably heard, Nick Damon alongside me, John Hindhaugh. Joe Bradley in the booth. 4.5 to go, or thereabouts. Putman goes through. There's Luke Breukers just going through behind, leading in, check that, 2nd place in Porsche. Nick Jonsson's taking over the RPM Racing number 907, 26th overall. And that is the green and blue Krone Racing car. He is about, well, actually he's pretty lonely in terms of opposition in class. He's got some GT3 cars ahead of him on the timing and scoring. Nick's just keeping an eye on who served what penalty.
Yeah. Ingo Vogler doing particularly well. The car in the middle of your screens, if you can see the feed, the 34 car. Now, very common number, but that was Car Collection Motorsport historically, with the Kirchhoff sponsorship, and the 34 number being run by Land Motorsport, who currently have 2nd and 3rd, so 2 spots in the podium at the moment for those Audi R8s. Obviously the Stefan Weininger car, the 55, is the car that has the slightly more starry-eyed driver lineup, but it's a great leveler the first couple of hours of endurance race with the Code 60s. I would like to point out that when I left the pits about 45 minutes ago, everything was fine. Since then we'd lost our pole man, we've had all sorts of chaos, and I can only put that down to Joe Bradley's influence. You know, there's a maverick in the pit lane.
Yes, it's not my fault that everything kicked off when Nick left, honestly. Tracy Krone started the number 907. It's the
It's the RPM Racing Porsche, but it's in Chrome Aviation. Great to see the bright green Porsche back, Tracy. It's great to have you guys with us.
Well, it's great to be back. It's great to be at this track. We've never raced here before. As a team, it's just a hoot. I mean, this is a for real competitive track. Lots of short, quick turns and flat out racing. It's just a marvelous place to race.
Well, we've seen you race with us before, but it would be fantastic to see you guys do a full series. What's the plans?
Yeah, well, this year we're going to do a few more races. We're going to do Estoril and Barcelona and Monza, and then also we'll do the 24 Hours Nürburgring and a couple of other VLN races as well.
I spoke to Nick yesterday, Nick Johnson, your teammate, and it was incredible when he reminded me that you guys have been together for 20 years.
Yeah, back when we both had hair. Yeah, no, it's been marvelous. I mean, he's a great teammate, great mentor, wonderful teacher, all around really good guy. He's just way too short.
He's just, well, you're too tall even for me, Tracy. Always have been. I'm going to let you go. It's rather chilly out here in the pit lane, everybody. And Tracy's been working hard, so I'm going to let you go before you catch a chill. And I'm going to put an extra layer on because it's quite cold here for Northern Italy.
Yeah, actually, the temperature's cooled down and the wind's picked up. I didn't realize it was blowing this hard. That makes sense now that I think about it.
When you say makes sense, you mean you've got a tailwind down the main straight?
Well, all the downhill braking points seemed like I was overshooting those a bit, and so I backed it up just thinking it was the tires, but I think now it may have been the wind as well.
Yeah, that figures. Thank you, Tracy. And you mentioned it, Nick. It's not just a breeze, is it? It's quite a strong wind, and it is going to affect the aero on these cars.
Yeah, it's absolutely blowing straight down the main straight. Interestingly, when I was walking in the paddock where you're protected from the wind, it's actually really pleasant with the sun out. It's nice and warm on your back, very nice indeed. But the track is getting buffeted by the wind, and it is quite an open circuit. When you've got this kind of rolling off the hills, it's not a protected valley here. It's almost like a funneling valley for the wind. So that is going to give the drivers different handling properties on the different corners, especially the cars. The more downforce you got, the more you are affected by wind.
Couple of things for Joe Bradley to investigate. The GS2 Ligier that was on pole position for TCE is in the garage with issues, not just in the pit lane. And the single TCR Audi also with issues. And hearing from Ben on his way to his lunch, the word is that the 91 Herbert team are warming up a new Porsche.
Well, let's remember, this is the new GT3 that's been so controversially BOP'd in other series, and we know...
What is it? We don't know. Joe Bradley, news from the pits?
Gone to the organisers and asked if they can, or kindly I should say, if they can bring in this new car. They're out of contention, they're not going to do anything, they're not going to be on the podium, but they'd like to use this track as a test session for that brand new car, which, as you mentioned, hasn't been BOP'd yet, but it does give them a kind of an opportunity to run the car, and that's what is with the officials at the moment. They're just waiting for the outcome of that.
Right, okay.
That car warming up, John, might be an indication that the officials have made the decision.
Well, it'll be running outside of competition because there's no BOP for it. Thank you, Joe.
Well, I mean, it's great. It's a great test, and they can see.
Yeah, get some data.
We don't know what area restrictor it's running or what weight it's running, but they can see where it is and where it's at, because obviously, coming later in the series, other Porsche teams will want to run the new car. So that makes sense. I mean, it's an expensive test session for them to have, because obviously running these things costs quite a bit of money per hour, but worth it, because don't forget, Herbert do not just run in this series. They have a big SRO presence. They run 2 cars in the SRO series, so it gives them extra test miles for that, as well as, of course, the rest of the series for Creventic.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that whilst Joe investigates the TCR Audi and the Ligier as well. Just under 4.5 hours to go. Let's take you through some of the classes before we go back to Joe. Johan Rosen for Primus Racing, leading in TCX number 251. Ahead of the SK Racing Ligier. We'll get a report on Joe from that in a moment. In TC, it's 331 from 332. Those are the 2 Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW M2s. Those are both the 3 they're 365, and the other one is the 450, the Felix Bartel car. Excuse me, the TCX car, and that's Johan Rosen car. It's the four with all the bigger power output. In GTX, that's at the moment being led by Lionel Amarouche inside the top 20 at 20, mate. And he's got a good lead over Nicola Michelon in the RD Sainz Lamborghini. A little bit of damage on that car. 1 minute and 20 seconds between those two. In 992 AM, Red Ant Racing in the fuels at the moment with Tom Van Rompuy. That is the 904 car. From in second, NKPP Guy Bersum. That's the 928, so they're going to close up that gap. And in third in AM, it's the Century Porsche Ticino, Max Businelli. Businelli in the 912. And in the 992 category, the leader is in third position overall. That's the Vili Motorsports by EB Motors. So Luc Broik has just been overtaken by Sabino De Castro, and it's now 4 seconds between those two. 9:55 from 9:09. Third is the Fulgenzi Racing Kiko Galbiati car, and fourth Martin Ragginger behind the wheel. Ragginger, who is a Nürburgring expert, particularly in the wet, in the 985 for Neuhofer Racing. In GT3 AM and in the overall lead, CP Racing on their 48th lap at the moment. Charles Putnam leads it from Ingo Vogler in 5th overall, but second in GT3 AM, who is getting on for a minute, in fact just over a minute behind. And third in AM is Hofer Racing, Alexander Prince, who I think is just off the lead lap actually in that number 11 Hofer Racing car. And in GT3 Pro-Am, that's the second place car, Stefan Weilinger for Land Motorsport. That is the leader in class there, leading the Pro-Am and Pro category. That's the sub-classes there. And that's how it stands with 4 hours and 24 minutes to go. Joe Bradley down at Ligier.
John, and I've just been chatting to the team, described as an alternator problem. And it really is a bit of an aggravation when you consider an alternator on one of these. It's not exactly millions of pounds, millions of euros worth of kit. It's probably a couple of €100 worth of alternator that has failed on the car and put this car in the pits. They've taken the opportunity to fully service the car, clear out all the ducts of all the horrible bits of rubber pickup that you get. And the other awkward thing about where the alternator is situated, it's situated right up against the bulkhead at the front of the, where the front of the engine meets with the backside of the driver, and it's really awkward to get to. So it is going to take a bit of time, but they are intent on repairing it and getting back out.
Not an endurance car, Nick, so serviceable parts likely to be done between 45 minutes, an hour and a half races, where you might have one at the start of the day and one at the end of the day. Not to be done in a few minutes in a pit lane in the middle of a 6, 12 or 24-hour race.
Yeah, it's amazing how often alternators do fail and how long they take to change. I can't remember one of the GT3 cars, when it went to its Evo stage, one of the things they did was move the alternator.
Correct.
So it became really easy to change. It wasn't buried in the bottom of the engine. They sacrificed a bit of central gravity by moving it up, but it was like a 10-minute job to get it out. And it is can be a combination. Just a quick thing. Charles Putnam is now a lap ahead of everybody up to Luke Breukers, so he's actually even lapped the 5th place Ingo Vogel. Well, I say lapped, he got that lap during the pit stop cycle.
Yeah.
Keep your eye on the car in 9th. That's the 8 of David Fuminelli from Kessler Racing. I think he's the only pro currently in the car. Just a couple of laps ago did a 1:49, really pushing on. So he's trying to make up a bit of that gap that was lost in a combination really of that qualifying mistake they made where they got caught out by the red flags and didn't qualify. Up from 32nd to start, up to 9th. But pushing hard.
He's doing 51s at the moment, 51 flats. The car's best is a 49.9. but people around him, for example, Stefan Perrin, 6 seconds slower last time around, 3 seconds slower for Martin Raginger, who's pretty handy, and 7 seconds quicker than the two leaders at the moment. So fair point that Nick's making there. So that 10-second gap between Fumanelli and Perrin in 8th and 9th, that's going to come down very, very quickly indeed. Putnam's just gone through. Where's Stefan Weininger? He's still on the lead lap, but only just in the 55, is he?
No, 55, yes. 55 is quite, it's about a minute and 25 behind, so he's 2/3 of a lap down.
That's very interesting, that, because at this early stage of the race, having that kind of lead is quite important. BMW Simpson Motorsport just going up the inside of one of the GT4 AMGs at turn 1 and 2. Different categories. Was that the 416? I think that was the Adam Lacko Boogie. That was actually that was
first position, wasn't it? Wasn't that GT4 against GT4?
It was GT4 against GT4, but not for position. Is a lap going on Adam Lacko by the BMW driver, and that is second place. That's Vasily Vladikin. So that was the second place GT4 car lapping the third place car. Yeah,
I think this big shuffle we got with the precise timing of that code 60 is going to change the driver rotation for some of the teams. They're going to have to play their pro drivers just to get themselves onto that lead lap for the 6 hours. So I think, you know, we may see more pro hours used than they would like to do in the first 6 hours to make sure they're not a lap down when they start tomorrow.
Oh, you gamble that people aren't going to put their pros in first thing in the morning, but I think they will. I think you'll start with your pros in the morning, don't you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think one of the reasons that, you know, we saw a relatively quick changeover for, I think it was Lamworth that came in early, wasn't it, with Chris Mees, because they didn't want to burn too much of Chris's time, rather than any sort of fuel or tyres. It was entirely down to, we need to have as much of Chris's time as possible. Now, don't forget, before Herbert went out, they were intending having sort of today being a very much a Ralph Bond Dan Anneman day, and tomorrow being a very Renault day, both Alfred and Robert, because they were going to use it, try and stay on the lead lap and then have all that speed later. But you know, there's lots of tactics to play out, and I must admit, I don't think often that drivers play these tactics. The teams play tactics very well running into the cessation. I think there's a lot of things you could do.
The 147, the Audi RS3, the only car in the TCR class, it's had a bit of a troubled start, and it's back into the pits. They're revving the engine, which tells me that they may be trying to trace a bit of a misfire. The bonnet's gone down, and they seem to be happy with whatever they've gone out to test. And now the bonnet's down, they've just reclipped it. They're going to pull the car back out. Driver hasn't got out of all of this operation. And they push the car out because it's not allowed to drive out, remember. Even though the engine's running, the car's out of gear. And that's why we're seeing the team pull the car out once on me. Now he's been given the go-ahead, so whatever it was, and we'll dive back in here and find out exactly what the problem was. He's been given the go-ahead, but he's not able to. Oh, now he is. I think the driver is Pilate behind the wheel. English? Speak English? Hang on, this man does. What's the problem?
A little problem for the amortization, and we changed the amortization in the first time. And the second time we have a problem with to check the ABS, but now it's okay. Okay.
What's your name? You're down to drive, aren't you?
Francesco Cardone.
Francesco, thanks for that information. Hopefully the car will keep running.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So that was the ABS unit with some issues. Sounded like there might have been bleeding the brakes, I think, earlier on as well. That car had been in the pits for a little while, gone out and come around, done a lap and gone back in again. So I think they were just checking to make sure everything was all right. And the other car that was stuck in the pits, Joe Bradley, is the Ligier, and that car's leaving as well. You are this time you bring good luck.
Yes, I've waved my magic wand. Enough drama here in the pit lane. Let's get everybody back out on track. Nick's due back in 2 hours. In an hour. So we need to get this cleared so that Nick can have a very easy time.
Thanks, Joe.
Sprinkling fairy dust down the pit lane. And surprisingly, it's Joe Bradley who's doing that.
Got several more penalties have been issued in the last few seconds. We've got the 719, which is the GTX Porsche of Sun Auto Racing. They've picked up 10 seconds for pit stop irregularities. You've got track limits for Heart of Racing, the 27. We've got track limits for the 71, which is the Jota Racing Audi. Both of those are 10 seconds. And I think the final actual penalty is on the 923, which is the Enrico Ferenzi Racing Porsche, and then there's some more warnings. So everyone's going off the track too often.
And anything that has still got issued alongside it has not been served yet, which is quite a lot.
There's some more historic ones I'm sure Ben went through earlier. Yeah, so we've got people are backing them up.
So still to serve a penalty is the Enrico Fulgenzi racing car, Kiko Galbiati behind the wheel of the 923. They're third in 992. 20-second penalties for the Chanteloc Junior team. That came very early, didn't it?
Still not served them.
Still Owen behind the wheel of the number 26, and they're sitting in 7th in their category. And 10 seconds for the following. I reckon Heart of Racing has got a 10-second. Graham Newell. Jutta Racing Juventus. Vietenis Gulbinas in the 71. And that 911 third place GTX car of Martin Schluter, the 719, sitting in 29th position, third in GTX. Joe Bradley's fairy dust hasn't worked on the Audi, and it's maybe you need some unicorn breath on this one, Joe.
Yeah, I need something more than perhaps what we're trying to find. We heard the driver report that an ABS problem. I'm just trying to poke my nose in under the bonnet and just see where their attention lies. They're revving the engine again.
I think that's turbo. I think they've got a turbo issue.
Yeah,
they're not
I
getting
think
turbo boost.
I think it might have been lost in translation as to what the problem was. Revving the engine never really tells you how your ABS is working. They're looking at the spark box.
Oh, okay.
And so we'll leave them to get to the bottom of this.
You said misfire, to be fair, Joe, and I think you might be. There's something on there, ECU or something like that. Looks like it's coming out.
Well, it might be just a spark plug or a spark box on one of the black boxes atop the spark plugs on modern engines sometimes break down, and that will give the engine, it'll be running on 3.5 or 3 cylinders instead of 4. So that's probably, and that's why they were revving the engine when I first got to the car, which is bemused me a little when he said it was ABS.
Are they taking the plugs out of that?
Stand by. You probably can see more than I can, because if I get in, I'll be in front of the camera, in front of Seb.
Seb's tall enough to sort of have a look down.
I'm not that small, but yeah, Seb's over the top of the mechanics. If I get in there, I'll not be able to see.
Looks like they're taking off.
Taking a box off.
They're taking off the
unit of some sort.
The spark
engine management unit.
Engine management EGUs.
Because it's as Joe
they're the
said,
spark box.
They
control each spark plug.
So instead of those coil, so effectively that's a coil pack.
It's a coil pack.
Yeah,
that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
They're changing the coil packs, which is exactly. Now they're going for the spark plug. That ratchet there is taking a spark plug out. In a moment, you'll see a spark plug on the end of that socket.
What would it look like?
So you've got to remove the coil packs to get at the spark plug.
Spark plugs have not changed.
Now he can't pull it out. The spark plug's loose down there. He just can't pull it out. He's using the coil pack to pull the plug out. The new coil pack with the spark plug in it has gone in. So they've changed the spark plugs. That's just to give it a bit of a bite before you can then get the socket on it. So you use the suction of the spark of the coil pack to get the plug seated. Then you can tighten it up, which we're seeing now.
So instead of having long curly spark plug leads all over the place, you have a direct connection between the spark plug, which is the thing that causes the explosion in the engine, and you have a direct connection with that onto its own coil pack rather than a load of leads going round to a coil and a low tension lead going to the coil itself?
Well, the coil would go to a distributor, and the distributor would have coil leads going to each cylinder of the engine, and it would then fire the way the distributor would distribute the spark.
No distributor here.
Now you've got an ECU feeding
Correct.
the coil packs, telling the coil packs when. And that's why you've got these, like on your road car, that's how you're able to go really fast and be really powerful, but also give massive fuel consumption, because the coil pack's computer controlled, and it will give you a different spark at a different rate or a different firing order. Can you remember in the really old days when you used to have
Horse
a
and cart?
distributor with,
Oh, sorry.
we used to have a distributor with contact points, breaker points, and you used to have a different setting in the winter. You used to retard your timing or advance the timing on the engine when the seasons changed. Well, now your common or garden road car will do that as it's driving every few seconds, depending on the conditions.
It also helps with different grades of fuel around the places to stop knock and pre-ignition. I never had, despite the fact that my first car was in 1977. Oh, there's this coil pack.
Right, so that's the coil pack. This is your kind of your plug lead, where your
So there's no
old-fashioned
plug lead.
would go.
In fact,
there's no plug lead.
it's
no.
directly into the coil.
That's an electronic connection that gets its feed from the ECU. So there's the coil, that little box there, full of circuitry and magic stuff, will basically sit on top of the spark plug, on top of the engine, bolted on there, and then when the ECU tells it to spark, this little box will go, okay then, and the ECU will tell it to not spark as hot or as cold. It's really, really clever, and far too modern for my little brain.
Well, yeah.
Contact brake is all the way.
Well, despite the fact that I only bought my first car was a 1977 Hillman Avenger, I never had any points. They always had electronic ignition, but it still had a distributor.
It's not even mentioned vacuum advance, is it?
No, it's not even mentioned vacuum advance.
The only downside with the very clever coil packs is that coil pack sitting in Joe's hand is about 350 quid.
Yeah.
Whereas a set of high tension leads would be £60 the best you could possibly buy, so it's only £15 each.
Yeah. The idea is there's less going on in the engine to break down. Wires and coils, even even high tension leads from the coil to the spark plug, they can get covered in oil, they can overheat, and once they start to break down, they interfere with your radio terribly, and they start to break down the transmission of the high tensions electricity that needs to go to fire the spark. So that multi-connector that you saw Joe pointing out there with the four tines on it, that is twofold. That's the computer connection, and the computer will be monitoring that. The engine computer will be monitoring what's coming out of that and also sending data to it. And also it'll be sending it a low tension, a very low voltage of electricity, which then, via that magic that Joe was talking about, gets converted into very high voltage for the spark.
Yeah. And of course, by throwing the distributor in the bin, they get rid of moving parts, which is always the key thing. The fewer moving parts, the less chance of a problem.
Yes, very good. Fewer and less, very good use of fewer
Thank
and
you.
less. And that's before you get to clever SPPCI engines, which are sometimes spark ignition and sometimes compression ignition.
Oh, right, yes, that is too clever.
For petrol engines.
Way too
thank you, Mazda, for reinventing, after 100 and odd years, for still finding ways to make the internal combustion engine even cleverer than before. There's life in the internal combustion yet, Joe Bradley?
Yeah, there is. We've got a Porsche in with a puncture. It is the 903. So the Red Ant Racing 903 Porsche has been in with a left rear puncture. It's now rectified that and on its way. Meanwhile, I'm still with the number 147 Audi RS3, our TCR entry, showing 5th in the TCE Touring Car Endurance Series part of this race. And the driver not happy with something. He needs the steering wheel adjustment. Yeah, needed the steering wheel closer to him. I'm a bit of a stickler for that. He's happy now. So hopefully this misfire is sorted on the 147 and it's back out. That's it, what you can hear in the background.
Disappearing down to the pit out control. Battle on the circuit for 5th position. Ingo Vogler in the blue and white Land Audi has got David Fuminelli for Kessel. Now, they were 10 seconds apart the last time we talked about them, before Joe went into the realms of unicorn breath, magic dust, and fairy dust and magic of coil packs. This is now a proper battle for 5th overall, which is actually 3rd and 4th in GT3. And down the inside for Fuminelli. On the far side.
I don't think he was 10 seconds behind Ingo. He was 10 seconds behind the guy in 8th, because he was 9th the last time we looked. And now he's moved up to 5th in a few minutes. More
Problem for the
Ligier.
GS2 Ligier. He's coming in from turn 7 into the back of the pit lane. This was the car that had the alternator problem. Now, that's another part of the electrical system to make sure that you've got that low tension spark going into your coil pack. We're going to have to. We're going to end up having done a full. This is how cars work.
We'll get electrical engineering later, shall we? To give the entire concept of the spark and the timing system to get the cars actually running. Yeah, absolutely.
So Joe can explain another part. Coming up in the next part of Joe Explains Engines, we're staying with the electrical system and we'll move on to the alternator. So tracking back from the spark plug all the way to the battery, where it hasn't quite got into the pit lane, now it has. Just moving in now. The 215 eschews the opportunity to go into fuel, but I suspect it's more important for Franco Lemma, who was one of the drivers who qualified that car, to somehow edge it, limp it.
Oh dear.
He's in the pit lane now, so the team can, I think, go. Oh, is he?
He's not really, because that's the exit.
That's the exit of fuel.
So I'm not quite sure. It's obviously seriously malfunctioning, and he's trying to control Alt Delete to get it going again. So still electrical issues, even with a replaced alternator. The kindly fuel checking marshals are going to give him a little bit of a push, I think, just to get into the area where he can be picked up by his team.
Very important point being made by Tim Gray, our producer up in London for our radio, is that spark plug leads, apart from being untidy,
yes, good point,
and all the other things we mentioned, they can get chewed by squirrels or other animals that have got under your bonnet.
Yep, you have serious rodent issues. That is true.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that 215 now is in the pit lane, and that means the team can go down and push the Ligier. This was the car that was on pole position for the TCE category. So starting with just over an hour and 55 minutes completed, starting to see some issues of reliability coming in here. Joe Bradley.
Seems to be the bad luck is all about being on pole position to start this Mugello 12 hours. We've had the Herbert car started on overall pole position in the GT class and the GT part of this race, and now the TCE pole position holder is being pushed up pit lane towards me. Dead stick, car can't drive. I think the engine switched itself off, and if that alternator isn't keeping that battery up to charge, then the battery hasn't got the power to charge as we described and form a spark and power the engine. So the engine cuts. I'll tell you what an alternator is. For alternator regenerator, an alternator basically just generates, driven from the engine itself, and it generates electricity to keep the battery topped up. And as the battery pushes out power to power everything else, it keeps that battery in condition. So if you haven't got the alternator working, the battery just loses all of its power, all of its energy, and goes flat, and it can't work anything. And when you consider, even on old-fashioned engines, modern engines, even more so, because all the electrics are needing that battery to power. We leave the team to get to the bottom of it is the same problem re-manifested, or whether or not they've got a fresh problem. So when I have something, I'll come back to you guys. For now, I'll take a watching brief. I might have to roll my sleeves up and give a hand.
Thanks, Joe. A couple of cars. I've had a quick cruise of the pit lane. A couple of cars, spare cars in the back of garages, awaiting all the Vortex nearly getting into the back of a BMW. Is that Vortex still leading the class? It is in GTX by a decent margin. I noticed that RD Signs have got a second Super Trofeo in the back of their garage if needed. And I did have a snoop around the Kessel garage and can confirm that that blue one that was in practice was due to race and had an issue. It is parked up, beautifully liveried, but unfortunately in the back of their garage and not being used, hence why the black and white one came out.
There's a lot of those GT3s based on the 488, because of course we've got the 296 new GT3 coming out, of which apparently they've already sold 180.
Yeah, wow.
They can't make them, but they've sold 180 of them apparently.
SK Racing as well got a very kind of brawn liveried machine in the garage and in the paddock area. So utilising the 24H series for testing purposes, as well as, of course, then participating in the race. And we are looking forward to seeing Herbert Motorsport coming back out in a different iteration than 91. That's now, the new one is now in the garage. The old one is now at the back of the garage. So they are slowly but surely getting themselves ready to go back out on circuit with 4 hours still remaining of this particular section of our 12 hours of Mugello.
Well, one of the things, of course, about the entire weekend as such for the Creventic is they have some what people call promoter test days. They call kind of optional track sessions, and you can run what you brung there.
Yeah.
But obviously, most people run their race cars, but some of the larger teams or more flexible teams will run new cars or different cars. Often they'll run 2 cars just to get more miles for the drivers, because there's only one official practice session for the entire event. The others are the optional events the previous day. So if you just turned up to race without the optional days, you'd have 1 2-hour practice on Friday morning, straight into qualifying and straight into the race.
We would expect, conventionally, for the second round of pit stops to begin for the GT cars, and indeed Charles Putman brings in the CP Racing Mercedes, which, if you remember, only got a half a tank of fuel in its last pit stop because it pitted under code 60, and therefore being forced to pit a little bit earlier. We also have the Audi 34
Land machine,
and they were up in 3rd position before this second pit stop. This is a full tank of fuel. They've already been in for 2 minutes. Interestingly, you can't see in that shot the Mercedes. It must be in a different bay, but they are also getting a full tank of fuel. So expect them to sit at the fuel bays for around 2 minutes before then moving into pit lane, where they will probably then get a set of tyres and maybe change drivers.
Probably not with the age driver. They've only run what 45 minutes now, but both Charles and Ingo are on the amateur side of the gentleman's side of the racing. So they normally try and run to the 2-hour limit. I mean, the concept has been, it seems, to get as many AM hours done in this first half. As many AM hours as you can while staying on a particular lead lap, be it the lead lap or the lead lap of your class. And it's interesting, we saw that David Firminelli from Kessel racing out to 4th, but of course they're burning their pro, trying bringing them back up to the front following the problems they had during qualifying. He's doing a pretty good job because he's now in 4th and running between 4 and 6 seconds faster than the 3 cars in front of him.
Let's go back down to Joe Bradley in the pits. Joe?
So guys, the 91 is out of the race. However, keep your eyes out on track for the number 600. It's not in the race. We're going to test it. Is that the right? It's Alfred, isn't it? Robin. Oh man! Really? You can I just say, as you guys get older, you actually look even more alike. Anyways, back to the job. So what's going on then? You're bringing the new car out, Robin?
Yeah, we asked Creventic if it's possible to switching to the new car, just for testing reasons today, to do 2 or 3 stints, complete stints, to be prepared for the next round in Spa. So they agreed, thanks to them. We have to go to scrutineering now, get the car checked, and then we go out for the last 2 or 3 hours.
That makes a lot of sense to me, and I would imagine to you, as a race team, you want to get some miles on this new car. But I would imagine as well, Robert, that you're doing the series a favour, because they're going to see the performance level of this car.
I mean, anyway, we want to see the performance of the car. That's not a secret. It's new for us, so yeah. Thankful for getting out now again, and let's see what happens.
And your drivers are happy? They're going to get some track time?
For sure. They love the new car, so they're happy to go out now with the new car.
Great stuff. That's great news. We'll leave you guys to get this car ready. But that really is great news and a very sensible approach from the Creventic organisers. All right, the 91 is a retirement. This car, the brand new 992 GT3, it's a car that hasn't even had its balance of performance figured out yet. So it's going to give not just the team an insight in how to run this brand new car, but it's also going to give the organisers an idea of where that BOP might be applied to this particular iteration of the Porsche 911.
And it's a car for the team that they will campaign, as Robert said, in Spa in May in Creventic, but before then they will probably be in Monza for the opening round of the GT3 Championship as well.
Yeah, they've got two of them there. We were talking to Alfred yesterday. But it'd be nice for Alfred to get out there, because there was actually a presentation to him yesterday in the restaurant area for his 50th. This is his 50th Creventic race, Alfred. He's actually done a couple more than Robert, because there was a period about 2 years ago Robert was doing quite a lot of American racing. He had an IMSA drive. So it ended up a couple of races where Alfred was the only Renault brother, but it made it much easier for us, just one Renault brother. So he's done 50 races. I believe also Dan Allman's done 50 races. Ralph Bond's missed a couple as well. They'll hit their 50 races, and then of course they get a nice plaque for doing 50 Creventic races. Joe Bradley should get one. I'm sure he's done 50. So it'd be nice to actually get out on the track during your 50th race meeting.
We've had 2 hours of racing. It's still going on frantically out on circuit. Let's check in with the results so far, just as we get our next round of pit stops underway. So with CP Racing heading into the pits and having a full service, it puts the 55 Land Motorsport back into the lead of the race, 15 seconds ahead of the leading 992 category car. Willie Motorsport up in second position overall, ahead of the Ferrari GT3, and Red Camel's Jordan 992 in second in 992 class, with Enrico Fulgenzi Racing in third. Neuhofer in fourth, and then the third of our GT3 cars, Sansalot Racing down there, seventh overall but third in class. CP Racing dropping to eighth overall after their pit stop. Then it's Hofer, Acodis ASP, Sentry, Porsche Ticino. They pitted under green flag conditions, so they'll be in a very different strategic situation at the moment. NKPP, Ebby Motors, Jutta Racing, Lands, second car dropping all the way down to 15th position after their pit stop. And then Haas RT, they were one of the very first to pit in their Audi. Heart of Racing down in 17th spot now. The best GTX machine is the 701 Vortex, with Lionel Amarouche still aboard that car. HRT in 19th, E2P in 20th position, RPM 21st for Tracy Krun. Then Jutta Racing, Red Ant 904 down in 23rd, HRT Performance number 11 in 24th spot. We continue. Plenty of GT cars in this one. Porsche Baltic with a puncture earlier on, 25th spot. Best of the GT4s is the Atlas BX Mercedes. They are 26th overall. Then Radant 903, long issue for them. Why are they down in 27th? Maybe they've already done their second stop. And then the 702 is the second of the GTX cars. 9 and Elf is the third of the GTX cars. Then Vortex 702. And the second of the GT4 cars is the Simpson BMW with Bugara with brake issues down in third in GT4. And the rest of the GT cars, PB Racing's Lotus with an oil leak still in the pits, and Herbert Motorsport with a catastrophic gearbox failure and out of the race. In the TCE category, it is Hofer Racing by Bonk in the M2 CS Racing TC class, the sister car in second position. Then the TCX machine, which is a slightly more powerful machine, in third position. Best of the only TCX car. The only TCR car is fourth. They've had issues in pits, and the Ligier has also been struggling fifth in class as well. Yeah, the TCE category is
not having
disintegrating.
Not having a successful morning, but they got the afternoon. They also got tomorrow. Just to answer your 903 question, the other Red Ant car that had a puncture, so it lost a lot of time bringing the puncture in. But apparently, according to Joe, it got the new tyre and was undamaged from that. No flailing issue. So yes, that's why it's falling behind its teammate.
Back down to Joe Bradley in the pits.
Yes, staying in the world of punctures. We've just had the number 720. That's the Audi Science Cellular Racing Team Lamborghini in with the left rear puncture. Great job by the driver. I'm not sure who it actually was at the wheel, but great job to bring that car in. Totally destroyed rear tyre, and no bodywork damaged whatsoever as he limped that home. That car is back out after having that rectified.
Left rear punctures, the left rear getting the most punishment of a rear-wheel drive car around this circuit. We've seen a few of them already, whether that's just overuse or, you know, you're running over the side of curbs. The curbs aren't particularly steep here, but if you catch the edges wrong on a particular edge, then there is the possibility of just nicking the side wall of a tyre, for instance, especially on the inside edge when coming back on.
And everyone will take the rear camber as close as they can, because it gives you extra performance, so you'll just edge it, and some people will go just a tad over.
Let's take a look at what's happened in the first 2 hours of our 12 hours here in Mugello. Also had a spin, but reliability for those two cars has been pretty good so far after 2 hours and 10 minutes of racing. I'm touching wood because...
Well, it's an interesting point you make. Given the number of red flags we had during the number of red flags we had during qualifying, it's quite interesting, isn't it? That
yeah.
we only had one code 60. That was a very light, slight wandering into the gravel. It just took a long time to rescue because they won't pull the cars directly out. They go have to lift it out. But that's all we've had. We've had a few spins. They've all been no harm, no foul, really, and a couple of punctures. But I would have thought 2 hours. We had at least about 4 or 5 of them.
But because also when you go off circuit, it's not a Silverstone where there's massive amounts of tarmac area. It's all gravel.
Because it's a bike track.
Motorbikes.
And motorbikes, MotoGP don't like tight runoff. They want to have gravel because it slows bikes and people down much quicker.
Yeah. We do have the leaders in 992 all in the pits. 955 William Motorsport, Red Camels 909, and Enrico Fungesi 923, all being serviced at the moment, which has put Neuhofer back into the lead of the race, the 985. Martin Ranginger aboard that car. So Ranginger, you would expect to be one of the faster drivers.
Well, what's also happened is that finally, and it's taken them 2 hours and 11 minutes, Kessel Racing got to the lead.
Ah, yes.
So they've run some of their faster drivers. They've made up for the fact they didn't qualify by missing out the first section. We're in 32nd on the grid. They are now in the lead, though I think they don't have as much fuel on board as either Stefan Weininger in the second place or obviously the 85, which is Shane Lewis has taken over from Charles Putnam in the CP Racing car.
And that happened on the last lap. So Fuminelli ahead of Weininger now. We would expect that Ferrari to come in any moment.
He's on a 58-minute stint so far. He did get a full slug though during around that code 60 time.
As did Weininger's, which is allowing those two to go much longer than the CP Racing machine that only got half a tank of fuel. But that CP car is down in 5th position. Now, what's the situation with Santalok? They owe us a pit stop as well. Owen Bastard on the 26.
Yeah, he's been 1 hour and 3. He's been out there.
And moreover, he's got 20 seconds of penalties as well to serve. So we might actually see the 992 Neuhofer Porsche end up in the at the head of the field, because I'm assuming, and they can do at least another half an hour on that car.
Yeah, they've been out for 51 minutes. Some of which, the very first few minutes would have been code 60.
But they had a long stop, 4 minutes 40, which means they had a full tank of fuel.
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that, actually. It might mean they were queuing for the fuel.
True.
I'm not saying they were, but there were two options there, because we've got a fuel stop there of 5 minutes 24 for Maurici in the Acadonis ASP team, which I'm certain was half because he was queuing.
Very, very true indeed.
Red and white, big bright number 8 on the bonnet as well as the side, and that's your leader.
That appeared overnight, didn't it? The big red.
As you said, they were going to race the blue car, and they did some damage to it. And I think rather than fixing it, they decided, well, we'll just go with the very much a standard Ferrari GT3 look, which is red, white, a bit of green for the Italian flag. Slightly different mix of colours than the usual AF Corsa machine. But then they thought, it's a bit too standard. We'll stick a massive 8 on the bonnet, and they'll make it completely different.
But that 8 almost resembles a livery from 2 years ago here.
Might be, yeah.
MU Motors, a good look at the very colourful Porsche. Full service for that car. So it's had its fuel, it's now getting tyres, and they are going to have the 0, the O against their name for their second stop. It was a 4 minutes 39 stop in total, so that's a full service. Sabina Del Castro staying aboard that car, and we have not yet seen Fulgenzi or Red Camel come out onto the circuit. And actually, Fulgenzi have a 10-second penalty as well. And they're heading out to circuit now. So it's a nice little gaggle then of 992 machines, very close to each other. Fabian Danz has swapped, so we have seen a driver change in Red Camel's car. That's why their pit stop was a little bit longer. Galbiati staying aboard the Fulgenzi machine.
Yeah, no one has served a penalty for a while.
Yeah,
so
why are they saving them?
Well, you haven't got to serve. You've got 2 hours to serve them.
Yeah.
And realistically, the time to serve them is through code 60, because you have a penalty for 10 seconds. You take it in code 60, it's 20 seconds. But the lap speed in code 60 is more than twice full running. So if you can, you serve it in code 60, because it it means your 20-second penalty is effectively about, reduced by about a third, just because of the lap times. But yeah, they do waste a lot. It's not too much of a problem during this part of the race. It gets to be slightly irritating at the end of the race. We have to then kind of add things onto the back end of it. In fact, interestingly, there was quite a controversy here back about 6 years ago about that, because I think one of the people who finished on the podium at the end had a penalty to serve, and the penalty to serve was half a minute, and that half a minute would have taken them back 1 lap, and they wouldn't have been third. They'd have been second. Sorry, they'd have been second. They'd have been third.
Yeah.
But in the end, they just got, say, 500 laps, 2.5 minutes. So the 36, they'd still got over the lap by not taking the penalty. You follow what I'm saying? So that was a little bit of a problem with we saving at the back end. That's why most people won't actually take their penalty at the end. They'll just let it run on to the end. There's always if ever there's a loophole, a race team will exploit it.
Absolutely.
And sometimes they make up their own loopholes so they get caught.
On screen, red Ant 903 on the recovery drive. Yannick down in 22nd overall. I don't think the pass is for position. They've got 9 and Elf ahead of them and a GT4 Mercedes, causing a little bit of a roadblock.
There's a lot of you made the point earlier that there's a lot of clumping on this track.
Clumping, love it.
That's the effect really of suddenly you have all these multi-class, and they normally have this huge amount of space, and then suddenly 5 cars of different classes get together, and then there's 7 cars of different classes together, and you go think, well, hang on a second, there's rough room for all of you. Down the pit lane, Tracy Cron Racing is in with Niklas Jonsson. Joe?
RPM Racing underneath this car. The 907. Nick Jonsson's stayed in the car. We're seeing this in the 992 class. We're not swapping drivers. We're basically coming in, refueling, and backing a new set of Hankooks on these Porsches. And that's what we've seen again with this car. The 907 back out already.
2-hour maximum drive time. That is the same for every class and for every rating of driver. You cannot be in the car for more than 2 hours, and you must have a 1-hour break in between. And if you're in 2 cars, which as a couple of people are, we know in something like that, that break applies across both cars.
Well, that's curious, because I would have thought 2 full stints in a 992 category car is longer than 2 hours.
That's absolutely right. but one Code 60 stint and one full stint isn't.
Yeah, okay.
But
So
I mean, you're
play
absolutely
that
right. They end up. That's the question. And we often see people running it right to the last moment. And the difficult thing is that the time you are in the pits does not count on the stint length.
Yes.
So you do, I don't know, do 45 minutes, you then have a 5-minute break, and then you do a 5-minute pit stop, sorry, and then you do you've still got an hour and a quarter left, even though your stint length said it's less. So, but we have seen a number, as I'm sure you have, a number have been called for drive time. It's not quite as draconian as some other series where you get kicked out for failing your drive time. It just becomes a penalty of a few seconds.
Still no stops from the top 3. Fuminelli, as I speak, comes into the fuel bays in the Ferrari, so that's an hour and 5 he managed to do. Owen Bastard has done an hour and 10 in his Santalok Audi in 3rd position. Weininger, I suppose, as an AM driver, as a driver doing laps that are between 6 to 8 seconds slower than what Christopher Meese is able to do, probably doesn't use as much fuel.
No.
He's on the hour mark now, and those are our top 3, but this is going to push Shane Lewis and Mauro Riccio's as a pit stop. So CP Racing, actually, even though they missed out on a full tank of fuel, are still very, very comfortable in their position, thanks to that pit stop in the Code 60.
The thing to remember as well is you don't necessarily run your pros to the fuel, you run them to time.
Oh, yeah.
Because they've only got, I think, a maximum of 3 hours of running time in the 12 for Fuminelli. They've used him for an hour or so to get the car back up the front, make up for those problems they had in qualifying. CP Racing obviously had a major advantage, and they got a very cheap pit stop first time round, probably saved themselves in real racing terms a minute and a half.
Even if they had to, it put them off strategy, they didn't get enough fuel in.
Yeah, at this point,
it's still good.
And then they'll almost certainly rotate back to the front again. Obviously, lap time-wise, they're not going as quick as some of the other teams, but it takes a long time to get back. And the most important thing is, even looking 3 hours and 40 minutes to go, it's more and more likely they'll be able to stay, whilst not leading, they'll be able to stay on that lead lap because they've had this little bit of advantage. And it'll be interesting how they, that working back to stay on the lead lap, or to stay on the lap you want, not losing another lap to the leader or not losing another lap to your class leader, is a key point of this. It's way more difficult in a 6-hour section than the 4s and the 3s we've had here before. And sometimes I often feel that people don't maximise their opportunity. For example, say if you're leading, and you're leading by 1 minute and 20 seconds, well, what I would do is I would pull the car in and fuel it. And then you'd be second by 1 minute and 30 seconds, but you'd actually only be second by 2 meters.
And
have a fuel. But very few people seem to do that, because you can't bring them in. I think it's the last 10 minutes, maybe the last 15 minutes, you can't bring them in. People get very seen that aggressive concept of actually dropping it back and fueling up. It doesn't seem to be done as often as I was expected to be. But I'm sure the professional strategists will tell me there's a reason why you don't do this, but I can't think of it.
Still curious to see where Kessel Racing will slot back in once they've completed their pit stop. Mathieu Detrey and Carsten Tilke were the 2 drivers that pitted very, very early on because they pitted before the Code 60. That's Haas and Hofer. 8th and 9th position for the moment. And I don't expect the Kessel Ferrari to drop that far down, to be honest, but they still probably have another 2 minutes stationary in the pit stop before getting back out of the circuit, if they are doing a full service. And now Santalok Junior team have just come into the pits. So Owen Bastard in the 26th in the fuel bay now, and we won't see them on circuit for another 4 or 5 minutes. Stefan Weininger, therefore, comfortably out front in the Land 55. As these cars slowly filter through their pit stops, it's promoting the 992 battle back up through the field. So we had those 3 guys come into the pits at the same time, Willie, Enrique Fulgesi and Red Camel. They actually kind of ended up splitting themselves quite a lot. So Willie Motorsport ending up back and forth in the 992 category. Fulgesi 6th and Red Camel's 7th. Joe Bradley's down in the pits.
Yeah, got a driver change on that Kessel Ferrari, the number 8 coming in as you described. We're just at the closing stages of this pit stop. The driver taking the longest part. The tyres were already on. Just going to check it's got brand new Hankooks on. It has sticker tyres on there. So a full service, including the driver for the number 8.
And Joe, do you notice any damage to the front end of that car?
No, none at all,
No.
really. No.
Because
was it the left-hand side?
Well, no, it's the PB Racing Lotus blamed the Ferrari.
I think he said it was an Audi.
I thought he said it was an R8.
Oh, did he?
I thought it was
the
an
number 8.
R8 rather than number 8.
Yeah, an
Yeah,
Audi,
okay.
you see, yeah.
Right.
And then that doesn't narrow it down much because there's 43 of them. So coming down the pits, it's the one of the Bonk cars. It's the Partle team, the 331, locked in a dramatic battle with obviously the 332. Currently, they're actually coming out the pits, and I think it's going to change it just about now. They're about 5 or 6 seconds in lead. That is going to be the big, as I said before, it's the big battle of the entire event. Is the 332 versus the 331. Be interesting to see when they crash around. Stefan Weininger leading by 40 seconds from Martin Rangiger, with Shane Lewis now up to 3rd. He's a little way back, but both those drivers, when they stop for fuel, which should be quite soon, because they've 1 hour and 5 minutes for Stefan Weininger in his stint and 1 hour and 2 minutes for Martin Rangiger. And don't forget, Rangiger is actually in a 992, not in the GT3. I've never seen, and a lot of this was the mix-up. I say mix-up, the particular timing of that Code 60 at the fuel stops. But I've never seen the GT2, the 992 so much up with the GT3s 2 hours, 23 minutes in. I mean, the difference in speed has come down, because those new 992s are really quick. And it seems that, it does seem that people can drive them to a pace. I mean, traditionally, as you know, because you're actually a real racing driver, 911s were quite tricky to drive, but they've kind of ironed that out now. And with that reliable and quick car, we've got the 992 in 2nd overall, we've got 992 in 7th overall, and when I sat down here 15 minutes ago, they were 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
And as you say, the thing for me is Weininger needs to pit. Rangiger, I don't think, needs to pit for a good 10 minutes. So we've got a situation where I think that 985 machine will end up in the lead quite kind of legitimately, and a lap clear of Shane Lewis in the CP Racing Mercedes, who now, of course, whilst off sequence, does have a full tank of fuel. Yeah,
Rangiger's been in the car for 1 hour and 3 minutes off the back of a full fill. In a 992 Cup, well, you get about 1 hour and 20, I think, but that kind of assumes it was empty. And we better go back to that old situation. Yes, they're allowed to fill up 95 litres at a time, but they have 120 litre tanks, which can be full at the start of the race. So, your first stint can be longer, or when the Code 60 comes out at exactly 1 hour, it could be your second stint that's longer. So, it's a real myriad, and that's why you need the Paul Trustwells and the strategists of the game are every bit as important in a Creventic race as they are in any other endurance race.
For me, more so. You go to the SRO Championships, and it's so regimented when you have to pit, how you have to pit, what you need to do, how long those pit stops are, that there actually isn't a massive amount of flexibility when it comes to the strategy. Here, there's so many variables you can play with. A nice little look at the
clump.
Another clump, yes. But in the middle of that clump is Mathieu Detré, long-time partner to Stéphane Perrin, previously in the TCR category. They're now in this GT3 Audi and finding a way past our leader. So taking a lap back from Stefan Weininger. Now, they are actually 2 laps off Weininger, but that's because Weininger hasn't pitted. And the Haas was one of those cars that pitted before the Code 60, so got a full tank, but then has found itself on an alternative strategy along with Hofer Racing.
I mean, this is the thing, obviously the race ends, this first part ends at 6 hours, and when you stop, the fuel you have in the car and the tyres you have on the car are the fuel and the tyres you start the next day with.
Yeah, also.
Sorry, you can change the tyres?
I think you can change. You can't refuel.
Can't refuel. The fuel you have. I'm going to have to check about the tyres, actually, because I think that was a rule. Oh, it's 55.
No, it's part Ferme.
Yeah, the 55s come in for fuel. That's our leader. So Weininger just did the hour and 4 minutes. In he comes, in the Land Motorsport, in the camouflage colours. And he will drop out of the top 3.
We'll have to go and see what Weininger beer tastes like later.
Very pleasant, I expect, especially after a long day. Martin Weininger takes the Porsche 992 to the top of the tree. We will in about 40 seconds' time, and that is 2.5 hours in. So anyone who had Porsche leading at 2.5 hours on their bingo card is about to collect big time.
But not a Porsche GT3.
No, absolutely not. That may have happened if it hadn't blown its gearbox.
Yes. And the quick look at the 403. Is it? Yes, 403.
That's the Korean run. It's a Korean. Well, it's Korean run. The team is run by a Korean set of mechanics and engineers. Interesting, they got the 3 drivers. One is a pure Korean. It just has the Korean flag on the side of his car. Then we have one which has a mutual Korean and Dutch flag.
Yeah, so that's Rolf Bruins, who's aboard it.
And then we have another one.
Not just a Dutch flag. Bruins is a very Dutch name as well.
Well, I don't know whether the Korean bit is whether it has any Korean or not, but I mean, you do have the Korean-Canadian Stephen Cho in the car, so it is a multinational but Korean-edged entry.
Yes, and they are second in class, but just 13 seconds back off the Simpson BMW. So pretty close between the top 2 in GT4, and there's no doubt that Buggy Ra will be trying to claw back the loss of 4 laps in the end. So it can't just be. Oh no, because they had a brake change, didn't they? So it could be 4 laps.
They had brake issues. Yeah, interesting that silver Korean Mercedes that struggled a little bit in the first 25 minutes. They were peering over the pit wall, looking at it, and it was dropping backwards. So I think not sure they had a slight problem or whatever it was. They solved at the first pit stops. It never stopped. It just wasn't running great. And now it's obviously back up and seems to be running quite well and trying to push the front of that GT4 cars. Only 3 cars, but 3 very good cars in GT4.
Still waiting for Akodis ASP's second pit stop. So Mauro Ricci, who is Daddy Ricci rather than Ben, which is son Ricci, has done a good stint here, an hour and 12 in that Mercedes. So a good chunk of time, and has been lapping in the 55, 56s, but that's kind of what everybody else is doing at the moment out on circuit. We don't have many of the fast pros. We've got Paul Evra back in the 26 Santalot car. He is only sharing with Owen Bastard, the 2 of them experiencing their first proper GT3 race. 2 very fast GT4 drivers, Bastard being the French GT4 champion, well, French GT champion actually, because they use the GT4 regulations. And I think he also won the European Championship, but I'd need to double check that.
Well,
15th position now, but just the 2 of them sharing the car. The 2 of them are pretty fast. Mr. What's his name? Joe Bradley down at the pits.
That's me, and I can tell you the 55, the Weininger beer. Sponsored Weininger.
Yes.
Stefan Weininger stepping out of the car. And Tim Muller, it will be in for his first race stint. And all of these drivers enjoying a very competitive qualifying session yesterday. Aggregate score, remember, is how we qualify. And it's interesting, boys, how these pit stops are kind of ebb and flow and give us a different leader. And it's kind of flip-flop its way all right to the finish today, but I think that's going to continue all the way to the checkered flag tomorrow as well. And it's the team strategists that's going to work out where they want their car to be towards that final pit stop. It's all going to get very tricky tomorrow.
Well, even this afternoon,
yes.
As we get close to that 6-hour mark.
Well, Ben, it's been about 15 minutes since we last mentioned it, and they have issued a raft of penalties, including 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for not respecting the instructions for race direction. I don't know what instructions they didn't respect, but it's the officials apparently done it. So that is, most importantly, the number 8, who was the leader to pity. That was the Kessler racing car. That's picked up 10 seconds, as has the 21, the Haas RT Audi, and as also has the 26 Santalot car. So that's the 3 of the GT3s. We've also had the same for the 955. That's the EB Motors Porsche that was doing particularly well.
Spin. Vortex facing the wrong direction.
Yeah. And then you have the 973, which I'm going to try and work out which one it is.
That's right, it's 702. That's fine.
Just 973, which is the other EB Motors, because both EB Motors cars have been pulled for not respecting this instruction.
We don't know what the instruction was.
No, we don't. And then we've got more penalties. We've got track limit infringement for the 930, who, again, weirdly, my list is not in any sort of numerical order.
That's
HRT Performance.
HRT, yeah.
Then we have not respecting pit stop regulations. These are all 10 seconds, by the way, for 992, which is going to be the Porsche Baltic team. Then we have not respecting for 215, which is the Ligier. Track limit infringement, 6th offence for the 909.
Red Camel.
Red Camel, so that's another 10 seconds for them. Not respecting pit stop regulations for 416, that's one of the GT4 cars. That's actually the Buggy Ra car. And then finally in this penalty corner, it's the 904 who's picked up a track limit infringement, their 6th offence as well. And that is, which car is the 904? That is the one of the Red Ant Racings. So yeah, the officials are very busy. They're printing these on paper. There's a lot of trees being lost at the moment. But yeah, so we've had a whole raft of this not respecting instruction race direction. Love to know what it was, and then a lot of time track limit. And do we know which corner the T14 and T11 are the major problems?
That is about half of our timing screen now with 10-second penalties. We might get to a point where everybody's got one, and so we can just cancel them all out.
It's a good idea, actually. No? I'm not sure if that would be exactly how the FIA want to run their penalty system, but you never know, do you?
Curiously, I wonder whether the pit stop regulations infringement it seems to be with cars that have had issues. If you look at that list, they're all ones that have come in with either punctures or damage or something like that. So whether they're just working on the car in the wrong place. Pit stop regulations. The 8 was race control.
Oh, no, race control. So you're right.
Yeah.
Pit stop ones, yes, you're absolutely right. That may be the too many people touching the car in the pit lane.
Yes, exactly.
Sort of thing,
Don't touch.
I don't know how they've upset the officials.
They've had their lunch. Maybe they were not happy about their lunch and they got grumpy.
Yeah, grumpy officials.
Yeah, there isn't any like messages that could be ignored. No, literally not on the messages. Right, so pit stops now completed from our leading contenders. Land Motorsport have gone back into 7th position, the 55. Kessel are in 5th position. Of 23 seconds up the road. They are both behind Mathieu Detrey, interestingly, in the 21. And who was the third one that went into the pits at that time? I can't remember now. Either way, the order now has, in the GT3 category, if we ignore the 992 for a second, got Shane Lewis half a stint in the 85, and he is quite a chunk ahead of Mauro Ricci, who still owes us a pit stop in the Codice ASP. The Mercedes is nearly done an hour and 20. That's mad. Then it's Mathieu Detrey in the Audi for Haas, who was about the same strategy as Shane Lewis, or at least pitted in the same window as last time. Then Kessel, Ferrari, which is about 20 seconds back from Detrey. Then we've got the Land Motorsport Audi, in 7th position. And they are about 5 seconds ahead of the Hofer Racing number 11 Mercedes. So we are just basically waiting for a couple of second pit stops from the 992 categories and a Codice ASP. I don't know. We're going to have a word with Mauro Ricci at the AA Codice ASP, how he's managed to get to an hour and 20 without needing to stop in the Mercedes.
He obviously has his lightest, comfiest slippers on.
The lightest of touches on the pedals.
Yeah, there's two ways of going fast. One way is to go fast, and the other way is to stay out the pits.
Yes. But I'd be surprised if they're on plan, considering that we had that Code 60.
Yeah, I mean, the Code 60 came at almost exactly an hour. Almost exactly an hour, and therefore would have fitted in with some and not with others. But my guess is that when everyone sat down, they had 3 or 4 plans because of the fact that they basically, were expecting more problems. Out goes the Ligier JS2 after it's sorting out its various electrical problems.
Last pit stop for a Codice ASP was 5 minutes and 24 seconds, so they definitely got quite a bit of fuel in.
They got all the fuel.
I think so.
But my guess is they had a little bit of a queue time as well because they were involved in. I mean, I would think so. But then, of course, they had been queuing. They would only got half a tank in, so perhaps they just had a massive slurp.
It looks like the TCR car is back out as well. We've just seen the Ligier heading back out the circuit in the TCX class, and in the back of shot was the Seoul Audi RS3 TCR machine, which was having some issues with its brakes and amortisseur.
We've only officially lost the Herb Motorsport 91 car.
Yeah.
In the pits for a long time in the PB Racing Notice after it got shoved up the backside by another Audi.
There was a lot of pasta being consumed when I walked past that garage.
So perhaps there's not much you can do
so
about
it's,
it.
It's lunchtime down there.
A late repair. The only other car currently scored in the pits is the Vortex, I think which I don't think is in the pits for any other reason than the standard stop. It's been there for 4 minutes and 9 seconds.
We are seeing a little squabble between the two HRT performance cars. They're actually not on the same lap. Marcel van Berlo is 10th in class, 5th in the AM class, and a lap back is Amendo Pampanelli in 12th position. But they have been trying to occupy the same bit of tarmac for quite a while. There's been vigorous flashing of lights between the two of them as well, despite being on different parts of the circuit.
Well, it's a well-known fact that you flash your lights, you're at least 5 kilometres faster.
Well, yes.
It's aerodynamic, you see. The light deflects some of the wind.
Considering they're both in the same team, I would have just kind of like told them to calm down.
Well, HRT obviously are in the Lorica. They're quite an arrive and drive sort of team.
Yeah.
They have and they've had so many cars in both QA and in Dubai, because they effectively they run a team really professionally. But that is the I want to race. I want to get a seat, and this is what the drivers come to. So I don't think there's any particular teammate love lost between the two cars.
No, but as we spoke about earlier, the more you squabble, the more you push each other offline, the slower your lap times are, and you're globally losing time to the rest of the field. So to be side by side for half the lap is not really the fastest way to drive.
But you are at this point trying to apply professional driver logic to a multi-driver class racing.
Well, Pampanelli's got a bit of experience underneath him, and so has Marcel van Berlo. So maybe they're just having fun.
Now, Racking has gone in for fuel, by the way, from Neuhofer Rennsport, the Porsche. So that is CP Racing back to the top.
As has Mauro Ricci. So those two owed us pit stops. The last person to us pit stops is the Century Porsche Ticini. They were very, very late. They pitted after the code 60. And they've been out for an hour and 12. So they've still got 10 minutes under their belts, I reckon. But Mauro Ricci and Martin Raginger both in pit lane now. And we will be seeing change of drivers very soon.
Be interesting to see how far ahead Shane Ritchie is, isn't it? Shane Ritchie.
Shane Ritchie.
Where did that come from? 1980s variety shows.
Mauro Ricci, I think, went straight back out, and there was no change of driver or even tyres, Joe?
That's what I was about to ask you. I was just watching a Vortex pit stop go off absolutely without any repairs needed, which was quite rare. And then when I turned round, I saw the 88 Mercedes, which you guys were talking about, going past. And I'm thinking, has that car all... It's just literally down from me, and there was nobody out on the apron, like putting tyres away. So just you'll be able to probably tell off the timing off that pit stop whether or not it stopped for tyres. No. I don't think it did.
Didn't stop for anything, Joe.
No, it came out of
no fuel.
fueling.
No, it doesn't have any fuel time. No, it's just the stop time is 35 seconds.
So it's just done a drive-through.
Just driven through.
That's a bit odd.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this has been an error with the timing, but according to this, it's taken no fuel and it's been there for 35 seconds.
I did see an F beside its name, so Mauro did go into the fuel area.
Perhaps the fuel people weren't there. Perhaps his team of perhaps they were having a lunch.
They're French, and it's not yet 2 o'clock, so
fair enough.
It's quite possible. Just finishing their coffee and the pudding, and then they'll be at the fuel bay in a few moments.
Seems fair enough.
Heart of Racing heading to the fuel Bowsers.
It's a very, very tight, sharp right to get round from pit lane into the fuel stop. So it's sort of moving out. Obviously, racing cars don't have the greatest lock.
No. I'm right in saying that Mauro Ricci is actually French, even though he has a very obviously Italian name. I think he is. I was about to say that he'll be gesticulating Italian-like. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, he hasn't taken any fuel, and there is an issue.
There we go. He's now back in this time in the fuel bay. So it's definitely had a problem for you to investigate, Mr. Bradley, when he comes to you.
I'm at the Acordis ASPT garage now, and there's a distinct lack of people here. We've got a crew chief bringing out another seat. confusion reigns, we'll get to the bottom of it, no doubt. So the board is out, set on the pit box, on the pit apron to receive the car. Brad, we've got some new Hankooks being wheeled out. So maybe the car came in, and we're saying it didn't go into the fuel bay last time.
It went into the fuel bay, but it went to the fuel bay, but didn't seem to stop. It was almost like it went in there, nobody was there to receive it, so it carried on.
This maybe is going to cost it, you know. I'll get to the bottom of it. Right now, we're here ready to receive the 88 Mercedes again.
Yeah, and it'll be with you in about a minute.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So where are we then? 3 hours and 18 minutes still to go. Sun still shining. It isn't cold, but it's not warm either, if that makes any sense. I've just walked up the paddock with... actually, I didn't walk up the paddock. I drove up the paddock, but I walked I walked all the way to the car, and then from outside in... I had my lunch outside.
Oh, lovely.
So, yeah, I mean, it out of the wind, it's really rather pleasant, to be honest. It is the wind that is the issue, and it's blowing straight down the start-finish straight. At RSL _studio.
Buggy back into the pits, and is that a right rear puncture? The one tyre we can't see being fettled with. I think they might have had an issue there. But Joe Bradley is hanging out at Acuda's ASP to find out what happened to Mauro Ricci, who came into the pits, went into the fuel area, seemed to drive through it, was through the whole pit lane in 35 seconds, and then is back in, and at the moment probably still in the fuel area, getting fuel for his Mercedes, having done an hour and 17 without a stop, and was finding himself right at the sharp end of the field. An extra 37 seconds whilst trundling down pit lane is not what you need for your strategy. And certainly miscommunication, perhaps, as Joe said just a second ago. Didn't seem anyone was even in the garage, really. But they are now preparing to receive that 88 Mercedes. Amaro with a big, chunky stint of an hour and 17, which seems to be a lot longer than anybody else can do. Heart of Race
outside the pit box, that's going to be a 5-second penalty, isn't it? Oh no, sorry.
But
we've actually got sensible officials in this racing.
The Heart of Race, that car's gone into the fuel area and got into its pit box before Acuda's ASP guys even left the fuel area.
I don't like there being detritus by the right rear wheel there. Whether there was something that came out from underneath the car. It's coming into the penalty box, actually. We've got a number of people in the penalty box at the moment.
Have you seen how many penalties there are?
Yeah.
There's a lot to be served.
Yeah, and Heart of Racing do have some. So I think potentially... Heart of Racing was in the gravel, Joe reminds me. So that was gravel at right rear, Joe, was it, that had been cleaned out?
Have you got Mauro Ricci now?
Yeah, that's the gravel and that's been left on the pit bay for the Heart of Racing Mercedes. That was a very early in the stint that car went off. Just a few boxes away, we've got the 88 finally in. Mauro Ricci getting out of the car and handing the car over. I have no idea what's going on down here. We've just seen the car go through the pits, go through the fueling, and then drive through the pits. A complete, what I could only describe as probably what's going to be reported as a communication error.
They didn't by any chance go to serve a penalty without realising they could do work as well?
35 seconds in and out is the measurement.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. So, right, we've got the driver bolted in. This is the longest thing in the whole pit stop phase. I should say the whole pit stop process. Getting the driver in is the longest thing. That's the last thing left to do. Tyres are already on. Obviously the fueling's done in the fueling area. I can't say the 88 Mercedes is out and on its way. We'll try and get to the bottom of it. It's about to take over, so I'll leave that one with Nick to fathom out. His Italian is much better than mine.
See.
But it's French, so that won't be much use.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
Proper 5 minute stop there in the a Curtis ASP pit garage, so a chunky, decent stop.
We are coming round to 3¼ hours, just under 3¼ hours gone. Local time is 2 o'clock here at Mugello, and this is race part 1 for the Creventic 12 Hours of Mugello 2023. So, coming down to half distance of today, how are the pit strategies going to play out? And remember, we have that exclusion zone, if you will, at the end of the race where you cannot make your pit stops. So already these teams, in fact, from the start, from the green flag today, people would have been back timing.
You just can't though, John. Not from the start of the race, because there's too many variables.
Yeah, but I think you have to start with a plan, and you have this huge Venn diagram of if then, don't you?
Yeah.
And where's the intersection point? The organisers, with the change of the regulations with Code 60 and the fueling this year, have in some ways helped you out with some of the strategic decisions you make. We heard that CP just were a little bit unfortunate by about 5 or 6 seconds when they came in. They'd have been fine under the old rules. But I think that makes those decisions a little bit easier. And basically, you've just got to run to some kind of plan and work out when your last pit stop's going to be. And does that mean you're going to stop with half an hour to go and then you're going to have a decent run in the morning? Or are you going to run it dry and hope for a Code 60 first thing in the morning on the restart, and then take a free-ish pit stop tomorrow morning? In the pit lane, Nick Damon. Sorry, Nick, didn't hear who you said you had there.
Oh, I have Mauro Ricci out of the Condis car. Mauro, a great stop, but some confusion at the pit stop.
Yes, for me, since the beginning, I had a problem with my radio, so little bit in trouble, but the car was good. Of course, like every time the team, for us, it's just beautiful to have this kind of car. And at the end, my mistake, I had to did one lap more because I forgot the fuel. So we lose 20 seconds. Now we have to run fast. Thank you.
So you were just a bit excited to get some new tyres and you just forgot to turn right for the fuel?
Yes, it's not easy, the entrance. Not easy, but it was just because of the problem with my radio.
That's it. But good stint.
Thank you, thank you.
Shane Ritchie's aged well, hasn't he?
And for an encore, he'll now sing My Way with my microphone.
Nick Damon there. So experienced and breaking the golden rule of pit reports.
Don't let your microphone
never, ever, ever lose control of your pit mic. Oh dear, that's first round on you tonight, Nick, I think, for that one. 10 minutes to half distance. Krone Racing Porsche with Veely right in behind them. And I mean, there's been great battles in that Porsche class, exactly. You would have expected that to be the case. That's Nick Johnson behind the wheel. By the way, Jerry Z, who was asking about driver's name, it has got JON on that car now. It cycles through the position, then I think it's then the team name, then the driver name. 22nd, Johnson, so it's overall position, then driver name, and then whatever else information. We did have a phenomenon when we were trying this system out a few years ago at Spa, and about to be lapped by the 6th place car in class. Sorry, 6th place car overall, which is the leader in the 992 class, Sabina De Castro. We had great fun at Dubai one year, where on the count from our booth, the guys working the information systems, think it was SPA at the time, SPA 05, on our count, changed all the information on the illuminated boards, and to put it into class position rather than overall position. And then when we asked them to again on the air, they changed it back again for us, and they all changed at the same time. It's brilliant. And it is really useful, isn't it, for anyone who doesn't understand maybe the multi-class system, to be able to see the overall or the class position. I think it was going into the last 20 minutes we did that. 912, the very bright orange and black in the pit lane. Max Bushnelli brought the Century Porsche Ticino car in. Now that is the Jutta Racing Audi, Adrius Navikas, soaking up a penalty. I notice now, after clearly all of the track limits penalties in Dubai and at Yas, we've got a bit of room at the end of the pit lane here at Mugello. And Creventic have stacked the penalty box double wide. And still that hasn't been wide enough at certain times.
What was interesting is that there's so many penalties that are still on the board.
Yeah.
Those that are needing to be taken because they're coming up to their 2-hour limit are being taken. But as Nick suggested in commentary a few moments ago, the rest of them are saving them up for when we go code 60.
When was that? We've not been code 60 for ages,
We've only had one.
That first one for the
Heart of Racing.
Heart of Racing car in the gravel, yeah. Well, that's really good.
Isn't it? Yeah, really impressive. Considering how difficult this track is to overtake, considering the experience levels of some of the drivers at the start of their year, so they've progressed from different categories of car, it has been incredibly clean.
Interesting moment just happened there as Pablo Berguera in the E2P Racing GT3 Porsche unlapping himself from the leader in 992. So if you've got any doubt about how to go motor racing, and you've got a few quid, euros, yen, dollars or other currency, get yourself a 992 Cup car. Best of that class at the moment, running 6th overall. All right, get ready to put €5 in the jar. There's a long way to go, but still.
Oh no.
But still, a really cost-effective way of going motor racing.
I've got bad news.
What?
For the 88. Not only did Mauro Ricci miss the fuel Bowsers,
right,
but in his potential confusion for missing the fuel Bowsers, maybe have missed the pit lane speed limit button as well. 36-second time penalty for that car for speeding in the pit lane.
So, and that's an odd number. You might think that Ben's misreading that. He's absolutely right. The speeding penalties under code 60s and in the pit lane are calculated on a multiplier by how many Ks over the speed limits you are. Down the inside for the 85 at the far side of the circuit from us, just passing some lap traffic. The multicoloured Vili car still leading its class, and by some margin, something like 46 seconds. Sabina De Castro doing exactly what is required. A 1:57.656 last time around. Second in class is Kiko Galbiati in the Fulgenzi racing car, 1:57.205. So yes, time taken out, but barely half a second. That's a decent lead. Now, if that was to be how it ended up at the end of the race, those cars would be back on the lead lap with barely anything between them. Through turn 1 for Vili. The easiest to recognise car, I think, on the grid. So the red Camel Jordan Fabian Dance driven car is 4th in its category. And I reckon they've dropped off the lead lap now in 992. Let me just come into the end of the lap. It's Who's in that car at the moment? Yannick, not the red ant car, and red camel. Fabian Dance. He has completed 85 laps now. And the leader in class already completed 86. Yeah. So they're off the lead lap in 9.92. So Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, Ben, have done a cracking job because they've got a lap on their, what you would say was their biggest competition, Red Camel.
Yeah, but they do owe us a pit stop.
Ah, do they? Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
So
I was just going to ask that.
There's the Red Camels guys, they're about a half a stint between them.
All right.
Which is a little confusing.
Okay, because they've all those top G 992 Cup class cars have done 2 stops, haven't they? So just waiting for that 955 Vili car to come in.
Yeah, so
and balance that up.
The top, is it the top 2? Yeah, Galbiati and Del Castro. Oh, it's a pit stop any moment. The other one that's going incredibly long is Ingo Vogler in the Land Audi. He's also done an hour and 35 in a GT3 car. That shouldn't be able to do that long. It really shouldn't. So somehow, with the kind of the capacity that the fuel tanks have versus the amount of fuel you can put in, these guys are able to go quite a bit longer than they really should be able to in a more conventional pit stop strategy, as we saw with the Double 8. Jean-Luc Bobelic, by the way, is now aboard the Acker ERSP tyre. Nick?
Yes, with Heath Bessam out of the 928 NKKP. Heath, we saw you at breakfast and you said you were feeling incredibly nervous or worried, or why am I doing this? Did you enjoy it when you did it?
100%. I love it. There's something funny in my head. When I'm having breakfast, I'm scared shitless. The moment I step into the car, a different man pops up in from my stomach, and then it's race time. I love it.
I mean, how was it out there? There was an awful lot of traffic, wasn't there? I mean, is it exciting, or is it kind of oh?
Nah, we've done it quite a few times. You have to let them pass. Let them pass you where it doesn't hurt you. Don't fight with the ones you want to fight with, and stay away from trouble with the faster ones. And that's what we do. We try to prolong our stints. We are 2 old Dutch guys trying to race against young, fit boys, so we have to do long stints. Keep the tires in one piece, keep the car on track, and stay out as long as possible, and do a fast driver's change. That's the only thing we can do.
So, Heath, we've got a break now. Yeah. So when you get in the car tomorrow morning, will you be scared again, or at that point where I've got going, I'm fine?
Every time I'm scared. So interview me tomorrow, I will show you how scared I am.
Thanks, Heath. Great stuff. Thank you.
And no doubt we'll be talking to Heath in the morning again. I hope it's an early breakfast tomorrow at the hotel.
It is an early breakfast tomorrow.
Yeah, because we've got to be out 7ish, haven't we?
We're on. We'll be getting racing again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, local time. Don't forget that clocks change as well overnight.
Spin for the spring forward. The 720 Lamborghini. This is the leader in GTX for the Super Trofeo Nicola Michelin.
And it's the leader because they are due a pit stop very soon. Been out an hour and 46 minutes since the last pit stop. That seems to be very long.
All green flag as well. Let's remind her. I mean, this is a busy little circuit. You've got a little bit of respite down the long straight, but other than that, you change in direction quite a lot. Now that was the car that had the slight ding earlier on, wasn't it, going down the inside of the Porsche? But that seems to be okay. They must have put on a replacement wing there. Meantime, the car that was undoubtedly quickest in the first stint and pulled through the field, the Land Motorsport Audi, and now a lap off the lead in the hands of Tim Müller. It's the 55 dark green and black car. Very understated car, that.
No, but I love the livery. It might not be the most showy of liveries, but it's sexy.
There's a quiet confidence about somebody who puts that kind of livery on the car. no replacement for the R8 announced by Audi for a street car, and therefore their GT racing program under somewhat of a large question mark.
These Audis are still competitive. They're still winning races across the world.
I think they're homologated for at least another 3 seasons. Where are we now? 23. Yeah, into 26. I think they're homologated to. TT goes out of production this year, and the fact the final editions are now wending their way to customers, and the TT, if it comes back, will be reborn as a 4x4 SUV with electric power only.
Really?
Yeah. Ford Capri.
You can't do that.
Ford Europe are bringing back the Ford Capri as a 2-door crossover SUV, all electric. My point about Audi is what they're going to race.
I've got an Audi TT. And, oh, great, you've got a nice little 2-seater sports car. Nah, I've got an electric SUV. You've got to change the name of it. You can't use the brand for something completely different.
We had a Mark 3, Mark 2. Eve had a Mark 2, Mark 3. I can't remember which one it was. But it was magnificent. The high output diesel, quattro, 6-speed manual. 55 mile to gallon down to Le Mans, and as much fun as you could ever need down country lanes. In basically using 2 gears, using probably 3rd and 4th, you had so much torque.
Nice.
And it was, from point to point, I would say it was as quick as anything you wanted to drive on the road. Anyway, as my father, who was a Class 1 police driver, would have told me, you were able to make good progress then, were you? Yes, make progress.
I followed a TTRS, the newer TTRS, on the country roads down to the motorway.
That's great. There's something about that odd thrum of a odd number. I've got a 3-cylinder motorbike as well, which is a bit like that.
The next mission for you, Nick, down in pit lane is to check in at Haas, because Mathieu Detrey is in pit lane from 2nd position. But of course, they were pit stoppers before the Code 60, so they got a full tank, but they didn't benefit from the slow pace out on track. Whereas, obviously, CP Racing are in a different situation, and we know that the Mercedes also of Acura ASP is in a different situation again. So Mathieu Detrey from 2nd into the pits, into the fuel station, and then we'll be down to you at pit lane. And we also, of course, desperate to know the origins of the Haas RT team that Detrey and Stéphane Perrin, who are the partnership that we saw at Wolf Power in the TCR category, and now transferring themselves to the TC3 GT3 category. Was going to be called TC3 actually, but also Fred Ravish part of that team as well for this weekend. So it's pretty quick.
We are 1/3, just over 1/3 of the way through. Check that, 1/4 way through the whole race. So that's half of today's 6 hours. Was completed about 5.5 minutes ago. Shane Lewis has crossed the line and has a lap on Land Motorsport Audi in 2nd. Kessel Racing's Ferrari in 3rd is another 13 seconds further back. And then 28 seconds further back, Carsten Tilke for Hofer Racing, the number 11. 8 seconds ahead of Paul Everard for Sontlock Junior Team Audi, number 26, who is 7 seconds ahead of Sabino De Castro, who's the first 992. Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, the 955. And the top 10 made up by Land Audi, number 34, the blue and white car, at another 20-odd seconds. And Kiko Galbiati for Enrico Fulgenzi Racing is another half a minute further back. Then it's Neuhofer Rennsport, 9 seconds gap there. These are all 992 cars. And Ray Camel Jordan, another 4 seconds further back. And that's your top 10. In the classes, GTX led by the rotating Lamborghini, Nicola Michelin in the 720, 23rd overall. GT4, Atlas BX, It's the silver chrome car, isn't it? The 403 AMG. TC is the 332 now, ahead of the 331 in the battle between the Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport cards. TCX is Primus BMW, and the Audi is back out again after its coil pack problem, and Nick Damon has a pit caller. It is the Haas RT car.
Yeah, thanks for the steer. We meandered our way up there. The car came down to us. Stefan Perrin was taking a picture of it because it was Fred Verviche who's getting in and replacing Mathieu Dutré. The car has sped off its pit lane apron and gone 50 metres and is serving a penalty, which it's just finished. That was a quick 10-second penalty, and now it's back into the race. Absolutely standing stop, all very relaxed, and I'll see if I can go a word with Mathieu in a moment.
Of the penalties that haven't been served, possibly the most significant one is a 30-second outstanding of various that have added up to 30 seconds for the 15th position car, which is the leader in 992 An, and that's the Red Ant Racing number 904. And I reckon they've still got 30 seconds outstanding. At the top of the timing screens, among the leading cars, Kessel Racing have got 10 seconds still to serve. Santaloc have got 20. And actually the leader in 992, Sabina De Castro, have also got 20 seconds, which will double up to 40 if they come in now during this code 60, which pops out after well over 2 hours of racing, and everybody just making sure they're all. Overall, Marco Talarico has gravelled the number 8 red and white Kessel Ferrari.
And more than that, has actually nosed that car into the tyre barrier as well.
Where is that? Top of the hill? Coming out of the chicane to 3 and 4, is that?
I think it's coming down the hill.
Right.
Scarperia and Pelagio. Because we don't have a camera.
Hoffa Racing and Santaloc have jumped in from 4th and 5th. They've both gone for fuel, so we can't tell whether they're going to serve the penalties that they've got. They've both got 20 seconds, I think, hanging over them.
Oh, no, I'm wrong. It's the one that's just there, out the window.
The one that we could have seen from, is that Corritao?
Yeah.
So that, we've just looked out of the window. So let's go down to Nick Damon, opportunity to take some driver interviews. He's still at Haas RT.
Mathieu, you came in about 2 minutes too early.
Yeah, bad luck, but we can do other because the fuel was empty, so we have to box. That's bad luck, but it's a long way to go.
It's a very interesting situation, moment. That early code 60 really jumbled things up. We've seen Porsche 992 cars at the front, you working your way forward and back. Do you have any idea where you are overall at the moment, or just turning laps?
Honestly, when I'm in the car, I don't care about the result. I just do my best, but I think we are in the top 3 for the moment, so we have to continue, and everything is tomorrow.
Now, a question from our commentators. What's the story, what's the history of the Haas RT team? Obviously, you're registered in Antigua and Barbuda. Tell us a bit about the Haas RT team.
Yeah, that's Sandrine. Sandrine Haas. She lives in Antigua, so she like his island, so she wants to represent the island because it's the first time, I think, in motorsport. And yeah, it's just that.
Great stuff. Thank you, Mathieu.
Thank you.
Well, we're partway there. I feel we're building more of a picture.
Got the Heart of Racing 27 cars just come in and done a full service and into the penalty box. I have the Lamborghini, the 720 is having a bit of a shufty around that one. I think that's had a little bit of a scuffage. So the front left is not where it should be as far as the front left is kind of separated slightly on the left wing. It's kind of broken a little bit of carbon fibre in a mountain. They've lost a bit of a dive plane. That's certainly aerodynamically inefficient there. Mr. Pashavidikus is getting in the car. He's been strapped in now. I assume they'll troll down to the penalty box. Everyone does.
Just a quick note, Nick, that Santaloc Junior team are soaking up some of their penalty. Yep. They'll be doubling it. That they had 20 seconds, which would double to 40. They don't have to take all of that together. They could do I'm presuming that that's 2 10s, which I think it is. They could do 20 and then 20 again at the next Code 60 or 10 under green flag. And the Kessel racing car is back on the hard standing in the motorcycle penalty loop on the outside of Colin Tao.
The 955 just come in. That's the Willie Motorsport EV Motors car. They seem quite chuffed with the results so far. Out got Sabina De Castro. I think Fabrizio Broghi, the recently married young man, has got into the car, full service as well. I can see the Century Motorsport BMW M4. Oh, they're going to get a new door. So they're getting a new driver's door, which has absolutely no resemblance to the logo on the current car. So that'll be fun to watch. It's going to look like the sort of cars you used to kind of buy at scrap yards, where one door is a completely different colour from the other. One of the Vortices has come into the pits as well. Back past me goes the Cron Racing 907 and the Red Camels 909. At this point, if anyone else stops for a penalty, there could be an issue, but they are rolling in. The 907, that's the Cron Racing sponsored machine, that has stopped. Red Camels also have stopped for a penalty. There's a bit of a roadblock in the penalty block, unsurprisingly.
Get yourself to the Ferrari pits, Nick, because it's coming towards you, and it looks like it might have fully slapped that barrier on the left side. Lots of damage to the left side of the number 8 machine.
Yep. Our leader's just come in and rolling through the pits. That's the 85. Shane Lewis, I think, has stayed in board that one. May have just picked up a slurp of fuel. He does not need to serve a penalty. He's just swell, really, because he's blocking the road if he was. The 34 car, that's the Land Motorsport blue and white machine. So it looks like everyone at least has taken the opportunity to get some fuel and serve a penalty if possible. Some have done full services.
And we go back to green flag racing. So the Ferrari, despite limping back to the pits in the middle of the road, we are actually full speed once more. Lots of smoke coming off the front end of it because the bumper is rubbing against the front wheel. It shouldn't be too much of a problem other than just bodywork rub, effectively.
Go and get fuel first.
There's a lot of work to do on the side to make it pretty again, I think. What you don't want to be doing now is sitting in the pits. And Tim Muller, I see in the 55, is still in the pits, even though we're back to green flag racing. So this is where it becomes a penalty to them.
Chantal Prince coming out of the pits there, and the Hoffa racing car did not get off the pit lane speed limiter at the pit lane speed limiter release. She was still on it, going towards that safety car line, so much as Chris Meese did the other day when we went back to green after a red flag in qualifying. She had a whole line of cars behind her who were trying to get up the left or the right-hand side without breaking the rules and going off the track. So the Ferrari on the pistol grip, getting the fuel. A reminder that there's no pressurized fuel here. This would be like going to your usual fuel station. And Creventic bring their own fuel pumps. Getting back up to speed quickly, the red and white Juta Racing, Arunas Gekuaiskas, excuse me, Arunas.
Bless you.
Gekuaikas, yeah, I think. Haven't spoken to that team yet, so I haven't got the phonetic punctuation. We'll chat to them tonight.
We had a lot, almost everybody, everybody pitted underneath that code 60 at some point. So in terms of, no, I lie, there is still a couple of cars that ignored it, including 909, including Mr. Truswell decided not to pit his car in Red Camels, so they did not take advantage of the code 60, or did they? Now I'm really confused. I'm going to have to look at my computer rather than the
Fabian Dance last pitted.
Well, it says the stint was an hour, but he could have last pitted last lap. That's where that's a bit confusing. The 88 didn't. Jean-Luc Bobelic stayed out.
If he pitted, he just got fuel and went straight through because he was only in the pit lane for a minute and 8 seconds. I'll leave Ben to sort that out. At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch. Hello to Dave Alcock and to Ian McCarthy.
Coming towards me.
Nick?
And a couple of things, the Korean Mercedes, the 403, just gone past me. That's got a nasty rip of metal on its passenger door, driver's door for the UK, passenger door for a racing car. So that's how engine. And here comes the Kessel Ferrari that is looking very, very second-hand. That's gone in sideways into the barrier, though we saw it nosed in. I think he's hit it and turned round. He's done every panel on the left-hand side. Most damage, of course, to the front left. He's discombobulated the nose entirely. This is the second accident this team's had. The blue car in the next door garage has already been replaced for this one. And yeah, there's a lot of damage to be sorted out.
Just check when they take the front end off. Have a look at that left front and see if there's any steering damage and whether that's been scrubbing across. Well, the guys are going to work there.
Test this right now.
Yeah.
See what's going on. They've got the door and the nose off the blue car, sitting ready to go. Wangling at several £1,000s worth of carbon fibre, because it's just scrap.
Leader Charles Putman down in turn one, just going a little bit long, and that has allowed the Krone Racing Porsche to get alongside. That's one of the 992 class cars. That car not long since out of the pits, of course, and back up into full speed, but that is the leader, and behind it is... who's in the Krone Racing car?
Well, it must be Nicholas Jonsson, surely, the way that it was being driven.
I would have thought so. That's a very long stint for Nick. And our Nick is still down by the Ferrari.
I've just had my trousers attacked by the nose cone of that Ferrari. I've got bits of carbon shards stuck in my jeans as it went past. I shall claim on their insurance. Yeah, so it looks like the steering's okay. They're giving it a very heavy waggle, and they don't appear to be doing anything with it. One of the advantages, of course, the fact that this car is about to be replaced, which is the GT3 488 being replaced by, of course, by the 296, is that all the mechanics are very au fait with everything that needs to be done to fix every possible accident, because they've had all the accidents, so they're already whizzing along. They've already taken off 3 parts. They know the other bits they need. They're already out has come the lights. They've got the light support device checking what's in and what's not within parameters. So this is going to be as quick as it can be.
It's going to drop out the top 20 overall, and it's already down to 11th in GT3, and they've dropped 5 laps to the leader. And it's very hard to get laps back here, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, the car had made a great comeback from its disappointment in qualifying. This is, so you end up 5 laps down. You don't have full course yellows and wave rounds to try and work it back, and you won't do it on pace. So already they're looking for the best possible result rather than a win or a podium. Tie wraps, thankfully. So they're not screwing everything in. There are some tie wraps, which is quite good. As they put in, I must admit, whenever I see them, John, they're putting in these beautiful carbon fibre wheel ends, and I just think, what's that, $3,000?
Yeah.
$2,500? Because it's beautifully made stuff, these Ferrari spares. But you just think, my God, how much does that little off cost?
Well, if you think that's expensive, you say the price list for the 296.
Yeah, that is true. I heard about that.
The 296 is utilising the kind of technology and design and build philosophy that we normally see on prototype cars. Shares the engine with the 499p, their Le Mans hypercar, and called the 499p because
it costs £4.99.
Exactly right. €4.99, I'll have you know.
Cool. So that's obviously why is it called the 499?
Because each of the 6 cylinders are 499 cubic centimetres.
I must admit, taking both Ferrari's sports car nomenclature and its F1 naming, none of them make any sense.
Can we go back? I'm sorry, I'm going to sound like Martin Haven here, which is not necessarily a bad thing in certain aspects. I liked it when you knew 512 was a 5-litre 12-cylinder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
Well, the Ferrari F1 team, they call one like the 75 because it's 75 years of F1. And the next one was called something like the 317 because it's 3 litres in the 17th one they've made. And the next one's called like the 600 because they've done 600 races. They just kind of make something up each year. all the rest of the teams, like the Williams is like the FW, whatever one it is. I can't remember what number they're up to now, about 39 or 40. It just counts up from 1978.
Well, if we're gonna, other car manufacturers are equally negligent in this area. I placed before the court Mercedes, whose numbers used to normally equal engine sizes, and BMWs, same as. You know, a 318 was a 3 Series with a 1.8 engine.
Logic.
320, yes, we've worked that one out. 325, yes. And now they've managed to swap around. The M3 is the 4-door and the M4 is the 2-door.
Well, what's
used to be
happened
the other way around.
is that these things that meant something, like 325, like they're now just become model, kind of like the same as calling something the Nova or the Corsa. So, for example, the C63 AMG
no longer
is
a
not
6.3.
a V8. It's not 6.3 litres. I think it's a 4-litre. It might be smaller than that turbo. But I think in the C class, I think it's a 2-litre, very heavily turboed car.
Very heavily turboed.
But you sit there,
VHT.
yeah, exactly. How much blowing? Yeah, I think this is a campaign tying in with the fact that the TT cannot be an SUV electric. Just think of a new name for the cars that reflects what they are.
And I'll also add that Porsche are not exempt from this, because there's a Taycan Turbo, which is an electric car. And the answer that I got when I asked that question is, oh, it's a trim level.
Well, you say that, but when you race RC electric cars, there is a turbo setting on the speed controllers, because what it does is it will, depending on the revs you have, it throws in extra advance into the motor, depending on the revs. And as you know, the further you advance an electric motor or a small motor, the more revs you get. So it actually does work in a sort of way like a turbo. But these are things that weigh, 1.6 kilograms, and I'm not sure it's quite the same with the Taycan, but there are electric turbos in RC racing.
What does the turbo stand for in Taycan Turbo and Turbo S? More money. Jerry says, just said, hang on, the 911's the most confusing model range in history. Well, if you've got another 2 hours and 35 minutes, I could take you through that, Jerry. But that would mean we missed the rest of the race. Yeah.
Well, good news.
What do you mean? You can't tell your standard 911 from your 930 or your 964, 993, 996, 997, 991, and now back to 992 again. I know. There's a lot. I tell you what. We've got access to the onboard cameras, as Nick's got we'll go back to Nick in a moment for the pit stop. There's an awful lot of arm waving going on in some of our onboard camera cars. And I do like to see a bit of frustration from the drivers. It's almost akin to flashing the lights. The 967 was the one we were particularly looking at. Stefano Monaco for HRT. Performance. What?
Has it got an extra hole in the front end of the car? The next head-on shot.
Has he hit something?
Look at the
and now we have the hybrid Ferrari, Nick.
Yeah, exactly what I wanted to say, because for the last day and a half, Ben's been asking me what happened to the blue Kessel Ferrari. Well, here it is. Well, at least the nose, the driver's door, and the bonnet.
And the two front wings.
And the two front wings, yeah. The only thing I would see is the driver's side of the splitter is itself split in two parts, but they've got that one out reasonably quickly. I suppose it goes straight to serve a penalty, so that's only about 30 metres from here. So quick in, quick out, many laps lost, and now they're looking for their best possible result.
10-second penalty they had. I'm not sure whether it was Marco Tallarico who is taking that car back out again, but they have dropped. Let me see. They have dropped 8 laps for stopping that.
So just before we got ranting about car names, we were just trying to decipher
and dissect.
Yes, both of those at the same time. What had happened in that last Coast 60, who had pitted, who had not pitted. And basically out of the top 15 cars, the only ones that hadn't pitted was the 985 Neuhofer Rennsport machine. So they are about 21 laps into their stint.
And they've taken the lead now in the Porsche 992 class.
They have been in the lead before as well.
Yes, but they've, yeah.
Probably legitimately now, rather than in terms of pit stop strategy. The other one that didn't was the 88, Jean-Luc Bobelik in the Akodas ASP car, but it hasn't really helped them. They haven't really jumped up the order, so they stay down in 11th position. Every other car pitted during the Code 60, other than the Haas RT car, which pitted before the Code 60.
However, that Haas RT car is just in the fastest lap of the race last time around, with Fred Vervish behind the wheel.
Boom.
1:49.263, ding dong, Vervish calling.
Expect to see him carve his way back up through the field. But it's interesting, isn't it, that they've got a full tank of fuel, so they will be able to go a lot longer than pretty much everyone ahead of them. Maybe Willie Motorsport and maybe... maybe Willie Motorsport got a full tank of fuel, but none others, you would say, was able to get a full tank of fuel in that pit stop. Neuhofer owe us a pit stop.
So Red Camel Jordans did come in.
They did come in, but they did. The reason why it says stint is because they didn't change their driver.
Yeah, and they were only in the pits for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
They were only in the pits for 1 minute and 8 seconds, yeah. So no change of driver, probably no tyres, just fuel.
That was very quick fuel stuff.
Well, that's probably all they could put on, because they'd only done 29 laps.
What's a full stint for them?
Well, they did 39 with Rick at the start of the race.
That might have been tyres only.
And that was also limited by Code 60 as well.
Yeah, that might have been tyres only.
If it was tyres only, then wouldn't you change your driver as well?
Possibly.
Just say a minute, and you're right, a minute and 8 is very short.
One thing we can say is...
Oh, no, you're right. No, you are right. A minute and 8 and a minute in the pits means that it was tyres only and not fuel.
Or he came to the pits for something. I wonder if he had one tyre going down and had a problem. He's got to get out of that car in 45 minutes. The other thing to note is that you can only do 2 hours consecutively in the car. We had a couple of Audis battling together there a moment or two ago, and that was the Land Motorsport 34, Johannes Kerkhoff, Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff, with Fred Vervish closing him down, and also Chantal Prince just going past one of the Porsches. No, that was the Baltic car, isn't it? That's not a pass for position. That's Andreas Schlimas in the 992, sitting in 10th in 992 and 5th in the AM part of that category. And Dr. Kerkhoff, then his next victim is Fabrizio Brogi, and that is who is ahead of him, but he's also being caught by Fred Vervish. That's 6th, 7th and 8th together. Vervish tries to go down the inside into Casanova at the top of the hill. He's got the inside line and he makes the pass. It wasn't easy for him though. Now down towards, in fact, they're still side by side, and Kerkhoff on the inside of 6th, 7th and 8th actually is right in there as well. So it's Brogi, Kerkhoff, Vervish and Shintaro Aktsu is only about another 7 seconds behind. So Kerkhoff unable to hold position there, and Vervish takes 2 positions on that lap, although one of them not in his class, and Dr. Kerkhoff follows through. So positions being made up by the battling Audis there, with Vervish having set the fastest lap of the race by anybody last time around. That time it was a 53.0, 4 seconds difference, and that's all down to traffic, Ben.
One other story to follow that has cropped up recently is that the 55 Land Motorsport sometime leader, certainly in the hands of Chris Meese at the start of the race, second position right now, has a 1 minute penalty for overtaking under Code 60 regulations. Now, they are about a lap and a half behind CP Racing, but in second position. They are going to drop a minute So that probably is going to put them in the hands in the battle for 4th and 5th.
Correct.
If it stands as it is, and Vavish is closing in on that battle. It's going to give CP Racing a mammoth advantage.
Yeah.
And whilst, you know, when they had that pit stop where they just missed out on the Code 60 full fill on Code 61, and, you know, it sounded though Charles Espinal was a bit...
hurt them that much, has it?
It hasn't hurt them at all.
It's put them off strategy.
Yeah.
And CP, Charles Putnam, who is the CP of CP Racing, has only been in that car just a little under 20 minutes. Now, with that kind of lead, and, you know, he did a 55.2 last time around, Tim Muller chasing him down, did a 55.7. So he's actually pulling out 54.4 from Paul Evard in Sontalok, 59.3 from the Porsche. So, you know, all he has to do now, all Charles Putnam has to do now, is his laps. And I'm thinking, if I'm CP and Charles is feeling all right, I push him as close to the 2 hours as possible. As off into the gravel goes an Audi. Is that the Santalok car this time? There's a bit of blue on it.
Oh, this is more red.
It's more dust at the moment. It's the 72 car. So not in the fight. That's the Jutta Racing car. 9th in GT3, 6th in AM.
Well, that's a Code 60 as well.
Andreas Navikas. Now, just a little bit of throttle. Just a little bit of throttle.
No chance. He's also got lock on, so he's going nowhere.
Yeah. And that was just a missed braking. Oh, no, on acceleration. Oh, he's nearly out of the gravel there. If he hadn't put his foot on the throttle, I think he might have rolled through that gravel backwards onto the daisies.
But we go to Code 60. The track becomes
Goes
quiet.
very quiet. I was just going to say, I think you leave Charles Putnam in for as close to his 2 hours, so that's another hour and 40 minutes. And that is going to leave you an hour and 40. That's going to leave you about 46 minutes at the end of the day. You come in then, you brimfill it, and the person who drives tonight doesn't have to start tomorrow either, by the way.
No.
But you do have to start with the fuel and tyres that you've got. Tim Muller dived straight in for fuel from second, and he could serve some... Oh, actually, that was a single penalty, wasn't it, that 1 minute?
Yeah.
He could serve the penalty now and sit there 2 minutes and he wouldn't lose another lap because it's a 4:35 lap under Code 60.
Exactly what he needs to do to minimise the damage of that.
In fact, it's 5 something, isn't it? It's 5.3.
And remember that most of those, all of those people who pitted last time in the last Code 60 only put half a tank of fuel in. So if you had not pitted for a while before that Code 60, the likes of the 34, the likes of the 55, the 85, they probably have capacity to now completely brim the car. Certainly the 55.
Back to starting levels.
Back to starting
levels.
Yeah,
right. However much you've got gap in the tank.
Yeah, which would give you an hour, at least an hour and 20. And leave you then the opportunity to do another pit stop with an hour to go of the race.
So cars that had already gone past the start-finish line, 909 in 5th, the second place 992 Cup car, 21 in 6th, that's the Haas RT Audi. So all of those cars had already gone by, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. However, Neuer for Rennsport, the 985 is still to come past the pit lane. Now, their last pit stop was 4 minutes and 23, so they took some fuel. You've got Marcus Neuhofer in the car, who's done nearly an hour.
And they can go an hour and a half on a full tank.
Yeah, but you can only go 2 hours in one go. Yeah, in one consecutive or contiguous racing
Pretty
run.
much everybody who is coming past pit lane is diving in to get fuel. So that's what you
Well,
don't
I think what you said was about them only getting a half tank last time. It's worth coming in. And you've got your spotter down there with a radio. Is there a pump? Is there a pump? Is there a pump? Yes, there's a pump. Now, interesting, Tim Muller is soaking up the 1 minute penalty. And also in there is the 416, which is Alaya Koloch and the Boogie Rat ZM Racing, and Nick Damon's been watching that team.
The CP Racing's going to get caught out queuing here, though.
There's one free. The leaders just realised that coming in behind I think that's the red camel cart. And actually, that hasn't worked out too badly for CP. It looked like they were going to miss the opportunity, and everybody is still in. There's one free at the moment as...
Over there?
Yeah, there's one free at the moment as that's the...
Is that Heart of Race?
Yeah, it is Heart of Racing, yeah.
Queuing to get a fuel...
And there's one free. There is one free, so they need to move around to that. In from third, Santalock, they've been in the pits. Hazard T have stayed out. Fred Vervish for Hazard T then goes up to third. By the way, we've still got the 55. They had a 1 minute penalty here. They'll double that up to 2 minutes.
Remember, Fred Vervish and the Haas RT pitted before the last Code 60.
Correct.
So they have a full tank of fuel, other than the laps that they've done since those 2 Code 60s and the few laps in between. So I think that's really a good thing to bring them right back into the mix of things again. Everyone else in front of them pitting, they've made up loads of positions.
Now that's interesting.
He's actually got out the car.
Because the driver was out of the Audi Jutta racing car, Andreas Navikas. Now he's going to have to go back to the pits, even if there's nothing the matter with that car, because he won't be able to fasten his seatbelts up, I reckon. It is so hard to do it when you've got a helmet and hands device on. Next thing is, will it fire and pull off the grass?
So yeah,
he's asking the marshals to help pull them in. They're putting on the door net. See, this is the problem when you get out the car. If there's nothing wrong with the car, he's going to have to come back into the pits. Who was that, Nick?
Obviously, they might be enable themselves to actually ease it back again before the first checkpoint, but somebody went too quickly. I've got the Heart of Racing in front of me, the 27 car. Ian James is getting into the machine, and they're doing a full... I think they're full, so they haven't actually rolled any tyres out. They're checking the tyres. So yeah, and also we did get the Santalock car as well. There's a few cars now who've stopped a bit later who've decided to do a stop as well. Here comes the 912. There are so many Porsches. It's your dream come true, this pit lane, really, John. There's so many Porsches. It's very hard to work out which one's which, but most of the GT3 cars now have at least gone past, and of course we have seen Tim Muller serve that 2 minute penalty.
Just a reminder that you can serve the penalties under Code 60. And we are going back to green very quickly indeed. CP are leaving the pit lane now. That's been perfect for Charles Putman. And he's still going to have a huge lead. Tim Muller's out just ahead of him. There's Putman out off the pit lane speed limit. And now 909, no, that's the 912.
Yeah, 909's only just going into its pit box. It's done the fuel. So if they want him to change tyres, then Code 60 is about to clear.
Penalties that are going to disappear from your screen for the number 88 Akkodis ESP team. And also that's the Porsche Baltic car as well, as we go back to green flag. I think that's worked out rather well for Charles Putman, and I think he's got another lap on the field. I think he's nearly 2 laps up now, because Tim Muller is only just in front of him, having just left the pit lane.
Well, they had to soak up 2 minutes of penalties, didn't they? So
yeah.
That was expected. What it has done is brought Frederick Vervish right into the game. And there's 909 in the penalty box. It hasn't really worked out for Red Camels, because they've had to do this under green flag conditions.
And now they're on double time, because they came into the pits under purple. And the problem is now we're back to green. And off has gone the Ferrari again. Alexander Cotrera for Kessel.
It doesn't look like my spotter's guide anymore, but actually looks more like my spotter's guide than it did at the
can you
start
just colour the back in red, please?
Yeah.
I'll get you some coloured crayons for tomorrow. He's not allowed pencils yet. He can have a crayon, though.
I'm still stuck on the end.
Yeah, I bet you do. Tim Muller then has dropped way down after that, because he soaked up that penalty. and therefore he's dropping down. He's at least in 5th position. And my goodness me, did Alessandro Coutera not go? He went off so far, he nearly had to show his pass to get back in again. The left-hand headlamp at the front is not illuminated anymore, so they might have known how to get that off and get it on again, but they forgot to plug it in. And Nick Damon has a returning car to the pit lane.
We do, and it's making a horrible mess of the pit lane, basically, because they've airlined all the 4 wheel wells, and out has come half the contents of one of the gravel traps. It's very, very dusty.
Which car's this, Nick?
But this is the 72 machine, the car that caused the initial code 60. That, of course, is the Yuta Racing Audi R8. They don't seem to have any specific technical issues, though. This is just a really, really thorough clean of all the detritus that has been kicked up by that accident. They're having a good old look around every area. There's a lot of I'll tell you what, the gravel that's coming out seems quite high quality. It's all the same colour, so I have to say Mugello gravel is really quite high quality, so I recommend that to everyone else. I'm looking now right through obviously the back of an Audi R8 it's got more hole than actual bodywork, and there is so much gravel still stuck on the kind of the downward slope of the diffuser, so it's come up and over the wheel arch, gone down that downward slope. That'll be throwing out the odd rock for the next few yards. Away he goes. I hope some of the broom's going to turn up, and as he goes, as I said, the odd little bit and bob of stone, and he also goes 45 metres and then stops for a penalty.
Well, at least it's clearing off our penalty list on our timing screen. There's only 2 left now. Putman leads and has 1 lap and 3/4 over Frederick Vervisch in 2nd position, who did not pit under that last code 60. He's been in the car 36 minutes. Erwin Bastard in the Santalok Junior team, 26, is in 3rd. They did pit and actually changed driver on that under that last code 60. So Bastard takes over from Evra. They can go nice and long, therefore, not having to worry about driver time or anything with that particular driver. Remember, there's just 2 of them in that car, so it's a bit tricky. Fabrizio Broggi is the leader of 992. He's just been passed, actually, by Bastard, but sits in 4th. And Tim Muller is in that battle as well in the 55 Land Motorsport car. 5th overall, 4th in class, 1st in Pro-Am, but now with no penalties to serve. And so is legitimately there, having also pitted last time. The 11, Hofer Racing, Chantal Prince did not pit under the last code 60. So she's been in that car for 31 minutes, having taken over from Carsten Tilke. Yes, that Tilke family.
Brother?
Son,
right.
Yeah, but named as the responsible one for the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Whether that's a good or a bad thing, I'm not so sure. But taking over from Herman, his father, in the circuit designing business, and probably has 1,000,001 other circuits on his list of achievements that we have no idea about as well. When everybody thinks of Mugello, this
classic, isn't it?
1980s built.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't think it's not a kind of a 1940s, 50s super old circuit, is it? 70s. Standby cooler. Other than that, everyone else in the top 15 did pit under that last code 60. And I think the one that really lost out is the Neuhofer Rennsport machine. The 985 didn't pit under the first one, pitted under the second one, has now dropped number 1 into the clutches of Red Camel for 2nd position in 992, but has lost almost a lap to the leaders.
Owned by Ferrari, this circuit. They bought it in 1988. The ground was broken here in 1973, and the first motor racing here was on the 23rd of June, 1974. So your birthday in 1974, Joe, when you were 20. And so that's nice. They used to hold road races on the public roads around here. That started in the 1920s. Scaparia, the nearest hamlet to this.
Oh, it's a town.
It's a town.
It's a town.
And they used to run up through what is the SP503. We've driven some of that. And my goodness, does that twist and turn up to the town of Fiorenzuola. And then west from there to Pagliana. We've been through there as well. And then through Corvelaio, Selva and Traversa. Then through past the German military cemetery on the Futter Pass, which was used for the Mille Miglia. That's the part of where we've come through at the Mille Miglia. We were talking about that this morning on the way in. Over the Bilancino Lake on a bridge, and then the town of San Piero Asive, and then back to Scarperia to end the lap. That was when it was on the roads. We could drive that. I think we can still drive most of that. Giuseppe Campari won here in 1920 and 21 on the first 2 races on the circuit. And its first Formula 1 race, of course, was in 2020.
2020.
Yeah, it was
one and only.
Yeah, so far.
I mean, not a particularly known track for car racing. I think DTM have done a few.
Yeah, DTM came here, definitely.
And GT3 perhaps in the SRO GT3 Sprint Cup, I think, might have come here.
Yeah.
But really, it's obviously famous for being the bike.
DTM were here only 2 years, 2007, 2008. FIA GT were here 1997 and 2006. World Sports Car Championship, 65 to 67,
wow.
75 to 82, 85 as well.
And no GT3, no Blancpain?
No, not seeing so. 3.259 miles. The road course in its original form, a mere 40.135 miles. See, that's a lap. That's a lap. When you're leading by a lap there, you've done really well, haven't you? And you're 40 miles ahead of you. That was 1920 to 24. Then it was cut down to a mere 11 miles. And then it got cut down to, oh no, then it went back up again to 38.4 miles. That's fantastic. Giuseppe Campari in an Alfa Romeo P2 held the lap record of 49 minutes, 58.8 seconds. Oh, what a time that was to be alive, eh?
You must have approached those kind of races more like a rally stage
Correct.
than a race.
Totally.
Couldn't be flat out for that many kilometres without really knowing where you were going all the time.
As recently as 1955, there was a 12-mile road circuit.
We could do that. That's not going to take all evening.
Umberto Maggioli in an Oscar MT4 Ferrari held the lap record for that.
I wonder why they shortened it from 60 to 12 for only a year.
Let's take a look at what's going on in the classes. TCR, the Audi's back out and running for IKEA Racing. The IKEA Racing in TC, it's the 332. Hoffa Racing BMW ahead of its teammate. TCX is Peter Larson in the 251. That's the white and rather fetching white and orange, or almost sort of a ginger gold colour, isn't it? Lovely. Really like that Primus racing car. That's the 450 horsepower version of the BMW. GTX is our next leader, and that is Paulius Pascavicius in the 720. RD Signs Lamborghini, also leading its class. Sorry, GT4. The silver Kim Yong-Kyum, the 403 Atlas BX Motorsport. I jumped the gun there. That's GT4. And the Lamborghini is indeed leading its class.
Yeah, I think Vortex must have got caught out by a Code 60 because they had a nice, comfortable advantage in GTX, and it's just switched around, even though we saw this car facing the wrong direction at one point.
Yes. And in Porsche, the overall leader in 992 is as high as 5th position, and it's the 955 Fabrizio Brocchi for Willi Motorsport by EB Motors. in the AM class, by the way. It's the other EB Motors car, the 973 Gianluigi Piccoli. So the two EB Motors run Porsches doing very nicely indeed, thank you very much. And the 955 still rocking different coloured wheels on each corner, which is a big hit with me.
We've actually only lost 3 cars.
Overall leader of the race, still the CP Racing car by 2 laps.
A lap and...
actually just short. Yeah, where's Vavish? You've got the tracker. Where's Vavish on the track? According to the leader is just coming out. So it's Charles Putman, and as I said, I'm leaving him in for his full 2 hours. So there goes Vavish across the line now, and the 85's just heading into Casanova at turn 6. So it's about a lap
and a half.
Ish. Yeah.
But Vavish is taking 4 or 5 seconds out.
That's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right. Putman's got a fuel advantage. He can go at least as long as Vavish, and he's got a 10-minute drive time advantage. So in terms of staying in the car and burning some of his time, then and that's what they're doing now. This lead that they've got, Charles is a very accomplished AM driver, but by his own admission, he is not as quick as some of the semi-pros and pros out there. The opportunity for CP Racing, and they've engineered and strategized their way into this opportunity, I think, Ben. In some ways, they had to do it because of that incident early on where they got caught on the wrong side of the code 60 for their fuel, but they've reacted very well. Their strategy has been fluid, and if they can get 2 hours of Charles's time out before the checkered flag tonight, which they are well able to do now with another hour and 20 minutes to go, that's going to leave 40 minutes at the end of the race for one of the other guys. You'll brim fill the car at that point. If there's any code 60s, by the way, in between now and when Charles gets out the car, you take them, because you keep putting fuel in the car so that stop when Charles gets out finally with about 40 minutes to go is as short as possible, and you get as much fuel in as possible for the new driver tomorrow.
Yeah, you're planning if it's all perfect.
No, I'm planning. It doesn't change. Unless they have an issue, it doesn't change. You leave Charles into his 2 hours. You take any code 60 and fill with as much fuel as you can squeeze into the tank. Doesn't matter that he's running heavy. And then you put a driver in for the last 40 minutes. Doesn't have to be the same driver who starts tomorrow, but you burn 40 minutes of fuel tonight, and you've still got, you know, what are these doing on an hour and a quarter? Yeah, an hour and a quarter. So you've still got 45, 50 minutes of fuel.
And actually, because they've done 2 code 60 stops, they might even have more fuel than that.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you've probably got almost an hour's worth of fuel in the car for tomorrow morning, and then what you're hoping for is an early code 60 tomorrow to get your new set of tyres on. You put a new set of tyres on tonight, and then you put another new set of tyres on and get back onto your race strategy for tomorrow.
The good thing is they're in a really comfortable position. They might
Don't have to push.
Exactly. We've only lost 3 cars so far. The Herbert Motorsport with a gearbox issue very, very early on in their 91 machine took them out of effectively the lead of the race at that point. PB Racing's Lotus Exige with a terminal oil leak, haven't come out since that happened. They believe forced on them by collision with an Audi R8. And Alan Fuerte's Ligier also still in the pits. We've got a yellow flag at turn 6. And a code 60.
Turn 6 is right at the top of the hill, isn't it?
That fast sweeper down the hill. It's actually where we're
just
about
after Casanova.
to see our camera, I think.
Let's see if we can pick off what has happened there. And there is a snatch tractor heading back up the hill.
Up the hill, yeah.
And at the moment, can't tell you who that is.
There's no cars in that area, according to my tracker. Obviously, it resets after each stint.
Nick standing by with an interview. We'll get down to him in just a second. Unfortunately, there's a bit of concrete there that blocks our view. It's the NKPP Baz Kooten car, the 928, the
Harry
great, the Harry Hilders and Baz Kooten car, and Harry has beached the HRT car, NKPP by HRT, the great tangerine and white car, and he's comprehensively beached that one. Was in second place in the AM category. So coming through Casanova, he's thrown it off the road at driver's left, and it looks like it's gone in sort of sideways and backwards. He's walking away from the car until they put that back down on the road. And our drone pilot in the IV Capital GmbH drone cameras, giving them a bit of a buzz at the moment. As we go down to Nick Damon, who has positioned himself. Where are you, Nick?
Waiting to see who comes up and down for the Code 6. I had a very brief chat, actually. I was doing the kind of thing which Ben was talking about, just having a look at all the walking wounded and not coming back. And yeah, I had a wander into the back of that Lotus pit, and it's kind of awash with, well, it obviously has been awash with fluid. It had been hastily mopped up with all sorts of things. So I'm not quite sure how it could have been damaged from the rear endings. There's nothing looking particularly important, radiator or fuel line or any sort of line-wise in the last, like, 8 inches of the car, but, you know, who knows. Had a quick chat with the Ligier guys. They are still trying to get to the bottom of this electrical problem, and I think they're trying to change the alternator the second time. There's a man with his hand right in the deep gubbins of the engine. I think this is, again, a point of where you've got a car that's designed for half-hour races, suddenly having to do endurance and things that which you would, as John said, change between sessions. You're trying to change instantaneously. Our first cars who've done some fuel and come out have gone past. The Korean Mercedes, the 403. That goes past. Fred Vervish from second place, the 21 car. That has gone there as well. So that's the Hassar team machine. They're coming for a full service, and this is going to be a driver change as well. Fred Vervish getting out of the car. On rotation, it should be Stefan Perrin, but it didn't look like a tall enough driver for Stefan, so I think it's Mathieu Dutré getting back in that car, the 21. There goes the 71. That's the one that due to racing that didn't cause the accident. Sorry, they didn't cause the previous Code 60, and that's Utah. And so, yeah, so there's a few people coming through. I've not seen any of the big names peel in yet, but I was looking the other way, so I'm sure you have better view on the pit area than I do.
Well, the other thing is the car that needs to be recovered is already behind the wall. So we are going to go back to green flag racing pretty quickly, and you don't want to be stuck in the pits when
Correct.
cars are going fast on track. So Vervish and Bastard are going to benefit from this quite nicely. They should be back out on track by the time we go to green.
Yeah, Charlie's coming to the final corner now, the leader, who didn't stop there. So that hasn't fallen his way, but it doesn't matter. So he's going to stay out here because we're going back green. They should not come into the pits here, as Dutré is up into second in the Haas Audi. And there's Brogy going through. Santalog stopped as well, and they've dropped down to fourth. So this is just going to make, I think,
the lead bigger.
The lead's bigger. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It didn't fall for them, but they don't panic. They're back up to speed, and they're down the front straight now. And the second place car, number 21, is just going through turn 4 as the leader's coming to turn 1.
It hasn't fallen well for Land and the 55. Tim Muller basically started fueling when we went back to green flag. He's stopped
that's
fueling
awful
now,
for them.
And he's in pit lane. So from a car that was in the lead down to 7th position now.
And 3 laps off the lead.
Here they are. 3
laps off the lead. Nick Damon is there.
There's a low-flying drone, or almost so low, it'll take my hair off. So this car has stealthed its way into the garage. They've got a problem, and they finished all the work, but they couldn't get the retaining bit of webbing in. So they lost a few seconds there. Tim in the back. I don't think it's Chris Meese in the car, only because I saw him in civvies about 10 minutes ago. So this is a quick change artist. It may not be him. But they are away again. And as I say that, the 215 Ligier has been pushed back onto the apron, so perhaps they've managed to give it some more spark and some more fire, and hopefully it can keep itself charging its battery. So short Code 60 as the 720 also took fuel back up and running.
Meese is in the 55.
Oh, he is a quick change artist then. There's a man who can get his overalls in a couple of minutes.
So just 2 hours to go today now, and here are the results after 4 hours of racing. We'll start with the TCE category, and it's TCX that leads that, the BMW of Primus Racing. That's the slightly higher powered car, 450 horsepower against the two 365 cars. They're in a different class this time around and are in the TC category. It's 332 from 331. And iCore Racing is the remaining, the only TCR car, with the Ligier having disappeared some time ago with an alternator problem. In GT, Charles Putman at the lead of the CP Racing car with 2 laps and a bit on the field at the moment. Vili Motorsport by EB Motors leads the GT3 Cup class in 3rd position. The rest of the GT3s filling up the top 8, but laps beginning to open up, and the big loser in that last Code 60, Land Motorsport, now 3 full laps. Tim Muller off the leader, and Tim Muller trying to make that battle in 7th position for the number 55 Porsche GT3 Cup cars, right in amongst it, with 2 of them in the top 8. The Neuhofer Rennsport 992 in 8th position. Red Camel Jordan's 3rd in the 992 Cup class. Hartler Racing, our pole sitter, front row starter, now down in 10th overall, 7th in the class. And again, 3 full laps off the leaders. And the rest of the top 16, a mixture of GT3s and the top half of the 993 Club class. Still a good battle going on between Red Ant Racing and Century Porsche Ticino for 6th and 7th in the class. They're 14th and 15th position overall. Outside the top 16, we'll pick up some more class leaders. Go down to 22nd position for the best of the GTX cars. That is the RD Signs and the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Kessel Racing, they've been right at the sharp end, but now dropped down to 24th after a couple of issues for them and a rebuild which cost them 6 laps. The Atlas BX Motorsports GT4 Korean entered AMG is 27th and leads its class ahead of Simpson Motorsports in 2nd. And the Bugira ZM Racing GT4 in 3rd position for AMG. Problems at the bottom end of the field for a number of people who have either spent time in the pit lane or in a gravel trap. And that is certainly the situation for the PB Racing Lotus with that oil leak. I saw the team guys getting ready to go. Stefano Daste was gathering his family together as I was coming back from lunch. And the Herbert Motorsport GT3 out with a gearbox issue. That's how it stands with just under 2 hours to go. So I think CP Racing at the moment are looking pretty. They've just lost part of a lap to Mathieu Detré, who has caught and passed Charles Putman, and so therefore has taken 1 of the laps back, but he's still a full lap back.
The gap is actually what it was before that last Code 60 already, so it's a lap and a half, which is remarkable considering it was basically 2 laps at that Code 60, and it shows that was really a free pit stop for Haas RT last time.
Yeah, but they didn't. You don't have to. The point is that CP didn't have to panic there, and they didn't. Now, talking about Land Motorsport, that's where Nick has found his way down to, and it's the 34 from the 55 here. That's the AM car ahead of the more fancied Pro-Am car.
Tim, the race started so well for Land Motorsport. Chris got the car in the lead, but since then, is it just the Code 60's not worked out for you? What's been the problems?
Well, I made a mistake coming into Code 60, and I passed by a car. I didn't see the signs early enough, so we got a 2 minutes penalty. Otherwise, everything would be fine. And most of the cars that are in front of us now, they need to refuel in the next 10 to 15 minutes, so I think we will be there on second again.
Is that where you expect to finish at the end of the first half of the race, then second behind CP?
Well, I didn't expect that, honestly, because the field is quite strong. Stefan, my co-driver, he doesn't have too much experience on the GT3. I didn't drive since last year, July, so I didn't expect that. But thanks to a good team, cool car, and a strong Chris, we are there.
So does it all come back to you? You mean it's been 9 months since you last in the GT3? Is it like, that's how I drive one?
Sorry, again?
Is it like, oh yes, now I remember how to drive it? Come back in a couple of laps?
I was quite busy, business-wise, so I was not sure if I could drive, and things are getting smoother now, and I said, okay, let's see where I can drive. I love this Kirchhoff guys, so I asked them, where do you drive? They said, we moved to Lund, and I said, let me see if I can join the team.
Great stuff, thanks Tim.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Now, some more amazing facts, courtesy of Motor Racing UK magazine about Mugello. Lots of classic F2 and F3000 races here, including Warren Hughes' worst finish in the 2000 Italian Formula 3 season. That was here at Mugello. Thank you, Mick.
I'm pretty sure my dad used to come down here in the 80s for
F2.
For F2, yeah, when it was separate to Formula 1 and had its own package.
Yeah, a lot of people still rave on about how good that was. A lot of people do.
You can imagine.
I just wasn't old enough for that. And I wasn't, in fairness, I wasn't into open wheel racing that much, but hearing the stories from, remember when Jeremy Shaw came to Le Mans and we stopped at Rouen Les Arts on the way down, and he said, yep, I camped there next to that, in between those two trees. I camped at the back of the paddock for what was then European, I suppose, Formula 2, but it was effectively international Formula 2.
Our last Code 60, by the way, was due to the NKPP HRT performance Porsche being in the gravel. Harry Hilders is now back in the car and back out on circuit, but it looks as though the 26 Owen Bastard Santalok Junior Team Audi may have been involved in assisting the Porsche around into the gravel trap, because they are both under investigation of an incident. Not an incident that we saw, but an incident on circuit.
Right.
And that Owen Bastard's Santalok Junior Team is in third position right now. And it's about a minute ahead of the 55 Lance Motorsport Audi that we were speaking to. And Tim Muller saying he had this 2-minute penalty for overtaking under yellow flag. Otherwise, it'd be great. Doing the maths, actually, they would be second.
Yeah, yeah.
There are that many cars between him and second position. CP have got that massive advantage, but it is that close between the rest.
So when your dad was following F2 then in the mid-80s, that he would have had his camper van then?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The early years of me spent a lot of time in the camper away from the UK.
I remember your dad.
Sensible.
My first year at Le Mans was 89, and your dad was there with the camper van. And I remember drinking very passable French red wine out of enamel tea mugs, sitting on the step of that, and having your dad regale us with all kinds of stories. Invaluable that was in my education in sports car racing, and red wine, in fact.
Maybe for the centenary we should get him back. Which we wheel him in
with the camper and some red wine.
Well, we can get a camper. We could probably not the camper. That would be would never make it. Hardly ever made it anywhere anyway. We could wheel him in for some stories, though.
I think that's a great idea. I'll get him online. We'll do some pre-records as well. So down the front straight for a car with a lot of space to itself for the moment, at least. And that is the 928 Hilders car that was most recently in the gravel.
So, not sure it even came into the pits after being recovered.
Well, again, the driver got out, so that's impressive if he managed to do all of his belts up.
Well, I could check. But by the looks of the timing screen, that he's only done 3 pit stops generally. So it would be...
oh, yeah, good point.
Not sure.
He was 28 seconds in the pit last time around, and 2 minutes 14 for the whole pit stop. So what's the transition time? About 28 seconds then?
There we go, Hilda's 13 laps. Yeah, no, he didn't. He just got back in the pits and carried on.
Right, got car put back on the circuit, jump back in, fasten up his belts. Well done, Harry. So Putman goes through, and just waiting for Detre. Where's Detre on the track? He's got to be making up time. 55's absolutely on the nosy for Charles Putman, and anything between 48 and 52 for the second place car of Haas RT. Nick Damon, unusually, has found himself where there's free food.
Well, you know, it's the most important delivery of the day. It's not more Hankook tyres, it's not that extra coil pack. It's the wonderful world of pizza, keeping the teams... Oh, that's a margarita. Fantastic. Oh, yeah, I've got to bring some up as well, apparently. I did ask to do other flavours, but it's obviously we are in Italy. Why not deliver 400 pizzas? It's a brilliant idea. So I believe there's many separate deliveries of hot, cheesy goodness.
Piano due.
Yeah, this is also,
Per favore.
Are they all margarita? Is the question? Yes, if we do all cheese.
That's fine.
I will literally steal one any second now. Actually, you should really send Joe down, because it's about half an hour before we were changing over. So you should do a sprint down and pizza pickup. Well, Sprint and Joe, I realise, but
Sprint and Joe. Yeah. I'll get him to come to the bottom of the stairs if you can snaffle one.
All right, I'm going to bring one up now.
Right.
I'm going to bring one up to the bottom of the stairs.
Excellent. Now. Courtesy of Creventic. Look, this is a series that looks after the teams, drivers and crews down in the pit lane.
Oh, there is Nick.
Literally, he's walking down the pit lane, having snaffled the pit lane. He's going to pit out, having snaffled the pizza from pit lane. It was paddling pools in the 42-degree heat of Portimao and gelato. I think we had gelato as well in Kuwait, as well as kofta kebabs. They are all about looking after the full pit lane. Well, Ben's been craving a pizza ever since we got to Italy. So.
And we are still having a pizza later on.
Are you? Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
As one of the CP Racing boys said earlier on, you're driving around this beautiful circuit all day, you've got the mountains as a view, and then you know when you finish, you've got great food afterwards.
Yeah. And pizza.
Pizza's a good food.
Jonas Gelsinis for Jutta Racing, the 71 red-white.
That's the one
Audi.
that hasn't been in the gravel.
Correct.
Yeah, the 72 looks very similar, but has visited the gravel trap.
He's got close, though. Big slide. A really interesting...
That's exactly where his
teammate did the swapper and went off just at the top of the hill, where we can see. There is, as the sun's starting to go over the top, what time is it? 3:30 here. Central European time. Tomorrow we'll be racing on Central European summer time as the clocks spring forward tonight.
Has a race ever been spread across two different...
Yes. Spa 24 did it a few years ago, if you remember, and they had to change the end time, otherwise it would have only been 23 hours. Down to Nick Damon in the pit lane.
Very important transfer here of a very precious cargo. It's a proper margarita pizza. It's the Cheese of the Race Award.
Very good.
There we go, handed to Joe. Most importantly, this needs to go to Ben. Ben needs at least one of those. Thank you very much. Great for beer, marvellous. Thank you, everyone.
I'm pleased they've only cut that into 4 pieces, because I couldn't manage a 6. An hour and 3/4 to go. We'll just hand off for some long interviews in a minute. Any Chianti? Did you see any Chianti coming up?
No, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, can't have that in the pit lane, obviously. No.
I was driven this morning, so there's no issues at all.
Yes, that's a good point. I'm the designated driver today. So Putman across the line, and there goes Detre. He's closing down, but Charles beginning to burn off a little bit of fuel. He's been in there for an hour. and a 54-1 against a 51-1. Now, all right, still being closed in on by Mathieu Detré, but doesn't need to panic here. Does not need to panic at all. Putman just doing his thing. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
exactly.
He can, if he does get past, then he will be on the same lap, won't he? So that's what the aim is here.
Yeah.
And the thing is, with that Haas car, you've got Detré and you've got Vavish.
Yeah.
You've got two very fast drivers. That is why they are in the full-fat GT3 category rather than the AM category, which is what the CP car is.
And Detré's now got a fuel advantage on Putman because they did get in for half a tank.
Yeah.
Last time around.
Yeah.
Although CP's on 4 pit stops as well. So they must have got fuel. When did they last pit?
They did. Their 4 pit stops have been code 61, then in the green flag period, and then code 63 and 4.
Right.
And they ignored code 65. Vavish has done green flag pit stop, green flag pit stop, green flag pit stop, and only pitted once under code 60 on that last stop. Does it? The pizza has arrived.
Ben's going to go quiet now for a little while.
Does look good, doesn't it?
Yeah, go on.
Do you not eat pizza? Do you not appreciate a pizza?
Bit carby.
But bye then.
So, bon appetit, says the truck. You can leave me one piece and we'll swap over later on. No eating on air and in the studio, so Ben's moved away. Nick and Joe will swap over in a moment. CP Racing AMG at the head of the field. Need to get a picture of that for the socials as well, Ben. Still leading. And Charles doing exactly what he needs to do. He's just gone past one of the Wheelie Motors by EB Motors machine. That car now, by the way, that Porsche leading 992 is in 4th position overall and 2 laps off the lead. Extraordinary from those 992 Cup cars. They are quick machines, and this is a circuit that seems to suit them. I was just saying there that as the sun's gone over, we can see a little bit of a sheen on the circuit, on the racing line. It does look just to be rubbering in and getting a little bit greasy on the line. Let's head back down to Nick Damon for an update on the weather. And I noticed you have got some spectators on the top of the grandstand, so they can see 2 parts of the circuit over there.
That is a good view up there, actually. It's one of those great situations where you look one way and you're seeing the last couple of corners and all the way into the final bend, and you turn the other way, you get them stringing down the straight, and you get to see the start-finish. So they are obviously a very well the places to watch at Mugello when it's easy to walk around. The TCR cars in now. What we've got weather-wise is it's very, very sunny. So much I put my sunglasses. Weather's picked up. The wind is, yes, it's there, but it's not cold. So when Joe comes out, I'd recommend reducing the coat level by at least 1. Otherwise, he might get a bit hot. But it's it's turning out to be a very one thing I will say is if you the far end going into turn 1, there is a huge mountain range or a very large hill range, and that has been swathed at various points in clouds, but right now looks very, very nice, very clean. It's an absolutely gorgeous Tuscany day, whether you're on the modern circuit, the 12-mile circuit, the 16-mile circuit, or the 41-mile circuit.
Already in between.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. 100 minutes still to go of the race today. The interesting thing is, where will we be then? Will there be laps in between the leading cars? Top 3 separated by a lap and 32 seconds. Really interesting. 4th position for the Porsche of Wheelie Motorsport by EB Motors. Then 2nd place in AM. It is an AM car leading, by the way, GT3 AM. The Land Motorsport white and blue Audi. Then their teammates are another 4 seconds back and closing, and should actually, Chris Mee should pass Chantel Prince this time around, and that'll be a change for 6th position between the 11 and the 55. That's the Hoffa and the second of the land cars. So Johannes Kerkhoff just goes through in the blue and white land car. Then Chantal Prince will go through. And there she is, and there's Chris Meese right behind her now, going into turn one. This will be a pass for position in turn one. Meese was close enough there as he got through. Harter Racing in 8th position, are another lap further back as the Audi comes in to soak up a penalty, and off for the 985 Porsche. Now, is this going to be another code 60? That's Michael Berchner, and this is the 3rd place 992 car. He's off the road for Norhefer Racing. Berchner, the German, very close to getting picked up by one of the BMW CS cars. Must have just scraped across and just missed it by about a foot or a foot and a half.
That's a horrible place to stop.
He's right at the bottom of the hill after Casanova, down into Arabiata 1. That's a fast pass. He quickly reverses out of harm's way, leaving the racing line open, and he'll get going. Oh, don't ditch it now that you've got halfway back on. Brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. But the big witness marks in the gravel from one of the Bonk Racing cars, I think it was. I don't think it was the GTX car. The TCX car of Primus. Whew, might have been Max Partel in the 331, but that would have been an eye-opener for whichever one of those BMW M2s it was. Easy to spin the car down there, and he managed to keep it out of the gravel. There's Putman going through in front of us now. Everybody would have been on that toes bend there in the pit lane.
And they were in a big battle for 2nd position in 992, so they've handed the advantage now to Ivo Breukers. They do continue. Michael Berchner comes across the line and stays in 3rd position in 992. But the advantage very much handed now to Breukers for 2nd in class. Interestingly, Really Motorsport by EB Motors has a huge advantage at the head of 992. They're still 4th overall, and they must be at least a lap ahead of the 909 machine. In terms of pit stops, they're about the same. They've done actually one less pit stop. And now who's in the pits? This is the E2P Porsche. Used to seeing them with an older 991. Is it a slow stop, Nick?
Yeah, they took a long time to... brake pad wear early for that, but they had a check and had a good old shufty at that. Then they were quite slow on the front left. As you can see now, they're giving it a bit of a drink at the back. It's filling up with some sort of fluid through the hole on the rear deck. So, yeah, the 90 car in GT3, yeah, a leisurely stop, not really pushing the boundaries of speed there for E2P Racing, but in many ways, where they are in the race, it's better safe than sorry, isn't it?
Owen Bastard has picked up a time penalty, a 20-second penalty for causing a collision, 2 minutes 20 behind CP Racing. So still over that magic lap, but we are now, what, within 30 seconds of getting that lap back for Detre, which means a minute and a half away for Bastard. And the 909 actually for Red Camel in the pits under green flag conditions. Now, considering we've had loads of code 60s not long ago, why are they pitting now? Let's have a look. Evo's done 45 minutes in the car. They ignored the last code 60 but pitted under the code 60 before that, so they may have only got half a tank, so they might have needed to. Or we're now back timing from the end of this 6 hours. But that, you know, with an hour and a half to go, that is a full uninterrupted stint and leaving you very little in terms of fuel going into tomorrow morning. They can't refuel, they can't change tyres before the resumption of the race. And wow, that's a change of position legitimately with Meese going ahead of Brogy. Let's go down to Nick again.
The Akidos team have brought number 88 from memory. Yep, I'm right. By this time for the driver changing, not because they're having another problem. Full service for Akidos. It's a Inga's got Benjamin Ricci has got into the car. Interestingly, Benjamin's under a French flag, and Mauro Ricci, and I assume they're related, is under an Italian flag. Not taking a risk with Mauro again, he might steal our microphone. Just coming up to me now is another one of the Mercedes. This is the 11 car, that's the Hoffa Racing. It's got one of the princes in it, PRI, doesn't tell which one it is. I assume that's Alexander. But yet to see this Red Camel's car emerge from the fuel stop, Ben.
Oh, well, the Ben and Mauro story is that Mauro is of Italian descent but lived in Lyon, and Ben was born in Lyon, so has French heritage. And Mauro now based out of Brussels and runs the Acodes company, which obviously lends its name to part of that team, the ASP team, now kind of legitimately title sponsored by Acodes. Across the whole thing, whether it be GT4 or GT3, whether Ricci Mauro is driving or not.
Just a note on the Red Camel Jordan situation. Ivo, having been in for 45 minutes, that means he's got an hour and 15 to go.
What, you reckon he'll stay in?
I reckon he will stay in. I reckon he'll do his 2 hours. Let's see. He's in the pit lane now. Let's see what happens. 3 minutes 30. He got out, did he, Nick?
I'm afraid they're at the other end of the pit lane from me and Seb, but I can see him getting out. And obviously, another Broikers has got in.
Okay.
I know that for a fact. So full service of the tyres for the Camels Jordan car.
All right. Right, so that... so now I know what they've done. I was about to say they've got 2 things. He can stay in and go at the end, and they'll make a pit stop with half an hour to go, or thereabouts, and brim-fill the car and put another driver in. So what they've decided to do is to put a driver in now to go to the end. They'll do full pit stop, and that will take them...
Could it take them to the end?
It could take them to the end of the race, but I suspect they'll stop just beforehand for fuel only.
Although I seem to remember the last time I did a 24H series race, they went to the end without fueling and pitting at the end of the first part of the race.
And then pitted early the next morning.
And pitted early the next morning, giving themselves a lap advantage over where they needed to be. So unfortunately, Trustwell, I think, was actually commentating with me rather than being the strategist for that particular race. Yes, exactly, Nick. Yeah, they have actually had that situation.
Nobody
where
heard that other than you. Nick, let's go down to Nick.
I was just saying, I remember them running the car absolutely at the end of part 1 of the race.
Yeah.
And then they had no fuel to restart the car for part 2 the following morning.
Yeah, they weren't allowed to refuel on the grid or in parc permit. Somehow the car spluttered around and into the fuel area.
I think they pushed it in and pushed it back, but they lost obviously a lap and a half.
Yeah.
Well, that was also pre-Paul Trustwell, so hopefully they'll have sorted that problem out. I mean, this is the bit I always think. I genuinely feel that teams do not maximise the potential advantages of the stop. Because if you're not the leader, you want to be 1 minute 59 seconds or whatever it is behind the leader, having got as much fuel in as possible.
Correct.
Being 11 seconds behind doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just had a change of position in the 992 class, and it is for second place as Kobe de Bruyke. No relation, spelled differently as well, actually. For Red Ant Racing, the 903's got ahead of Michael Berchner for Neuhofer Racing. And that is for 8th and 9th, but more importantly for 2nd and 3rd in 992. Fabrizio Brogi continues to hold down a top 6 position. That car, the Vili Motorsports by EB Motors Porsche, number 955, the multicolour car, having run as high as 4th as they were maximising their strategy and other people were jumping in and out of the pits. So at the front, CP Racing by a lap and a bit. Mathieu Dutrey is not gaining on Charles Putman as much as we have seen. He took 2 seconds out of him last time, so that's good. He's eking towards the lead lap, which is all he's got to do, as Nick's rightly said. He's got about 44 seconds on Erwin Bastard for Santalok Junior team, the 26 Audi, and then waiting for Chris Meese to go through. Chris Meese is still 2 laps down on the leader in now the best of the land motorsport machines. He's overhauled Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff in the blue and white number 34 Audi, and he's pulled out an 8.6 second lead. So that's first and second in, first in Pro-Am and second in Am.
It's just that classic thing of traffic one lap to the next.
Yeah.
Both Meese and de Trey can take 4 or 5 seconds out of Putman when they've got clean track, but when they have to negotiate traffic, last lap for Chris Meese, 55, about the same as what Putman was able to do. You know, so that would have been a lap where he had to be offline and compromise his pace because of traffic, because he's getting past people rather than being passed. He's still one of the fastest men, if not the fastest man out on the circuit. Last lap for Meese, a 50.9, so he's had a nice clear one and he's taken 5 seconds out.
Just going back to races over the clock change weekend.
Oh yeah.
Confirmed by Dave Alcock, who says, sorry, by Ian McCarthy. In 2020, the COVID running of the Spa 24 hours, this year the CrowdStrike Spa 24 hours. So no fans there, but instead of it running from, let's say, 2 o'clock to 2 o'clock, it ran 2 o'clock to 1 o'clock. So they backed out of making it a 25-hour race.
Yeah, was there. Should have remembered that.
Yeah. that's the one I was thinking of straight away. I remember the debate about what was going to happen with it.
They ran a 24-hour race
which started an hour earlier than it finished on the clock, effectively.
And I think it was a major celebration, so there was kind of grounds to do a 25-hour just because it was 25 years.
It was. That's right. It was, wasn't it?
Years, I think.
Oh, huge
no!
off! That's the leader. It's the leader. The 85 car has demolished the right front. It's gone off very hard indeed, and it's the wrong way coming out of the Casanova corner, I think. And it's, I think, probably went off on driver's left and has looped across to the right. Charles Putman under no pressure. His last lap of 54.0, one of his better ones, but whether it was in traffic, we don't know at the moment. But that is a huge incident at the top of the hill, and that car is out, and Haas RT in a lap's time will go into the lead. We're under code 60, and well, that's damage. The wheel is still on the right-hand side, but there's severe bodywork damage, and it looks like there's some suspension damage as well there, Ben. And there's all kinds of coolers, etc., under the front of that car.
So this is between Scarperia, which is the right, and Piaggio, which is the left. And he's gone through the right and continued to turn right into the wall. And the wall is so close to the track
so that's 10 to 11, is it?
10 to 11, yeah.
Yeah, OK, sorry. I thought that was a bit further back. That is...
There's just no runoff there because it's not a conventional place to go off unless you get a little bit of wheel spin and the car turns around on you, or you are helped around. We haven't seen any pictures as to suggest what happened.
Philippe Bonnell in the pit lane and soaking up some penalty in the GTX 701 Vortex, and that is 4th in its class. We'll get its time, as this is now our 7th code 60 of this first part of the race with still...
And we went 2 hours without
I know.
one.
More than 2 hours.
Yeah.
The sharp end of 3 hours, wasn't it? Because we were getting on to... We were over half distance. Now, not sure if Charles thinks he can drive this back, actually.
I'm wondering whether that right front wheel is still okay in terms of its positioning. And
is it just bodywork? He'd be lucky if he's got away with bodywork there, because he's bounced, hasn't he? He's bounced out. The front clip is deranged, as if he's wiped the nose of the car down the banded tyres there. But that has been big. This is one of the cars that does have the built-in lift hooks. So this is a hook and eye lift. And we know the front end's going to drop down, so we're going to get to see this right front wheel and see if it dangles away as if it's not connected to anything. Need one of those marshals on the back of that car to pull it down. The car comes down to the edge of the track. We'll go to Nick for an update on what's going on once we've seen how they managed with Charles. There's severe damage on the front. I don't think they're going to put him on the track. I don't think they're going to risk taking...
I'm not sure he's even in the car.
No, I don't think so either. I couldn't tell by the way the sun was on that. Nick, obviously a lot of people taking opportunity to come in, including both of the Land Motorsport cars.
I think the key thing is the 55 car, the theoretically quicker of the Land machines, is a 34. The other one goes past me. They've come in and they've taken Chris Meese out. And the reason for that is they don't need Meese anymore because they've got that lap back free because Putnam's put it because of the accident Charles has had. So they now no longer have to fight back for that lap. They've got it. So they can put in their non-pro drivers and they can save drive time for Chris for tomorrow.
Yeah, they are still... I think they are still one lap off the leaders, though. I'll confirm that when we come through. Detrey, I think, has completed 132 laps for Haas. Santalok 131. And Land now with Stefan Vandinger for Land 55 is on 131. Dr. Kirchhoff is on 130. The best of the Porsches now in the 992 class is Veely. They're on 130 as well. That's the Veely Motors machine.
We are going to go back to green flag within a minute. So there's a huge amount of cars fueling and in pits, and yet they are going to be caught out from a very efficient snatch of that Mercedes.
Yeah, 9 cars showing in fuel. There are only 8 pumps. Steering alarm on the Porsche of Stefan Monaco on the 967. This is 9th position in the Cup class for HRT. And I think they were changing a steering wheel there or doing something.
No, you can adjust the height of it. He was just moving it around for him.
Right, that's why the alarm was on the scene. Is it still on, though?
It's still on at the moment, but
right.
Let's see once he's fired up. Maybe it'll clear.
There is a button to the bottom left for the clear on that version of the Porsche. We're back to green, by the way, in case you hadn't worked that out. Nick Damon will be joining us up here in the booth in a moment.
And Haas RT are out on circuit with Mathieu Dutrey.
Yeah.
Owen Bastard in the penalty box, soaking up that penalty for his contact with HRT. Now leaving the pits. Brings Land Motorsport back into the mix of things as well. The 55 and the 34 already out on circuit, having done a quick pit stop.
I think they're still a lap away from the lead. I'll confirm that when they come round, but I'm pretty certain they are. Stefano Monaco has cleared the issue on the Porsche. The flat 6 is allowed to do its thing. Got up to 5th gear before he even got down to the first corner, and he was coming out of the pit lane. Still got the 4-way flashes on though, which he needs to clear. So Dutrey now goes through, having completed 133 laps, and it will be a flatbed for the 85 car. I think Charles is out of the car and standing watching that. So confirmed now what we've just been talking about, the Haas RT Antigua and Barbuda entered machine from its owner.
Remember, they don't have to retire that car. They can still fix it and go back out again.
And that could be important for championship points for the AM class.
There's a lot of AMs in this race. There's 8 AMs.
And they've already dropped down to...
They just dropped a second.
Second, yeah. Yeah, you're right. There's laps. There's a good few laps. They could get, in AM, they could possibly still get a top 5 finish.
There's 10 laps between the leading AM, and they are still the leading AM, and the 8th place AM, which is the second of the Jutta Racing Audis.
Charles just supervising what's going on with the CP Racing AMG GT3. Oh, he'd be disappointed. In and out of the pits for Dirk van Rompuy for Red Ant Racing in the 904. That's the blue car, 7th in that 992 AM class. Out onto the circuit. Very pretty blue colour, that. So, well, new second place. I know. Just had to cruise to the finish. They really did. Finish of today, and everything had fallen their way. Erwan Bastar, Sonterlock Junior team, just over a lap behind Mathieu Detrey. Where's Detrey on the circuit now? The 21 going through turn 4, and the number 26 just coming. Oh, that's interesting. The 26 still shown as sitting in the penalty box, which it clearly is not. So 26, I don't know if that transponder's not working, but it's shown at the end of the pit lane.
No, that's something 26. 26 is at turn 12.
Ah, right, okay.
Just going through.
I see it. Is it? Have we got a 226? I think we.
Or something 26. 426 or.
2 cars together in the pit lane, and one's overlaying the other. I see. Yeah. Okay. It's a GT3 car.
There he is.
And through goes Detrey again.
We've got yellow flags at turn 5 now. And that's the second chicane, and it's a Vortex that's slowing. Oh, moving again though, so
yeah,
that's good news. No need for a code 60 this time. Still people clearing out of the pits after the last one. And the last one was an hour and 23. So for some, that could be no more pit stops needed. For most, I would say we're going to see them again at some point.
Lionel Amarouche, who led for the longest time in GTX, has dropped down to 4th position in that 701 car. In fact, he's now been overtaken by Pierre Fontaine. We have got a code 60. Code 60's breed code 60. Lionel Amarouche, as I said, behind his teammate now, despite the problems. In fact, as I say that, he's just gone past him that last lap around. So I wonder if that was a problem for Pierre, which has caused this issue.
Yeah, Pierre Fontaine has done a 2-minute 34 middle sector, so he's maybe ground to a halt in the last sector of the lap, and that's why we've got this code 60, because we saw him moving, but maybe not.
Detrey, as we go through 4 o'clock in the afternoon, has just passed the start-finish line, and therefore, at this stage, just past 4 Central European time. It's the Hankook 12 hours of Mugello. Good to have your company, live in sound and vision, part of the Radio Show Limited network of your Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. It's the exit of pit lane that's caused the problem. 1 minute past 4 in the afternoon here at Mugello. Right now, that's one of the BMW C2s, isn't it? That's been recovered from the end of the pit lane.
I think it's a TCX car, the Primus Racing.
Yes. That's the car that's got gold on it, though, isn't it? So
there are,
I think it's
2 bonks.
Yeah, they're
they're
the red, white, and black car. Oh no, it's the Simpson car. It's the G82. It's the GT4 car. That car was running in second and has been leading the class.
Just coming out of the pits, actually, Carl Cavers.
Yeah, or not. It was second in GT4 to Atlas, and they've been pretty close, passing it backwards and forwards. So that's a disaster for them.
We've still got people taking advantage of these code 60s and coming in and getting more fuel. Heart of race in the fuel bay. Vili Motorsport, the leaders in 992. Sergei Nicolay is in the fuel bay as well. The 34 Land Motorsport of Tim Vogler. The top 3 are not there. most of them have only just come out the pits after their last pit stop. And presumably the pits is shut because at the moment it is totally blocked by this recovery of the GT4 BMW. There would be really not very much space to squeeze past.
I don't think the pits are closed. I don't think there's any...
Well, you can't get past. There's cones on one side and a truck on the other.
Maybe the pit exit is closed for the moment, but the pit entry certainly isn't. Ian James has just come into the pits. No, it's just yellow flags. There's room to get by there.
There is now, yeah. There wasn't earlier when it was further up the lane.
So, coming in for fuel, Land Motorsport 34, Tim Vogler. That's another half tank of fuel. Sergio Nicolet in Villi Motorsports in the 955. That's the leading Porsche.
I like got to be the last pit stop for them.
I like that. I like that tactics from them because I don't think they needed to come in. So they've got, you know, another half tank of fuel there.
Yeah, because they pitted under the... They did an hour and 23. They pitted under the last one, which only gave them half a tank. So now they've done the other half a tank.
So they've had 110 litres in the last 4 laps.
And they're good to go to the end of the end of our first portion.
Ian James has come in for Harter Racing by SPS. That's the 3rd place GT3 ARM car. So at the front of the field, Mathieu Dutré for Haas went through and did not pit. Owen Bastard for Sontalok did, gathering dark clouds at the far side of the circuit, but still yet to make their presence felt. Land Motorsport are the best of the Pro-Ams, that's the 55. And they came in, both of the Lands came in fact. And we're getting ready to go back green already, Ben.
Is this going to put Sontalok down a lap on Dutré? He's in the fuel bay right now, and
well, you can look.
Well, we'll find out soon enough.
He'd passed the start-finish line. The leader had passed the start-finish line before. In fact, here he comes. He's on the start-finish line now. Yeah. So that's going to be another lap they'll drop. So now that's 2 laps as Dutré comes through this time and goes across the line.
And they'll still both need to pit again, I would have thought, before the end of this 6 hours.
Depends how much Bastard now in the pit lane for Sontalok, out of the fueling area. It'll depend how much they had in.
Well, they were both on the same strategy.
Did they both pit last?
Yeah.
Right. I'm fascinated by this. It'll all start to play out in the morning.
I think that's more likely than it will play out tonight, to be honest.
Correct.
But at the moment, it does put them... They're not going to benefit at all. What they wanted to do is be within that lap period so that they could get 3/4 of a lap back on the restart tomorrow morning. By doing that pit stop, they've put themselves off lap, and they're not going to benefit very much unless Bastard can chase. Oh, it's Paul Everard now, chase down Mathieu Dutré.
Jutta Racing just out the pit, and their fuel nozzle hasn't sealed properly on the right-hand side of the Audi, spraying racing fuel out of that. That's very dangerous indeed. Now, if that happens again, that car might be brought in. It's Jonas Gelsinas. He's very lucky that didn't go onto the back wheel, actually, because fuel is very, very slippery. Oh, gushing out, huge. I mean, you don't need much for it to look quite spectacular, but that was a big slosh of fuel to the right-hand side through a fast left. It's doing it again. He's going to have to come into the pit lane here. I don't think that's sealed. The Buckeye, as the Americans call them. Well, we don't use fast fuelers here. So you open that and then fill into a can, or you have a standard fuel hole, fuel fill hole with a cap on it. Yeah, stop in pits and check the fuel inlet. So that's the 10th place car overall, 4th in GTM, and Jonas Gelsinas will have to come in because every time he goes through a fast left-hander, it is spewing fuel out. That's dangerous for him because it could get, that's a mid-engine car, could get onto something hot in the engine bay, could get onto his back tyres and spin off, and if it's going onto the circuit, it's bad for everyone else. Meantime, at the entrance to the pit lane, a very sorry-looking CP Racing AMG GT4 is being delivered back to the team number of people, including Ian McCarthy, saying I'm struggling to remember the last time as CP Racing posted a DNF and did not finish. Surely we haven't seen the last of that Merc. Just a note, this morning, we talked about this, that was one of the teams who gave parts to another one of the Mercedes-Benz teams to get them back in the race. I wonder if they'll rue that decision. Joe Bradley down in the pits.
Just with that CP car as it's been brought back in on a flatbed, I can tell you the great sight to see is Charlie Putman looking in relatively good shape. Let's see if we can get a word and find out exactly if he's willing to talk. Charlie, you okay for a quick chat? What happened there, man?
Just a lot of ugly things. I don't really know, I'm sorry. That's the same place I had a problem with in qualifying, and everything seemed to be okay. It came out of the turn there and went to the power to go to the next turn, and the car just snapped suddenly on me. I couldn't catch it.
So there was no one else involved?
No, it was very, very clear. Chris Meese had gone around me 3 turns earlier, and I said, yes, what a nice job he's doing driving. But I was by myself and no one near me.
Charlie, we take it for granted. I think we become a little complacent to how just you guys can drive these cars at great speed and hardly hit one another and don't make mistakes. But inside those cars, you guys are pressing the pedals and turning the wheel, and sometimes, you know, you flat out and sometimes mistakes happen.
Yeah, well, you know, we're going hard. We're doing our best there. You know, we were in the lead, and I was just trying to run, you know, solid and stay there, not give up time, not try to make any time, just do my job. And I thought I was driving reasonably. But like you say, when you're on the racetrack, you're in a race car, the pedals have to go all the way to the floor all the time. You know, you have to be driving hard the whole time. So there's hard and there's hard. But anyway, you have to be on it the whole time. Thanks.
I see the crew are looking at it, Charlie. Is there any? They'll probably be looking at towards getting it back out if they can repair it.
Well, I'll tell you, these guys will look at it and they'll work all night if they have to. I really don't know without looking at it. It felt like it was a pretty good hit. I'm sure we have some radiator damage in addition to the body parts. So they'll just have to look at it and see if they can get it back together for tomorrow.
And even better, you're in one piece, my friend. Well done.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
It's really good of Charlie to speak to us after that. That must have been disappointing. They were, if not cruising, they certainly had their destiny in their own hands at that point, running towards half-time in this race. They didn't have to be pushing too hard, and it was up to everybody else to chase them down and use up some of their pro time.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting that he's probably done 20 or 30 times around that same corner, an issue in qualifying, but no issues up to that point. And it's amazing how the millimeters matter, and it's a corner where you do need to run a certain amount of curb. Too much curb can upset the car. Too little curb can upset the car. You need to have the wheels in exactly the right place, and by applying that throttle when the car is not necessarily fully settled, can cause it to just lose grip and swap ends, and that's exactly what seems to have happened there. And unfortunately for him, the gravel trap was just so small at that particular place.
On the circuit, come back to Joe in just a second. Gray Newell, who's been in the gravel himself actually in the 27 Heart of Racing, he's got his hands full again, but not with any issues off the track. Hoffa Racing's Alexander Prince in 7th position, and this is the battle for 2nd and 3rd in GT3 ARM as well. I do like the fact, I've just noticed that the Heart of Racing car has got blue light behind the Mercedes-Benz tricorn on the front of their trefoil on the front of that Tri-Star, that's the word I was looking for, on the front of that car. So they are battling for position as we come down to the last hour of today. Let's go back to Joe.
Yeah, just looking at this, it perhaps looks worse than it actually is, in relative terms, of course. But I think Charlie's got him pretty square on, and from what I could look, and I was looking at the gaps between the front and the back of the wheels. It's hard to judge the front because all the front end smashed in, but from the back of the tyre to the back of the trailing edge of the wheel arch, they look pretty equal, and the front wheels were pointing in the same direction. I'm pretty sure we might see this car back out. It's going to lose a lot of laps, of course, but it looks relatively superficial. Forget the ugly-looking front end with the headlight missing on the right-hand side. You know, when we strip this off and see where the important bits are, and if the important bits are still pointing in the right direction, this might not be too bad. All in relative terms, of course.
Not sure what they can get out of this race, but they'll just hope for some points. They've dropped down to 7th in ARM. They can only go one position further back in their category in terms of garnering points for the rest of the European season. They are the defending European champions.
Well, when we get to the end of today, we've still got half a race left, and if you can complete the second half of the race with no issues, others will have issues tomorrow. There is no doubt about that.
What they've got now is an hour to work on that car as quickly as they can. Now
they can work on it overnight, but
they'll take another 10-lap penalty.
Yeah.
Charles said they would work on it overnight if necessary. They'll not want to do that. They'll want to get as much as they can done within an hour and then get that car back out tomorrow. I might suggest as well, I suppose it depends. What's an hour? An hour is, let's call it a 2-minute lap by the time you've done what? So that's 30 laps, isn't it? So I suppose you've got 30 laps tonight to do it, and you could take a 10-lap penalty.
It's not a lot, is it, in
No.
the end, if you think about it?
10 laps is, if you were going to finish off in the morning with only sort of a little bit of fiddling, 10 laps is 20 minutes. So, yeah, it's probably better to just keep working on it.
I wonder if we'll see some of the other cars, like the Lotus, for instance, if they've got the parts available to get the car back out and running. They were never really in a race because there wasn't that many competitors to race against. So, but they do have drivers that will have paid to have some track time. So we might still see some resurrections. We always did from the Vortex, regardless of how poorly damaged that particular car was. We've seen the Ligier now back out on circuit as well. So where possible, get the car back out and running again.
It's a fair point, particularly on the business side of things, Ben.
Oh, yeah.
I did think I saw our intrepid Lotus team owner gathering his family together.
Well, he doesn't need to go out again.
Well, that's
his team.
That is also a good point. Yeah.
Head back up to lives just north of Genoa.
So what's that? 3 hours up the road?
Yeah.
About halfway for you, that, isn't it?
It's where my computer charger's having a holiday.
You picking it up on the way back?
No.
Did you not ring the hotel and ask them?
They're going to post it.
That's very kind of them. That's very kind of them. De Trey then with a lap in hand over Paul Evra. That's Audi. Land Motorsport in third. Audi. Tim Vogler in fourth. Audi. So that's your top three in your top two in the overall, the Pro-Am leader and the Am leader in GT3, all Audis and running 1 to 4. Sergio Nicolai has done a cracking job. He's just put that car's fastest lap of the race in, the Villi Motors car, 152.8. And the only person who was quicker than him last time around was the leader. And that's in any class. So Sergio Nicolai for Villi Motorsports by EB Motors, they're in 5th position. You might say, yes, there's been a bit of problems for cars and some attrition, but that car's got pace. Very impressive for that. And time to come maybe for Sergio as well, as Ben Ricci goes ahead of Philip Hamprecht. That was the battle for 11th and 12th, the Akkodis Mercedes against the RPM Racing Porsche. Different classes, but that was for the overall. And the blue and white 904 back out on track with Steve van Bellingen for Red Ant Racing. Another Porsche ahead, but that is not a battle for position. But it is interesting just to see their relative performance down the start-finish line. Is that the 9:30 ahead of them? I think it is. Chris Meese doing some overtaking as well. So didn't get through that time around. As I say, it wasn't a battle for position anyway for Steve van Bellingen.
Second in the 992 class, Kobe de Bruyker is going to need to pit within 15 minutes. He has done a double stint in that car, obviously going through the code 60s, but will get to his maximum driver time, as will Philip Hamprecht in the RPM machine that somehow has got himself up, I think, in his hands, really. The 907 has really gone up into 5th position overall in 992, first now in AM, all thanks to an amazing double stint from Hamprecht. But unfortunately, he's going to have to hand that car back over to somebody else within 15 minutes. Those are the two drivers on their drive time will be dictated. It's a good time to have a pit stop, though. You know, yes, they'd rather have it under code 60, but have it now, get a car nice and full, tyres half a stint in for tomorrow morning. That will all help things. They want tyres with a decent amount of grip.
Got a problem on the front straight, and this is a real issue for the 16th position car of Jonas Gelsinas.
Is it a puncture?
Jutta Racing, it is a left rear tyre that has caused him the problem, and he's got a whole lap bend to go around. He's at turn 1 now.
This is the car that's only been in the pits a couple of laps ago to have its fuel cap refitted. And as you say, that's delaminated or deflated on the pit straight. So it's going to have to be very patient and careful for a good couple of minutes here.
Ah, this is painful. I remember talking to Stuart Hall, Rothgo Racing driver now, former Aston Martin driver as well. Raced just about anything and everything, to be fair, and a very good fast bowler in cricket as well. Very good indeed. Trained with Northamptonshire for a little while. I always said to Stu, so how do you know what speed to go? You know, how fast can you go? And he said, well, it's not about how fast you go, and it's how slow you should go, really. And I said, okay, so how slow do you think you should go? He said, however fast you're going, and then you think you're going slowly, it's too fast. It always is. He said, so you'll think you're going slowly, it's still too fast. Simple as that. Tyres are not meant to be run without the air in them. Oh, now, he must have taken the shortcut from 7, because he hasn't done the rest of the lap, has he?
No, he's in the pit lane now.
Yeah, so that means that lap won't count, so he'll lose another lap. Now, that might be as nothing. But that will cost him a position in GT3 AM and at least a couple of positions on the track. So he will not get that lap credited to him because he shortcut the circuit. However, we have stayed green. Joe Bradley is watching him come in, and there's a bit of tyre still on the rim, but it doesn't seem to be too much damage on that left rear, Joe.
No, he's done a cracking job. The brand new wheel and tyre is already on. They're quite happy with what they've seen underneath that wheel arch. The destroyed tyre is folded to the outside, and that's when it can start destroying the wheel arch. He's had a torrid time, hasn't he? Coming in with that fuel spewing from the filler cap, and now this. Left-hand rears. I think that's the only punctures we've seen today. Left-hand rears.
Tis the tyre that gets abuse.
It is, and it's also the tyre that runs out over the drainage area at Arrabbiata 1 and 2. And if you remember, a couple of seasons ago, we had to have some of those very sharp-edged drainage
Was
grits.
that here?
Yeah, that was here.
I kept thinking, was that here or Portimao?
No, it's here. We had a similar problem at Portimao, but these cars, even though they are only GT3s, do produce quite a bit of downforce, and they're quite heavy cars, so they can move things around a little bit. Also, we've seen a number of people, in fairness, Ben, dropping wheels off the edges of curbs and going into the gravel. Now, the gravel's pretty fine here. I'm not suggesting the gravel is the problem, but anytime you go off a curb, even flattish ones like this, it digs a little hole on the back end of the curb, and it's not the going off, it's the coming back on, isn't it?
Catching that inside wall.
Yeah. Exactly so. Exactly so. Well, restored to health, the 71 Jonas Galzinas. Jutta Racing. He's back out there.
Lots of traffic for Rick Breukers.
Oh, I love that.
Lots of traffic, whether it be the Super Trofeo. It's interesting how slow the Super Trofeo seems to be in comparison to the GT3 cars. At full fat, that can be a car that's actually faster. Certainly on a straight line, it can be a lot faster, GT3 car. Doesn't have as much aero.
Well, that is an Evo, isn't it, that Super Trofeo?
Yeah.
Because it's got the big airbox on the top. So they did actually change the aero a little bit on that and gave them a wee bit more aero, but they're still not the same kind of drag and aerodynamic grip as a full-fat GT3 car. So that...
But top speed, they're mad.
Oh, they are the fastest things that we run in IMSA when Super Trofeo. A white flag on the start-finish line. Now, that doesn't mean one more lap to go. That means a slow vehicle.
Was it blue?
Was it blue? Were
Might
they
be blue.
Right, OK. So I could see it wave and couldn't tell what colour it was.
With the sun through the back of it,
yeah.
I mean, the marshals must be constantly waving blue flags.
Remember one year at the Bathurst 6 hours over the Easter weekend a few years ago, there was a manufacturer team that entered and they gave all of the marshals a goodie bag that had a hat, some sunscreen, a little seat to sit on, and a letter to say thank you very much indeed, because we know you're going to have very, very tender arms after all your blue flagging. And it was the debut of the R-Bar 500 Fiat in Australia, and they had a team of 3 or 4 of them, most of them driven by fairly inexperienced motoring journalists, and so they were getting the blue flag all the time. Just thought it was a lovely touch to sort of recognise before the race, guys, we're there, we're just having some fun, and launching the car. Thank you for your professionalism, really nice. 27, Graham Newell back up into 7th now for Hartner Racing SPS. 3 laps off the lead, 7.5 seconds back from Alexander Prince. Not really closing in there. 53.3 for Alexander last time around, 56.7 for Gray. He'll come across the line now in the unmistakably throbbing note of the AMG engine just ahead of him.
Amazing how the pace from Detre has really been reined back. He was pushing on the 49s and 50s for most of that last stint as he chased down the CP Racing Mercedes, now cruising in the 53s and 54s. And Paul Everard in 2nd position in the Santalok Junior Team 26, able to match him, but because of that last pit stop, needs to find a good 20-30 seconds to get himself up back onto the lead lap, which is just not going to happen at the pace in which both of them are running.
Could come down to who decides to pit.
They've both got I think they both need to pit again.
48 minutes to go.
Not from a driver point of view, from a fuel point of view.
Right.
I reckon they both would need, either they are going to sit and have a very empty car tomorrow morning, or they do need to get something in there for tomorrow. And also remember, it's not just having an empty fuel tank, it's having worn tyres. Having very worn tyres in the morning means you have a very difficult task of getting temperature back into them. You need rubber to create temperature. And if they're worn out and if they're dead, you just don't create any temperature at all, so then they don't stick to the track, and you're on ice skates for the first couple of laps. And it might even be a bit humid tomorrow morning, depending on what the weather does tonight.
Stefan Weininger is on the same lap in the number 55 Land Motorsport Audi as second place. And that time is going out. It's nearly 50 seconds. There goes Tim Vogler. He is on the same lap as second place as well at the moment, and he did a 53 last time around. Call that a 54. So lapping roughly the same as the Sandlock Audi in second, and a little bit quicker than his teammate. But effectively at the moment, Haas RT have a lap on the field, not effectively, actually. And then 4 cars, check that, 3 cars down to 4th on the same lap at the top of the field. Best of the 992s is in 5th position, Sergio Nicolai.
And all of that has been created because on the last Code 60, 26 came into the pits and 21 did not. So Detrey stayed out, Evra pitted. There'll be less fuel in the Haas RT machine, but only by a couple of laps, because I think there was only 2 or 3 laps between those 2 Code 60s. And Evra will have a slightly fuller tank. But ultimately, that was still 25 minutes ago. It was on the hour, and so you either leave the car empty and with no tyres for tomorrow morning, and maybe Santilok will need to do that to get themselves back onto the lap with Haas. If Haas to do a green flag stop, that's a green flag decent full stop is 2 laps. So that would then put Santilok ahead. But we've got 45 minutes of, in theory, green flag running. So it might not happen like that.
Yeah, so Mathieu Detrey also did not take tyres last time around.
Okay.
So he did fuel only.
Yeah.
He did.
Well, that's interesting. So that means that he's been on those tyres for an hour and 12.
Yeah.
So he definitely needs to stop then. Definitely.
So he decided to take the fuel. He was in the pit lane for 2 minutes and 17 seconds. That sounds to me like he didn't need a full tank of fuel anyway. He couldn't have taken one, but he didn't need one because he was only in the pit lane 27 seconds. That's effectively just driving through.
Yeah, agreed.
So the 56-second stop from Paul Everard for Santilok Racing Team, that's an extra 30 seconds.
So that was tyres.
That was tyres. So Santilok's got a tyre advantage. But I think Detrey might have a fuel advantage because he was
because Detrey's pit stop was a Code 60 before Everard's.
Okay. I see. So yes, of course he didn't get in. You're right.
Everard has better tyres and more fuel.
But if Detrey doesn't get to the end, if they've both got a splash again, that doesn't matter.
Detrey has to pit because he doesn't have 2 hours for his drive time, for one, and also an hour and 13 minutes on the tyres. The tyres can't do 2 hours. And his last stop was no tyre change.
He actually is about 2 minutes short of being able to go at the checkered flag.
But he hasn't got the tyres.
Yeah.
Because the tyres were changed an hour and 14 minutes ago. So actually, he could do with a new set of tyres. It's no wonder his lap times are out in the 53s now.
I think they've played this well because what they've done is they've kept the track position. So everybody's still chasing them. They've only been down the pit lane 5 times. The Santilok Racing Team been down the pit lane 7 times.
Yeah.
Now, in fairness, Herbeth were the ones that taught us that you stop whenever you can for fuel.
Kobe de Bruyke has brought the Red Ant 903 into the pits from second in 992. He needed to pit because his drive time was up. This is a good time to do a full service. He's going to lose track position. He's going to lose a couple of... he's going to lose quite a few positions, I think, because there's a good gaggle of 992s together. He's got behind Red Camel. He's gone behind Enrico Flagenzi. And he might even go behind the second of the Ebi Motors cars. because it's going to be a proper, if it's a full fat stop, it's almost 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes. Ebbing and flowing, as we come to expect out of these races. It's just so hard to judge where you're at. If you're somebody who's not a live for the moment kind of a person and always predicting what happens in the future, this is not one for you.
No. Very slow Castle Ferrari coming into the pit lane. It could just been got on the speed limit a wee bit early into the paddock. The now hybrid version of Ferrari sponsors.
This is LMDV. No further information as to what that stands for, who that is as a driver, but he's always been known as LMDV, both in Ferrari Challenge and anything else that he's done. Plenty of experience with Kessel in Ferraris. And not the first time we've seen him here, I don't think, either. Unfortunately, that Ferrari has been slightly redesigned. The Vesta Blue was damaged on Friday, and they've actually put that same damaged panel onto the car.
Oh,
now.
have they?
Yeah.
I couldn't say that.
As Nick said, I think it's the right front part of the splitter is already damaged.
Oh yes, yeah, he did say that.
But less damaged than the one that was ripped off.
There's an aerodynamic disadvantage. It's just slightly less than the one that they had.
Yeah.
41 minutes to go to our interim checkered flag. Enrico Fernando Fulchesi. You get a checker and a red, I think, to stop the race. Then they come round and park in Parc Fermé. Now, because we've got a race tomorrow before us, then they can't stop. They normally would Parc Fermé these on the grid, and they'd be left on the grid overnight.
I think it's this evening, isn't it?
There's a race this evening,
Yeah.
sorry, yes. That's what it does to tomorrow morning, yeah.
Because it's too early tomorrow morning to go racing before us.
You're right.
It's early enough for us. Yeah, we've got a kind of a radical style French championship called the Funyo Sprint Cup. We've also got F2000. Plenty of young guns in various different single-seaters. And they're racing just after us, yeah. They're actually, the poor old Funyos, they're racing on Sunday evening.
Yes, correct.
After we finished.
Yeah.
Having race 3 was this morning, race 4 is tomorrow evening, so they've got a great fun time between two races.
Red Ants 903. Just leaving the pit lane. Joe, what happened there?
Yeah, I wasn't sure, John, because I'm up at Kessel Ferrari. I've just noticed, I wasn't sure of the number on the car, but I knew it was a Red Ants car. It's the 903 that's just pitted. This is the point where we need to take our notebooks out and just make a note of these cars that are now going to pit from here on into the interval. That's coming in just over 40 minutes, because these are the cars that will take this amount of fuel into tomorrow's first segment.
Is it the last 10 or 15 minutes that they can't pit?
I believe 15.
Right.
Here's the number 8 Ferrari with that new front end.
Yeah, very good. That's
the original. Quite a mismatch of panels on this.
Doesn't look too bad though, does it?
No, it looks all right actually. I can see why. It's had damage on the left-hand side of the car, showing extensive damage. That's kind of scuffed. What looks like scuffed the barrier.
That's exactly what happened.
Change.
I think it slapped the barrier.
Slapped the barrier, yeah. Yeah, so they put the door from the other car on. So we've got a blue left-hand side driver's door.
Patched up the left front part of the splitter.
I'm not happy with the choice of gaffer tape on that left front wing. We've got a blue front end now, but we're using red gaffer tape. We could have made a lot better, aesthetically pleasing.
And Joe, that damage isn't even from this race. That was from the practice session
Correct.
on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, well, we haven't even buffed that out, have we? I suppose more important things. That car's gone now, so that's going to take whatever fuel's on board, whatever fuel that's... I would have liked to have thought that car is now brimmed going into tomorrow.
Also in from the lead of its own class, the 251 Primus TCX BMW. It's the 450 horsepower version of the M2. M2 this weekend also will be heading the field at MotoGP down at Portimao. Once again, BMW providing the pace cars and intervention vehicles for MotoGP in its 75th year. Did I say it on Wednesday, Nick? Making it the oldest motorsport world championship. Fascinating. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I've stayed away. I've got it on the plan. I'm back at home. I have no time to watch it when I get home. Straight back at the airport on Tuesday to head out to try the new Mazda CX-60 with a straight 6 3-litre engine. I'm very excited about that. So I'll be watching it some stage later on in the week. Stefan Weininger, Land Motorsport Audi, third in GT3, leading Pro-Am. And about 18 seconds ahead of Tim Vogler, who isn't closing down on them now. It's just stretching out that lead. Another 15 seconds further back is the first of the Porsches, Sergio Nicolet. Vinny Motorsport by EB Motors. Still this elusive gap at the front of the field as the 251 is rejoined, by the way. And there was a driver change. Now, Hampus Hedlin, who's driving that Primus BMW. Literally about a minute to get your stop in now before it is out. 72 has just come to a halt, Joe, for Egidius Galunas.
Another one for the notebook. Driver change, new set of tyres. Pitting with, what's it now, 37 minutes?
35 and a half. It's tight.
It's ticking down, isn't it? So this car will go into tomorrow having used just over 30 minutes of fuel.
Yeah.
Everyone at home making notes of that. And there it goes away. So the unit car out after its final stop of the day.
I still believe that most of the top 15 will owe us some kind of a stop.
Well, once they get to 15 minutes, they can't stop. The pits are closed.
Yeah, no, exactly. So it could get quite busy.
Mm.
Certainly the leader, certainly number 21, needs to pit. I'm going to put money on that one. Santalok, not entirely sure. Maybe, maybe not in second position. Weininger's been out for 45 minutes. Vogler's been out for 43 minutes. Again, it's a bit too long for the tyres to be all the way like that, and then tomorrow morning as well.
Joe Bradley?
I would treat this just like one 12-hour race with a pause button stop with regards to fueling, because if you go into tomorrow with, say, I don't know, 15 minutes of fuel left, you're going to pit and then stretch that fuel window, and you're going to keep doing that all the way to the checkered flag, and it doesn't matter because other cars will stay out longer than you tomorrow, but when they pit, you will get that back, and it'll leapfrog and flip-flop all the way to the checkered flag, as it normally does. Treat it like a 12 hours with just a pause button pressed in the middle.
Yeah. That's one strategy. Last 8 minutes or so before the pits close. Thanks to Janos, by the way. A few people asking and looking at the entry list. What does LMDV stand for?
What? I just mentioned that.
Yeah.
Don't know, does anybody know?
Yes.
Oh, really?
It's Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio. It's not a secret.
Oh.
It's just initials.
I actually did a bit of Googling to try and find out.
Well, if you look up Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio,
yeah,
just put in Leonardo Del Vecchio, and it'll give you all his driver details. I thought it was the convenient for the LVMDH luxury goods company.
We have had in the past here in Creventic drivers with names that are not their. What's the word for
Nom
that?
de course.
Nom de
course.
Nom de course.
As opposed to nom de plume, a pen name, or a nom de guerre.
There was a Greek.
One name.
There was a Greek dentist, I think, that raced in for a while. I can't remember his name. But we've had a few of them, and I wondered whether he was one of those. But
John Winter. That wasn't his real name.
Mr. B&Q in British Touring Cars.
But he changed his name, though, for a sponsorship reason,
I'm sure
didn't he?
Joe remembers him. Was it John B&Q?
Yes.
Yeah.
John Winter, who was a sports car driver, who your dad will remember at Le Mans, he changed his name because he was a quite well-to-do family, if I remember rightly, and his mother had said he would be written out the will if she ever found him doing anything silly like motor racing. And so to make sure that he's never popped up in the coverage, it was John Winter. However, John Winter, in latter years, and Joel remember this as well, was in inverted commas.
He drove a Sauber Mercedes.
He did,
well, didn't he?
yeah.
I mean, it was pretty top level still.
He was no rabbit, yeah.
No.
And did...
Andrew Murray once told me who that was, and I was absolutely flabbergasted.
Yeah, and I think...
I can't remember, though.
I think it only came out when his mum died, and therefore he inherited and whatever it was. I'll have to look that up now.
Very, very capable peddler.
Very capable peddler. I'll let you talk about the Vortex, Ben.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Well, Lionel Amarouche is back in it.
He's driven that very well, hasn't he?
He is the big boss man. He's Philip Bonnell and himself are the men behind Vortex, and I have to say, they've obviously done a good job over the winter to prepare these cars, because we're not seeing half as many issues as we've seen over the last previous years, and they've become a bit of a butt of jokes, but they've done really well so far today. And second position, Lionel, he's been caught out by some Code 60s, but he's right there.
John Winter, who sadly died 20 years ago, only age 51, in Georgia in the United States. And won Le Mans in 1985 with Klaus Ludwig among his teammates. Paolo Barilla as well was in that car. His actual name was Louis Krag. He was a German racing driver and businessman, and he used John Winter to prevent his family, more than his mother, from learning about his hobby. 1985 won with Paolo and Klaus on a Yost Racing 956. Winter drove one stint in the early hours of Sunday morning in support of his teammate. After the success and publicity involved, his alter ego was revealed to his family when the next day his mother picked up a newspaper with a picture of him on the rostrum in the sports pages. Inter Series champion in Germany, regular entrant at Le Mans 10 times. Third as well in the 962 in 1988. He won at Daytona in the 24 hours for Yost in the same car, and drove in GTP in IMSA until 1993 when the series ended. He then moved to DTM in a Calibra in 1994. He was involved in a terrible fiery accident in Avus at round 10 that year. Then he drove a Mercedes C-Class when he reverted to his real name, which he completed through the rest of his season, which was his last. He sold off his business and emigrated to Atlanta, where he started up a toy business and sadly died at 51 in Atlanta, died by his own hand in Atlanta. There you go. John Winter, Louis Krag.
One of quite a few, I imagine, that I do know of others.
Most of that right. I'm quite impressed with myself there.
And he was obviously doing it to prevent knowledge of his mother.
Yeah.
But so many have also done it to prevent the board of directors of their company from knowing, for instance.
Still plenty of people do that in Ferrari challenges all the way around the world, to be honest. The worst series in the world to have to cover on television. You do all your research on somebody, and then I can't don't talk about that. Yeah.
I think that's one of the most fascinating things, is how these guys are able to go racing over a weekend. What allows them to be able to do this?
Well, me too, and you know, that's very good.
Especially when you're on the Dakar and you bump into, in the middle of the desert, you know, a dirty, snotty, kind of middle-aged man, who's had the most horrible day because his quad is not worked properly and he's had to be fixing drive shafts and all the rest of it. And then you Google him and you find out that he's the head of Booking.com or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a quite a remarkable juxtaposition.
Quite a lot of people who are watching and listening to this, and certainly at least 3 of us on the broadcast team and probably 4 of us, the only thing stopping us from being out in this race as ourselves is the fact that we aren't highly successful businessmen who own our own country.
Exactly.
Nick's nodding as well, because this is the series I think I would do. I think this is the right kind of level for drivers who don't want to necessarily go on and be semi-pros or pros. They are great racetracks, they're fabulous events, they are run very, very well. I've had the advantage of seeing it from the driver's side a few years ago now and thoroughly enjoyed it. And everybody who's asked me about that, I've said, yes, go and do it, and you will enjoy it. It is absolutely tailored towards the entrants, the drivers, that's the customer base. And, you know, some of the places that this series goes to. Estoril this year for the first time. Oh, big moment for Tim Vogler. Just caught it. Now he's trying to get it back to the second apex.
I thought it was intentional there, John.
No, the back end snapped away from him and he was then struggling with understeer as soon as he got off the line. So how long's Vogler been in that car? And as the leader's in for fuel with half an hour to go. So this is the roll of the dice, or at least the strategy being played by Haas RT. Now, Joe Bradley's in the pits, and that car will be coming. I suspect Mathieu Dutré will get out of this car when that car gets to you, and a new set of Hankooks will go on it, Joe Bradley.
They've got the new set of Hankooks ready, and they're already in the tyre blankets, keeping some temperature in them. There's no sign of Fred Verviche, who will take over. I know it's not going to be Stefan Perrin because he's in his jeans and jacket, so he's not going to get in.
If Verviche can come in now and then you restart the clock in the morning, you know, the 25 minutes that he does tonight does not go to his drive time tomorrow.
Who's in the car at the morning? I thought it was Detry.
Yes, it is,
Yeah, it's Detry who's in the car at the morning.
And Detry has been in the car for an hour and a half, so
it's going to take him to the 2 hours.
He could stay in and still be under the 2 hour mark.
I think from what I can see here in front of me, the driver is going to stay put.
Well, here he is.
Chris de Donk, the team principal, is the man on the board, brings the car to a halt. The car goes up on its jacks, quite slowly actually. So just tyres going on this guy. So fuel and tyres taking the 21 to the finish of today.
Yeah, that's perfect. And this was one of the strategies we said they could play. Already down and away. So that means we will have a new leader in the Santalot Junior team, the mostly blue Audi number 26 with the black.
So do they, number one, short stop and keep themselves on the lead lap? Do they do a full pit stop and fall a lap behind? Do they not stop at all and lead going into tomorrow? Or are they just getting experience for 2 GT4 drivers? We've got we actually got 10 minutes to find out, because we've got 24 minutes before the checker flag falls, and we've got 10 minutes before the pit lane shuts. Yeah. I don't want to do a full pit stop. I don't want to lose a full lap like they've been before. They've got to do something here to keep themselves and benefit from effectively a minute and 45 seconds.
Right, so what they've got at the moment, they've gone across the line there now, and this means that the top 5 cars are all going to be on the lead lap.
Great.
If the checkered flag was to come out now, the checkered and the red, to end this fight, the top 5 cars will be on the lead lap, and that would include Sergio Nicolai in the Vili Motorsport leading Porsche. It just depends where Mathieu Dutré is. Actually, maybe not. Maybe only the top 4 cars.
But also, we've got 23 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
I think the Land Motorsport guys probably could go to an hour and 15, but you're going to have a very empty, very worn car handing over to tomorrow. So I think we're going to keep an eye, Joe, on Land Motorsport, because I think both their cars could do with some kind of a stop in preparation for tomorrow.
Right, well, keep an eye on that. Meantime, the 912 Ivan Giacomo, second in arm, fifth in 992. He crosses the line. This is the Century Porsche Ticino, the Porsche Centre Ticino entered car, fetching bright orange.
Yeah, they've been in GT4 Europe last year, and I think they're looking to move across or up.
And they've got Martin Raginger for Neuhofer Racing closing them down. That's not an AM car. Took about half a second out of them last time around. So Martin closing down on even, 985 versus 912. 912 in 12th overall at the moment. And that is a battle for position on track.
And all of them, I think, would expect to move up one spot because Enrico Flugenzi definitely needs to pit. An hour and 50, he's been in the car. Enrico himself has been in the car, so he needs to pit because he's otherwise be over drive time.
Yeah, so that means they'll start with a relatively fresh full car tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that might not be the worst thing.
But they are going to lose a lap on those other guys. Although they are obviously third in class, they'll drop down to probably seventh in class.
Yeah, because they're another lap back, aren't they? The 7th position car, which is Nicholas Johnson.
De Trey is third, by the way, but only 1.4 seconds behind Weininger, so that is going to change probably within this lap.
Yes, De Trey probably a little bit quicker than Weininger. Yeah, and then it's only 9.5 seconds back to Tim Vogler. And he's doing 54 flats at the moment, so he's the fastest in out on the racetrack at the moment, as I scan down. Oskaras Brazaitis, he's doing 54.9s, but he's way down in the Jutta Racing car, as backing into the garage with 21 minutes to go, just under, is the luckless Ligier that was leading us off this morning in TCE. De Trey has gone through. New second place man, and there the now third place machine goes through turn 1.
Land 34 into the pits as I predicted, so Weininger surely is owing us a stop as well. Unfortunately, that does mean we're going to have only the first 2 GT cars on the same lap.
Yeah.
And the others will be dropping down because Alexander Prince also owes us a pit stop, I'm sure.
When was the Vili Motorsport car with Sergio Nicole last in?
An hour ago.
Right. Was he?
50 minutes ago, yeah.
Right. So he's probably got...
He did both Code 60s. So...
Because if he stays out, he could end up starting third tomorrow.
Yeah. With some pretty worn tyres.
And hardly any fuel.
Well, he Code 60'd on both the last 2, so he'll be topped up.
Okay.
So he could do an hour and a half on that.
The best thing for him is that he has got 2 laps on the next car in 992. So maybe he holds on to those 2 laps and takes his chances in the morning.
Well, but hang on, the second place, the 909 needs to stop as well with an hour and 10, unless they're going to go and do their usual try and restart on fumes.
He's got a 1 hour 52 minute stint at the moment. That's the Fulgenzi Racing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
He needs to pit, and he really does in the next lap or 2.
Yeah.
Time is ticking away to have the opportunity to get into the pits.
Mathieu De Trey, he's going to, as I've said before, he's going to come in just under the 2 hour session. There's 19 minutes gone. He's done 1 hour and 35. So even if they go, you know, if the red checker comes out and he's just passed it and they have to come round again, he's going to do another 1 minute 52. So that is spin. Oh no, this the turn 1 trouble spot again, and this time for the 702 Pierre Fontaine on his outlap in the 3rd place GTX. That's the Vortex.
Weininger in.
Yeah.
Prince in as well. All these GT3 cars preparing themselves for tomorrow.
That's interesting, isn't it? I mean, they didn't really have much choice. So now the question is, does Santalok stay out or do they come in?
If I'm Santalok, I'm staying out so I can be on the same lap as De Trey and then see what happens tomorrow. Do you get an early Code 60 that you can take advantage of? They don't need to, like the other GT3 cars would be starting on fumes.
Yeah.
They've got this little buffer of maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Here's Tim Vogler, and Joe Bradley is watching the Kirchhoff group, number 34, the very fetching blue, white and black car.
Tim Vogler will stay on board. They've already brought out tyres for the 34 Land Audi, and it's already off its jacks. We're going to see the sister car, the 55 sister car, that's in more of a contention position, and that's due in any moment. That car's already into fueling, and the tyres being brought out, just being taken out of the blanket. So the 55 Land car, the sister car to the one we've just watched, that will be with us any moment now.
Seeing a little bit of smoke from the 9 and Elf Racing Porsche, but it looks to me as though that's still just the rear wheel arch that's collapsed and fallen onto that rear left tyre. The tyre itself does look still inflated, and it just seems to be at high speed or when it's leaning on that tyre that there's a little bit of smoke puffing. So nothing too much to worry about.
The Hofer car, guys.
Gorda behind the wheel of that car. Joe Bradley with Hofer number 11. Alexander Prince brought that in.
Yeah, just for fuel. Going straight past his garage, straight back out.
Okay, expect to see the 55 Land car coming to you in a moment, and I expect him to drive straight. Now, he might take tyres, actually. Stefan Vining might take tyres, Joe.
Yep, they've got tyres ready, and the team's ready. Steps out with the board, waving the number 55 board at the number 55 Audi. We'll see him peel off to the right and pull that car into his pit apron. He does that, slides it to a halt. Team goes to work up on the jacks. It's right rear and left front that goes on first. And then the choreography continues with the right front and left rear. And we've already got the new tyres on, hands in the air. Down off the jacks, and that car's back out.
That's very, very smooth indeed. We started off with 13 GT3s, 13 992s. And we've got, I think we've had a couple of GT3s. CP Racing have had a problem, and one other dropped out, didn't they, earlier on. However, we're going to have a top 12 that is exactly split between 992s and GT3s as it stands at the moment. Which is, you know, again, think of what you pay for a 992 GT3 Cup car. I know we're only halfway through the race, but think of what you pay for a 992 Cup car and what you pay for a GT3 car, and you basically buy two 992 Cup cars and have one sitting spare for spares on the hoof. I think this is outstanding. Third place now for Sergio Nicolai, and his best lap is a 52.8. He was lapping in 54s, he's just done a 55. Mathieu Dutré is getting a bit of a wiggle on here. He's going to make this really, really hard for Santalog. Santalog can't stop now without losing the lead lap.
Yeah.
And if they stop now, they'll be second row of the grid behind Haas RT and the Willy Motorsport by EB Motors, providing they don't stop, which we think they probably will. But he will be a lap off the lead.
And that's why I don't think you can.
The pressure's on now. Paul Everard's just picked up the pace. He's done a 52.6. That's the first time he's been down the 52s for quite a long time.
But there are going to be a couple of cars, including Hofer Racing, that are going to be starting tomorrow on pretty worn tyres. That Hofer has already done an hour and 15 on those tyres.
And it's now within the 15 minutes. I think it's the last 10, isn't it, that you can't come in, not the last 15. I may have given you a slightly bum steer there. In comes the...
So they'll be looking tomorrow morning for an early code 60 so they can get themselves a new set of tyres on that car, because it's not going to be fun. Or
they're coming in the next 3 minutes.
Or they've looked at the weather forecast. No, they've just come in, so they're not going to do it again.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
They've looked at the weather forecast and gone, it's going to rain, so we're going to need wet tyres tomorrow morning.
And everybody will be allowed to swap on the grid.
And everyone will be allowed to swap on the grid.
Yeah.
And looking at my radar, I mean, it's a gamble. It's a massive gamble, but in the situation that you're in right now, why not? 909 in the pits, Red Camel from second in 992, giving the 955 car a massive advantage at the head of the field. if I'm really motorsport, I'm third overall, but I've got such a massive buffer.
I think I'll pit that car now.
Yeah, you've got to pit.
He's got 2 minutes to pit. Where is that car? Where's Sergio Nicolai on the track? Get your tracker up, and let's see where he is. This is the 9:55. He's just pitting.
Yeah, there we go. In the fuel.
Had to do it. Oh, and a left rear puncture on the 912 as it was coming in. This is the other of the Porsche Center Ticino cars. This is the Ivan Giacomo car. He's managed to get that into the pits rather well, with most of the tyre still intact.
They had a lovely Martini livery in GT4 last year.
Oh, did they?
It's a shame it's gone on orange and pink. It's still
And
pretty bright.
Santalok in the pits from the lead. So they've bit the bullet. They're going to drop off the lead lap. So Haas RT will be the only car on the lead lap. There's 2 minutes to go before the pits close, before the neutralisation of the race. And a whole host of people diving in.
Unless they don't fully fuel the car. Unless they fuel it enough not to drop off the lead lap.
That's going to be tough. They had 1 minute and 11 seconds. And the leader, where's Detrey then in the 21? Coming out the final corner now.
No, but you're not looking to necessarily beat him.
No,
You've still got another lap to play with, basically. So Detrey takes the lead now. We've got a 1 minute and 50 seconds.
The blue Audi, just leaving the pit now, has got a cone from the entrance to fuel, stuck behind the front right wheel.
And this is the leader. This is the 26.
That was the leader. That is Sergio Everard. So no tyres, and he's picked up a cone. Ah, dear me.
But they've kept themselves on the lead lap. They've lost the lead, but they've kept themselves on the lead lap.
Yeah.
He needs to run that over a sausage curb.
Yeah.
He needs to try and get a curb to hook it off.
You know what he's saying to himself now, aren't you? Bollards.
Ride the sausage, is what he's saying.
He's saying bollards. That's what he's saying. Sergio Nicolo, third place for the 992s. He's going to...
Get on the grass or something.
Joe Bradley just confirming what we mentioned a few moments ago.
Yes!
Joe?
That's perfect.
We've had the 909 in as well. The red camel car just getting in to the relief of their strategist, Paul Truswell, with 2 minutes to go. And it's the number 16 that went by with the cone, the leader, and he
26.
went straight through. Didn't
it was the 26?
Sorry, the 26.
Yeah, he's just. Don't worry, Joe. He's just done exactly what Ben said. Rolled it over a sausage curb. Now, it's split it a half.
Yeah.
It's split it in half, and the base is spun off into a gravel trap. Where did the top part of it go? Is it still sitting behind the wheel, or has it disappeared? Are we sure?
Reminds me of Gordon Shedden, where he had a door that wouldn't shut. And so he went round a hairpin, I think it was at Croft, where there was a tyre stack.
Ooh.
And used the tyre stack to slam the door shut.
The leader in GT4, the 403, that lovely wrap.
What's that damage?
Well, it's been there for a while, but it's not just the wrap, it's the door skin on the right-hand side. Nick Damon saying it's been
peeled.
It looks like, Joe Bradley, somebody's been at that with a tin opener.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, John. A tin opener has been taken.
And that's not just the wrap, is it?
No, that's not the wrap, that's the steel of the door.
Yeah.
That's been peeled back.
I'm surprised they let them
like
run
it
like
is
that.
the wrap.
Yeah.
You can see the internals of the door from where I'm standing. It's come off the jacks now, and it's going to be gone back out there. So I'm not sure how he's caused that. He's hit something very, very hard.
That could be quite dangerous to rub up alongside somebody. Thank you, Joe. Into the last 9 minutes, and we've got two cars on the lead lap.
Yeah. Santalok only 25 seconds off the lead. They're not going to be wanting to try and get that. They now really
Fuel
need
save to the end.
Massive fuel save.
Yeah.
They've played it a bit safe though, because I think they would have had they could have had another minute of fueling, and still come out within a lap of Detrey. As it is, 25 seconds. They've given that minute and 45 would have disappeared tomorrow.
Yeah.
So they had another minute in hand where they could have maximised. There are only...
They took a minute of fuel.
Only a minute of fuel, yeah.
Yeah.
Could have gone longer.
Yeah. On what normally would be probably 3 minutes 20. So they've took a third of a tank there.
They are going to be one of the first to pit tomorrow morning.
And no tyres.
And no tyres, yeah.
Yeah.
But then, was it Stefan Weininger also, the 55, that didn't take tyres? No, Weininger did, Vogler didn't.
Correct. No, Weininger did. It was 48 seconds.
It was Prince that didn't.
Both of the land cars took tyres.
Yeah.
Haas RT took tyres. Hoffer did not. Gray Newell in Harter Racing did. And he took 2 minutes of fuel as well. The two land cars pretty much filled the cars up.
Yeah, full service.
Yeah.
Like a Haas RT, I suppose.
Yes.
Haas did it earlier on.
Yeah, true. So they're going to have more fuel. They've got the fuel advantage, but they're a lap down tomorrow. Oh, this is fascinating. I love it.
Lap or 2 laps? I think Land might be 2 laps down.
Standby caller. 167.
It depends where they are. Yeah, it is 2 laps.
It is 2 laps, full 2 laps.
And is there a way that Vogler can get himself 1 lap back? Because they must be on the similar part of the track. They are actually together on track at turn 8 right now.
Right, so that...
There's 34, there's 21.
Yeah.
So at the moment, if Vogler stays ahead, he'll only be 1 lap back.
Have they got the leader between them? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's the leader. There is Vogler at the front of the shot. There's the leader at the back of the shot.
Yeah.
So at the moment, he gains a whole lap back.
So Vogler and Weininger have got the leader between them. Sorry, that's what I was trying to say. So the 2 land cars have got the leaders between them.
Oh, yes, because Weininger's only just behind.
Yes, correct.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at
that.
He's
only 2.2 seconds behind. So
but this could be a whole lap.
If you're Vogler, surely you try and back the leader up into your teammate and let him unlap himself. Because the leader's not going to take any chances, is he?
Oh, yeah, but Vogler's, that's dangerous for Vogler because he might then lose out a whole lap himself.
Yeah, good point. He might lose that out anyway because the number 21 car, Mathieu Dutré. This is really, really important for the blue and white number 34 car. Tim Vogler comes to the line now and puts himself just a lap back, and then about 10 yards behind him, Dutré goes through and puts him 2 laps down again. If the checkered flag comes out now, he's only a lap down. If that car goes through, if the darker blue of the Audis at turn 1 now goes through, he puts a 2nd lap onto what is the 3rd place car in GT3. Leader in GT-AM, of course. Maybe Vogler doesn't care because he's leading GT-AM by a lap. But
he gets a whole 1 minute and 50 seconds for free.
Yeah, totally. No, I agree. But how hard does he fight? How hard does he fight? He's losing a couple of seconds.
Oh, he's been compromised by back markers.
And they're all looking. They all know down at land how important this is. This is the Kerkhoff groove down at the bottom end of the circuit at Arabiata 1. Now starting to climb again through Arabiata 2. There's a fully 30 metres or thereabouts between the bottom of the circuit and the top here. The highest and lowest points. 4 minutes to go. That's 3 laps, isn't it?
That's such a hard ask for Tim Vogler. Mathieu Dutré.
And Dutré wants this position because he wants to put another car an extra lap back. Effectively, what he's doing is looking to put this car nearly 4 minutes behind him.
Rather than 2.
Yes, rather than 2.
Yeah.
Exactly that, Ben. And that, that is, that I've had a spin. And and I couldn't get it into gear. Where's reverse? I've got a limp back with a puncture. There's 2 minutes straight away.
And it's also for 3rd overall.
Yeah.
It's not. There's not lots of cars in between them.
No, exactly so. So then all they've got to worry about strategically, at least if everything goes right, is Santalok. Top 4, by the way, still Audis. Haas, Santalok, and the 2 land cars. Where is Stefan Weininger? What we see, he's dropping away from that battle through turn 1 again. This is magic stuff from Vogler. He's not driving defensively. Absolutely focused forward, exactly as you would expect any driver coach to be telling him. He's got more traffic ahead. That's the Krone Racing Porsche 992. Nick Johnson behind the wheel. 13th position overall for that car, and leading in in 992 AM. So Tracy Krone and Nick Johnson have worked their way to the front. Hopefully, well, Nick knows that there's a faster car behind him, right down the inside. This is right in front of the leader as well, of course, as they go down the hill to Arapiata 1 and 2. Round the outside for the Kerkhofer car. My goodness me.
That was tight.
Could have been. I think if I'd been in the Krone pit, I might have been telling Nick Johnson, because he's good enough to have been able to get out the way without compromising himself too much. Really good driving by Vogler here in the 34 blue and white car. I just think I might have told Nick Johnson, guys, you've got a really important battle coming. Just lift off, let them go by between 5 and 6.
Is that wide from Vogler?
That's his line. That's his line. He likes that. Now he's quick through here. Now let's see as he comes to the last corner. Comes down to the final corner, right in front of us, and up to our left-hand side. Brakes, lets the car run out, and he'll pull it back to get on the throttle early to get a good exit. He's given plenty of room, or he's going to be really compromised down into turn 1 now. As the leader comes round, there'll be this one and one more, I reckon, before the flag comes out. And this is basically a 2-minute gap on the grid tomorrow. He'll end up in the same place, sitting right behind the leader, but is he a lap behind or is he 2 laps behind? He's struggling to get a turn in. He's struggling to get it turned in. I think the front tyres are beginning to give him a little bit of grief.
They're new.
Well, maybe he's warmed them up too quickly.
He's not. Neither of these cars are running on old rubber or on light fuel loads. They're both kind of prepped and ready for tomorrow.
All right, so you're the team manager of the leading car. You've seen what's happening. Do you tell him to leave off now?
Well, the thing is,
because Vogler's clearly going to fight him.
It's not the lead lap. It's still
laps.
1 lap back.
Correct.
Or 2 laps back. So
correct.
Basically, it's really important for Vogler because it means he's on a lap on his own in comparison to everybody else.
He's on a lap on his own.
Detre wants to save fuel because his race is against the Santalot car.
Right. So you've seen that Vogler is prepared to defend. How hard do you want to fight and put first? Oh, he's down the inside. He's off the track. Off the track there, completely off the track. That's track limits to go through, and Vogler will not be happy about that. They'll be on the radio. They will be on the radio right now to say that he passed me while he was 4 wheels off the track, and he absolutely did. Oh, now there's the one for the stewards to sort out. Let's keep an eye on the penalty page.
Unfortunately, it was broadcast live.
That's a penalty all day. That is significant. That is a lasting advantage. Okay, there's room left down the inside, no doubt, but no, he's not even anywhere near having 2 wheels on the track there. The right-hand wheels, and off is the GT4 leader, and it's lost the left rear wheel. Oh, drama right at the end with time expiring.
Oh, and this is a disaster because it means a 10-lap penalty into tomorrow as well. They don't take the checkered flag at the last lap.
No way. Stephen Cho for Atlas. And Bugira is going to go through into the lead here. And it was at turn 1. The wheel has come off on the turn-in. And that might be a hub failure, you know. That's a 5-stud wheel on the GT4 cars. The checkered flag is out, and this is the last lap, so the checkered flag has been prepared. We are not code 60 yet. Cho's out of the car, last lap board being shown. Well, what drama in the last few moments. We promised you 6 hours, we're already over that, so we've over-delivered. Now, what is going to happen? Joe Bradley is down with the Land Motorsport team, and Tim Vogler fought the good fight. Sorry, the Haas RT team. He fought the good fight. What's the feeling like there? Do they think that was a righteous pass?
Well, everybody cheered when he made the move, and then Chris de Dong sat in the basically in the driving seat of he's the team manager, he's the team principal, and he immediately waved at the penalty screen and like held his hands up as if like a footballer does when he's committed a foul. It's like, oh, I didn't really touch him, ref, and I think that's what they're hoping for. They're keeping an eye on that.
The problem is it's not a legitimate pass for position, is it? It's a lappery.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. He's gained position and advantage by going off the track.
He's gained advantage, but he hasn't gained position.
Well, no, he's gained track position. If you gain time or distance by going off the track, then you can't have it. None of them want to talk to Joe. Don't point at me. Don't. Joe Bradley. Let's go.
Stefan Perrin. So good, so very good. Très bien.
Oui, très bien. Ouais. Very good. Good space, yes, and unlucky with code 60 at the beginning of the race, but it's very tricky. There is an amazing experience with GT3 here. It's an amazing track, and my teammate is very fantastic. Yeah.
Stefan, will you stay with GT3? Will you stay with GT3 for this season?
Yes, it's the plan. Yes, with the AS team. Yes, and we need to learn and to improve lap by lap. Yes.
Thank you, Stefan. Fred, I had to speak to Stefan. He's had such a rotten year, but here he is in GT3, and he's teamed with Fred Vervish. Half distance, half time. You know, so far so good.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, I have to congratulate Stefan and Mathieu, who's in the car. He did an amazing job. He did a great overtake at the end. Yeah, I think Haas as well. It's a new team, and we're here P1 half race. Okay, it doesn't mean anything, but we're on target. We're good on strategy, and tomorrow is another day. And yeah, I'm very happy and pleased for everyone.
And I suppose we should thank Chris de Donk, who's the man who's behind getting you to where you are. Is he happy with how you're going to approach tomorrow?
I think you have to ask him, but I think he's happy. I mean, the team worked very well today. We're first of the class, so I think it cannot be better.
Yeah, I think so. I think he'll be happy. Thanks, guys. Well done.
De Donk and Sandrine Haas, a freelance motorsport photographer, have set up that team, and that is where the AS comes from. She is Belgian, so it is AS rather than Haas.
Okay.
Well, not really. But
shall we ask him?
Try.
I've got him to ask. I'm going to ask the man. I had Fred, if you were happy, Chris, with where you are so far, and he said, "But ask him yourself." So I am.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I mean, what was the plan? Always to go towards the end and put yourself in the position that you are with regards to fuel and tyres?
Yes, of course. Yes. That was the plan, and I think we were unlucky in the beginning of the race with the Code 60s, and then we were once lucky and we were fast, so we were in a good position now where we want to be.
Okay, what are you going to do tonight? A couple of beers?
I don't know.
You've got to keep it clear.
Sure of it.
Thanks, Chris. Well done so far to you and the team.
Let's not forget that they pitted when they thought there was a Code 60 coming, but the recovery was so good that the Code 60 didn't come, and Vervish was out the car within 45 minutes.
Yeah, good point. Ian McCarthy saying amazing how the end of part one of a split race throws up more drama than the middle of a non-split. Last laps are last laps, regardless of the format. It's exactly what the organisers wanted. So, ASRT, 172 laps will start tomorrow on what is effectively pole position for a restart. Alongside them, the 35 seconds that was between us and Saint-Aloc disappears. They are side by side as they go down into turn one. 1 lap behind Land Motors, check that, 2 laps behind because of that last lap pass by Detrey on Vogler is Land Motorsport. There will be a challenge, but I know that I'm not in the any Porsche G9 on 17 and a third the two car in first of Bob Hervey in 6 they just forgot that's the answer no but you one day the same when you go to I've got to say this big the ISO would put the point in rage race of 11 for 18 big for but and you are through the luminary way very good that's a first in a front to the rappers and the speaks forecast the ice set that not heavily and if one to get really but you on so the remote and rate all speed point I think we'll read let go 6 laps up if so the sport will be 1 lap behind us in in third place in G4. The first positions in LC push and the GC are still working most. The is not rating push and car, which is basing what was on being from minus here, and for the other car. Last between us, the 150 TLA start Paul for 32 for ring. But even on Silla was Alban Rohan, William Carlin behind them in their battle. Flawless, but most cars have service. See what happens. Well, an absolutely brilliant first half of the race. Drama from the beginning to the end. Perhaps slightly more of the Cord 60 flags than we would have hoped. We're back tomorrow from 8:30 CEST, excuse me, Central European Summertime. The clocks go forward 1 hour tonight. Race start is 9 AM CEST. Nick has the second part of his grid work from 8:30, but make sure you put those clocks forward. You do not want to miss the first hour of tomorrow's 6 hours. And at the end of that, we'll crown our winners for the 24-hour series first European round. It's the Hankook 12 Hours of Mugello. For Nick, Joe and Ben, I'm John Hindhaugh. Thanks to 0221 and everyone here, as well as Nick, as well as Tim. Great evening. Don't forget those watches and clocks. Bye-bye.